Hello, my name is JalBagel, and this is Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin. This is a little different than your traditional Monster Hunter game that you may know and love. Those are traditionally action RPG games, and this is a turn-based RPG, which makes it very, very unique. Has this really interesting rock, paper, scissors style combat, which makes decision-making and on-the-fly decision-making really, it makes it difficult. Then there's a wide cast and wide array of different party members and monsters that can collaboratively work with us on our party. It works in Pokemon in that kind of fashion, right? Like you have a different Pokemon to help you out throughout your game. So this is Monster Hunter Stories 2. We're going to be taking on the role of a rider who is the grandchild of a legendary rider named Red. And his Monstie partner, Guardian Ratha. We're going to be kind of following in their footsteps a little bit here, and following the kind of tale of this omen called the Wings of Ruin. So yeah, without further ado, I guess I'm going to get started. Time starts on character confirm here. We are going to be submitting 2 categories for this. Flight percent, which is a partial any percent category. It's really safe. It's a really good showing of the game. It still is about 4 hours long. And then we will also be submitting the full any percent category, Oltura percent, which a safe estimate is 7 hours. An aggressive estimate is like 6.5. And unfortunately, that just takes a lot of luck. And we kind of haven't gotten to that point in this game to make that consistent. At least I haven't yet. And there are about 3 runners for this and 1 active, yours truly. And only active for the last month or so. So, without further ado, this is Monster Hunter Stories 2 Wings of Ruin in 3, 2, 1, go. Here you go. Bye, Jal. Bye, Himi. Go do what you gotta do. All right, so first things first, we're going to get introduced to kind of the beginning of the game. This is the first village that we're going to start out in, which is called Mahana. Mahana Village is pretty much all the tutorial section. And really fun fact, I'll tell you when the demo for this game ends. That's one of the really cool things about this game is that it has a really long demo. I'll let you know when it ends because it's actually the same as the beginning of this game. So right off the bat, we are going to go and talk to kind of our... big sister figure. Her name is Kana. Kana's a fellow rider in Mahana. She has 2 Velocidrome named Avmar and Ranmar. She's, we're kind of going through this this coming of age story where we now get to become a rider, and so Kana is going to be showing us how to go and be a rider. She's going to be showing us the ropes. First things first, you may notice that there is a gigantic sword on my back. That is the Great Sword, and you can have, at most, equipped at a time, 3 weapons. And there are 3 different weapon types in this game, and 6 weapons total. And those weapon types and those weapon damages, they do mean something, and we'll start talking about that when we start talking about breaking. The really nice thing about this game is that the tutorial likes to explain a lot. Really cool thing about this game, though, is that your monsties, they get to exist in the overworld with you, and you get to ride them. And not only that, this game has probably one of the most beautiful art styles I have ever seen in a video game ever. This game is on PC and on Switch, and we are playing on PC. Just to kind of give you the rundown. But this is the combat, right? So we have a choice between power, tech, and speed. Power beats tech, tech beats speed, and speed beats power. It is fire, water, grass, if you ever have to remember again, which I really appreciate them doing. It's a very unique combat system. But this just kind of introduces to us that rock, paper, scissors kind of style, and the battle line mechanic. Whenever there's a battle line drawn between 2 participants in a battle, between you and the enemy, you're going to perform what's called a head-to-head, and we can take advantage of those head-to-heads. As long as you win the head-to-head, you will not be reduced below 0 HP. We're going to take advantage of that throughout the entire game, but that's the interesting thing to note about head-to-heads is that both participants of the head-to-head take damage unless you get a double attack, which was that last attack that we did there, where we attacked with our companion Monstie. So here's going to be just a little more tutorial. There can be multiple monsters, and they can gang up on you. And so this is just going to be teaching us how to use items. So there are healing items and a variety of other items throughout the game. We'll mostly just be using healing items rather than anything else. But these first couple of fights are entirely scripted. We're just going to be going through and trying to clean them out as fast as possible. And I believe I already forgot my first split. I did. Let's go ahead and do it now. Been actually meaning to get rid of that one. Because it's so inconsequential. Now it's showing us skills. Each weapon, and including your monsties, have a set of skills. And we're going to use those skills throughout to do a variety of things, like hitting all the enemies at once, or separating our attacks when monsters start to gain multiple attacks. It is a very in-depth combat system that is really difficult to master, because it also kind of feels like RNG until you recognize that every single monster has a set pattern. It's just who they attack is variable. So the only RNG that we're really adjusting to throughout the game is just who they're going to be targeting, so we can take advantage of every single attack that we are able to. There is another mechanic that we're actually going to talk about coming up into this next fight. It's called kinship. Every monstie and rider has kinship, right? This kind of power between the two of them, the bond that they share, that is then manifested into, a more or less an energy bar. This is actually power. You start out technical. So these, you can see that kind of above the heart gauges down at the bottom there, that dark blue circle. As we deal damage to the monster, those are going to increase. Winning head-to-heads or getting double attacks is going to make those increase faster, as well as using items, specifically healing items, which we will actually take advantage of towards the end of the run. But right now, all we're focused on is just winning head-to-heads and building up our kinship, but it's going to introduce to us kind of like phase changes for the monsters, so they can do certain things, enter different kind of states of their own combat that changes how the fight operates. So you can see here, Kuliaku has picked up a rock. Well, slashing doesn't really do much damage to that rock, but you know what does is bludgeoning. Also, you may notice it was doing technical attacks earlier, and now that it's picked up the rock, it's doing power attacks. So we also have to change what kind of attacks that we're doing. All of this stuff is scripted out. But right now, the target that the Kuliaku is picking is more or less random. It's based on an encounter seed that starts from the moment you turn on the game. We don't really have consistent ways of taking advantage of that yet, because if you just get a random encounter, like something accidentally sneaks up on you, you just kind of lose that. Here is really cool. The really biggest kind of the biggest draw to this game is its energy, its style. So I'll show off this one. These can all be skipped, but I'll show off this one because I would like to include an incentive to show these off, similarly to how Froob did the Like a Dragon. I don't know, the cell phone calls, right, to get the additional like help that way in battles. That's kind of what this is, and they are anime. They are anime as all get out, and every single monstie has a different animation, and I would love to show them off because we'll get 7 in total, and they are all 7 very good animations. But that's Kuliaku. We'll get an egg from this. Usually at the end of each of these fights, we're going to be in a monster den. And in that monster den, there is a nest that we can pick up an egg, and then we can come back to a village and hatch that egg at the stable. This one's a little different. We're actually going to go up and talk to the chief, and the chief is going to hatch our egg in this kind of cool ritual, because it's our first monstie, technically. The funny thing is that Kana lends us Ranmar to use through here as we learn, and then Ranmar's like, I don't know, I kind of like this new girl. I'm going to hang out with them instead. And so we actually get to keep Ranmar for the entire run. So why are monsties important? Why is having a variety of monsties important? It really comes down to that rock, paper, scissors mechanic again. Each monstie, I should say, has a attack preference between power, technical, or speed. We want to make sure that we have a variety of those types, really 2 of each, to make sure that we can take advantage of every fight the best that we can. That's kind of the first reason. The second reason is that they all have their own field moves that help us kind of explore the world. This is the subquest board. We'll be using that to farm money a little bit through tasks that we're just going to be doing anyways, like gathering or hatching eggs or completing quests. It's all pretty straightforward. But the first thing that we're going to do here is kind of go off on our own little adventure to the Overlook Cave and go get our own Monsty egg. Kana's like, yeah, you figured it out. You can go and do this on your own, right? So that's what we're going to go and do. And anytime that I'm moving from one location to another, I'll be looking for gathering spots, particularly mining, with a even more emphasis on gold mining locations. The gold mining locations have a chance to give us trade-in items. Trade-in items are really helpful for money, and also they have a chance to give us talismans, which can just be kind of like an early little help at the very beginning. Yo, Skoy! Also, hi everybody. I'm talking a lot. So each of the places that we're going to be going to are static, but the game does also do procedurally generated areas. Those are the monster dens that we'll see kind of randomly spawn. They're like cave entrances that randomly spawn throughout the world. We are going to be more or less ignoring all of those because they are random, and how long they are, how short they are, what monsters are in them, or what eggs you can get from them, it's always random. Random is not good for speedruns, so we just do all of the things that are static. So everything that we do is designed and built in the exact same way every single time, but with the same kind of pieces that are used for the procedurally generated areas. So it does make it kind of hard to keep track of some of these because they share similar parts. So running in certain ways, it gets confusing. So this is Velocidrome. Velocidrome is a speed user, and when it enters its enraged state, it starts to use power. Ideally here, we're going to build up enough kinship to get a ride before it enrages, and we should. I believe it does 5 speed attacks before that happens. And so we'll try to do that. Now, I mentioned earlier that monsters have preferences, and this Kuliaku has a technical preference. That doesn't mean it can't use other things too. It'll still throw out a speed attack or a power attack every now and then, and kind of throw me for a loop, but luckily we got enough to get that ride. So now we're just going to be building this up to a level 3 kinship attack. Every single time we win a head-to-head in a kinship ride, we're going to get an additional level up to 3. Once that's at level 3, that's at its max level, we can then use the kinship skill. And I'm just going to show off one more of these, because this is one of my favorite ones in the run. Because, I mean, they're great, and I want to show these off in a marathon setting. It's about 5 extra minutes, maybe a little bit more of footage, but I mean, it would be an awesome incentive to do. And they do a lot of damage too. These are kind of quick time events. There are 3 different ones. Skoy, thank you for that hydrate. I'll get it here in a second. These quick time events will give us about 50% kinship each time, and they deal a decent amount of damage. It's mostly for us free damage. So since Kuliaku isn't going to be really using speed attacks, and I want to be winning these head-to-heads with a double attack, we are going to switch to Ranmar here and just do these last 3 attacks, and that should end it. Nice. Good Velocidrome. So something to note about the double attacks is that when you win a head-to-head with a double attack, you don't take damage during that double attack. Only the person that lost it does. So this is egg gathering. We'll only do this a couple of times throughout the run. What's really cool about this game is that the pattern on the egg will tell us what monstie it is. And then Navidu will also tell us like how heavy it is or what it smells like, which is kind of weird. And that'll give us additional cues onto what the monster's stats and genes are going to look like when we pull it out. We're not going to talk about genes too much because it's kind of inconsequential. Every monstie has static genes that it'll acquire onto its gene bingo board. It'll all make sense in the next area when we go to it. For right now, just hear me. But on its gene bingo board, it'll always have static genes that will give it specific attacks. Like, you know, Ranmar will always have Killer Strike, and Kuliaku will always get Fireball and Drill Peck, or Beak Drill, whatever it's called. but their organization on that bingo board will be a little different, which will change our gene bingos. And gene bingos can be additional buffs that we can get, the most common one being an HP buff. For every just bingo that we have, we get an additional 10 HP. So it's not a lot, but it's something. It'll actually help us in the long run tanking certain attacks. So next is the Pondry Grasslands incident. We're going to be doing a little bit of an investigation around here. Some monsters are being, agitated and aggravated, and we got to figure out why, right? Because as riders, it's our duty to maintain and preserve the ecosystem, and live harmoniously and coexist with it. So this section is all more or less track gathering. If you're familiar with Monster Hunter World, you'll recognize the scout flies here. And we're just going to be kind of navigating around this in a way to go past all of these guaranteed track gathering spots, which is super nice that they are always the same. And that should finish it out. We're just going to come right back here to grab that box. It has 1,000 zenny in it. Items throughout the world are placed on the ground like that in chests. There are brown chests, blue chests, and red chests, and those tell you what kind of an item is inside of it. Brown chest is generally money or a consumable item like an herb or a vital essence, which will come in handy later. Blue ones are things that affect your stats, so it can be stimulants, which increase, specific stats, like a HP stimulant increases your HP, an attack stimulant increases your attack damage, and so on. Or it can have equipment in it, which we will use. We'll get one that has an equipment in it a little bit later. And then the red ones are generally either special rewards, like an area-specific reward, like bottle caps, which we'll talk about later, and this is power, yep. And my gosh, story-related items, like the drawbridge levers that we'll have to gather later. So this is Yanguruga. This is going to be showing us a mechanic called retreat. When a monster retreats, it's going to leave behind a retreat den. That retreat den is a guaranteed den for that monster. So it will have that monster's egg in that den, which is really nice for us if we, ever have to snipe out a very specific monster. It's really nice actually just for casual play in general, because you have access, you have a way to gain these monster eggs and search for specific ones. So while I've been thinking about doing the all monsters speedrun, I've been thinking about the best way to take advantage of retreat dens. We're going to take our ride now. Kana did hers a little prematurely. We didn't get the head-to-heads that we needed to really take advantage of that. But we're just going to be kind of going through the motions of this. There's really no particularly fast way of doing this. When it enrages, it starts to use speed. So now we're going to switch to this and make sure that we're using a technical attack. Kana's using a technical attack, so we'll let her get that line up. And we'll see how far off she is from kinship. Oh, never mind, it's dead. We could have done our kinship attack probably once we mounted it and beat it. So that's Yanguruga, and now we'll move into the retreat den. The nice thing about this retreat den, too, is that we don't have to fight the monster at the end of it. We can just go in, grab some stuff, and leave. But this one's pretty easy to remember. I actually don't have a map of this. For the most part, I have on my tablet in front of me all of the maps that I need to get through this. This one can be kind of annoying because all these Velocidrome and Velociprey sitting around that corner, they'll just ambush you, and it's really annoying. I always look to the right here because that mining node is always there, but whether or not it's a blue or a gold is random. And we're going to grab this Yanguruga egg. Yanguruga is very important for us because it's going to become our technical monstie, and it's the other technical monstie that we get is Puke-Puke, but its kinship attack is an AoE attack. So attacks can be AoE or single target. When they're AoE, they hit all of the competitors in the match, versus them being single target, which only hits one. And when it's single target, you can target a specific body part for a part break. You may kind of see we're getting those every now and then, and those are very important to the speed run in the sense of upgrades. This is the caravan stand. We have now unlocked fast travel. Pretty much from anywhere at any time, we can open up the map now and just travel to any village or caravan stand that we have been to. So now that we're back, we're actually just going to go up and talk to the Elder really quick. We aren't hatching yet. But now that we have fast travel, we get to be really creative with how we move around the map and how we get from point A to point B. It's probably one of my favorite features in routing for this, because like even previously, like just yesterday when I was doing prep, I kind of had the realization that a fast travel that I was doing is probably slower than just leaving the area that I'm in and continuing, because though fast traveling out of the cave that I was in is faster to leaving the cave, it puts us further away from where our objective is. So yeah, so I've taken that out entirely. So we're going to talk to Kana here again. She's going to tell us about Everdens. That little black cat that we talked to is called a Malinx, and he works for a company called Malinx Inc. Malinx Inc. is probably one of the most handy companies to have here, because they will give us rare armor and equipment and talismans and items using a special currency only found in Everdens. Everdens are static locations on the map that, you know, once again are just like another cave or another area. They have a monster den at the very end of them, but they have a special type of currency that can be found in them called bottle caps. Bottle caps are super good for us because we can script out how many we want to grab and how much we want to grab to redeem for these special items. We'll do that twice actually throughout the run, just to kind of put ourselves a little bit of ahead of the curve for certain areas. It's honestly one of my favorite features of this game, because that really wasn't in Stories 1, and Stories 1 is a incredibly difficult game. So we're just going to continue down this Everden. Everdens are static in design, right? They are built the same way every single time. What? I didn't quite jump over that one. That's going to happen every now and then. We're going to round a corner, and then there's just going to be a bull drum that wants to sprint directly at us. Sometimes with Ranmar, I can get over them, and that would have been an incredibly clutch move if we did, but unfortunately not. So we actually want to get up onto this cliff here. This blue chest has the Kuliaku bow in it, and that's going to be our bow that we're going to use early. Instead of spending very well-deserved, hard-earned money to buy a bow, we're actually just going to find this one out in the wild and equip it. So we now have a great sword that deals slashing, a hammer that deals bludgeoning, and a bow that deals piercing. Now we have the 3 different damage types. We can start taking advantage of monsters' specific weaknesses. This is Buldrum. Buldrum is a very easy fight. He's just going to spam power attacks the entire time. So we're just going to use speed with Ranmar and hope for the best. Hi, Yami. Oh, so something about double attacks I haven't talked about. So double attacks can be started one of 2 ways. With a hunter, with a rider and a monstie, or with a rider and a hunter. So notice I didn't say with your monstie, right? It can also be your companion's monstie. So just like that, Avmar was being targeted for a speed attack, for an attack and using speed, but Kano wasn't using speed. So I choose speed to be able to get that double attack with Avmar. Neither of us take damage, and we deal additional damage to the Buldrome, and that is also the double attack animation is faster than the head-to-head animation, so we actually just want to be getting double attacks as it is, because it cuts out a whole extra animation. Oh, what is this? This is an invade. This doesn't happen often in the run. This actually only happens twice. And that's an Anjanath that is very upset. Its face is red and no one is happy. And it's going to practically one-shot us. But Kana's going to be here to save the day. Flash bomb it so we can run away. Just thought you got raided? That is also my raid message. So story-wise, that Anjanath was being kind of sussy. He was angry for no reason. And generally speaking in this region, you know, Anjanath are kind of docile. They keep to themselves. They hunt when they need to, and they're usually deeper in the Hakolo Island, you know, forests. You don't usually see them this close to the village. Cool piece of tech here. Instead of leaving the monster den now, when we gather an egg, we're actually just going to fast travel out of it. It saves us an entire load screen. Just cool little optimization. All right, this is a lot of movement. So first things first, we got to go and talk to Malinx Inc. We just got a you know, bottle caps, and that was our whole thing, and now they want us to spend them. We're actually going to save them because we're saving up for a cool purple jacket that we're going to buy later. This can be skipped. Now that we've done that, we're going to go talk to Kana. She's going to tell us more about that Anjanath that we saw and what we should be doing about it. We're going to go and investigate the North Kamuna Forest to see if we can't find any more information, you know, as to why this monster is being agitated. But before we do that, we're going to go and talk to the Stable Paw and hatch all of our eggs. So every time we hatch an egg, you're going to see on the top right there is that bingo board. I really do not care about them. They don't need to be in any particular order. There we go. They don't need to be in any particular order. But getting genes that are in a row is ideal because it's going to be an HP bonus in the long run. Now we have Yanguruga and Boldrome. Boldrome is really cool because it has this dash ability, and we'll be using it to go everywhere. It's faster than our normal running speed, but it's really only good for straightaways or areas that we have a lot of time to turn. Before we go to our objectives, we're actually going to go into the North Kamuna Everden here and get some more bottle caps because, I mean, it's free. It's like literally right here at the very front. And once again, taking advantage of the beautiful catavan system, the publicly provided catavan system, government subsidized catavan system, we can gather these bottle caps, immediately open up the map, and then fast travel out of here. To just go right back to where we were, kind of reposition ourselves here before we start running, and go. So you can see like this gray cave and that gold cave, those are the monster dens that I was talking about, where they're procedurally generated and the monster inside of them is dependent on the region that it spawns in. So having, you know, a den spawn here on Hokolo Island will dictate what list of monsters can be in there, just not exactly what monster is going to be in there. We can... we are more or less going to ignore those, but I'm going to be paying attention to like where they spawn, if they spawn in my way, so I can kind of route around them. So this is North Kamuna Forest. This is actually a map that I need to include because I get lost in here sometimes. And yet I don't have a map of it. But we're going to be... Oh, yoink. Nice Plagicite ore. That is not a trade-in item, but it does sell for some money. And then I'm going to go this way, right past you lads, but we're going to go onto this platform over here and get ourselves 1,000 zenny from this chest. Just some quick little money that helps jumpstart our purse starting out here. Money is a fickle thing in this game. Later, we're going to be gathering from a bunch of mining nodes, trying to gain as many trade-in items as possible to get as much money as possible, so we don't really have to worry about money towards the end of the game. But that's not always the case. You know, getting a rare item, a trade-in item from the gold nodes is not always guaranteed. So we're going to do our best to get them. And when we see them, we're just going to grab them really quick. That's a bomber and a timely talisman. That's actually a great pickup, even though I'm not using those things. I'm also just not going to equip it. Whoops, what am I doing? Because it's actually going to be used as money, and that one will sell for 200 zenny, which it helps. There's also that gold mining spot to the side. I do kind of want to grab that. This is Puke-Puke. Puke-Puke uses technical. We're going to be using power attacks to combat that all through here. And then when he uses an attack called Crunch Time, he'll have some food in his mouth, and then that's when his head will become the weak spot, and he'll also be using power attacks. So dependent, once again, on what state that he is in, it's going to change his AI. I believe he's using it right now, but since Kana got both of these head-to-heads, she actually got kinship really quickly, so she can just stop it. I wonder if it's still going to go for Crunch Time. Yep, it is. And then immediately after Crunch Time here, it's going to use an attack called Venom Blaster. It's going to hit everybody. I'm really not worried about it. We're just going to kind of tank it. Kana will heal us afterwards, and if we lose any hearts, oh well. We're not particularly worried about this. We won't lose 3 hearts on this fight. Because he's only going to get to do this once. Because afterwards, we're going to break its tail, and he'll never get to do it again. Whoops, I didn't target the tail. That's okay. We'll have plenty of opportunity to break it. Now I have kinship. One of the biggest things about kinship is that once you do it, you heal all conditions, statuses, and cumulative average of your health. So you can see that I fully healed, and it got rid of the poison on both me and Boldrome. It's just amazing. But now you notice that we can't get double attacks. So that's a big drawback to doing, you know, the kinship ride, because you can get knocked off of these. If you go below, or if you get down to 1 HP, you get knocked off of the ride. And that's just not ideal for anyone. So he's going to be using Munch Time here again, but this time he's going to be picking up these seeds. And now he's going to be doing power attacks. So we're going to switch over to Ranmar so we can keep up the attacks here. And I'm actually going to switch over to the hammer, because now its head's a targetable area, and it's going to take additional damage from hammer attacks. And plus, once we break that, he'll fall over, and it'll stop him from doing a big attack in, I think, 3 turns. A lot of strategy to these fights, and just really understanding them. Quick time event, get this clash attack in. Nice. And almost to another ride again. Ranmar is doing a speed attack, and we can kind of manipulate that too by using the monster's skills, but we don't really have to do that this early. Go ahead and ride here. And win this head-to-head again. I believe he'll drop the head. Yeah, he drops that now. So I'm actually just going to go ahead and do this. And switch back to Volcanic. But he should be getting close to death. That is the wrong monster entirely. Whoops. Well, you're going to lose that, and I'm going to switch back to Sword and Shield, so we're actually doing damage here. So they're both using technical attacks, so this head-to-head, they tie, so both monsters are going to take damage, and if both monsters are reduced to 0, or if one of the monsters is reduced to 0, you know, they die, right? So watching Yankuku's health there, it didn't, thank goodness. We're going to switch out to Volcanic. But in those situations, if you don't win a head-to-head and you take that damage, you can lose a heart from it. So we'll be trying to pay very close attention to doing that the right way. Unfortunately, not doing the right thing here. I'm going to try to sneak in a sip of water while we're just mashing one button. Sip, and I practically chugged the whole thing. A crunch time here, but it looks like Kana is going to be using a kinship attack, so we don't really need to worry about this, and hopefully it's going to down it. The monster is drooling right now, too, and she got a head break on it. That's awesome. So when we get break KOs like this, the monster's going to fall down onto the ground, and we're going to deal critical hits on every single hit as long as it isn't an AoE attack. Oh, wow, I haven't been splitting at all. Alright, so I'm going to go to the right here really quick and grab that. Nice. So that gold fragment, that's what we're looking for. And now we have our Puke-Puke. So Puke-Puke is really nice. We're going to be using it on the majority of our hunter fights. You can actually fight against other hunters in this game. And Puke-Puke is really good for it just because for some reason those guys are usually speed type users. And so Puke-Puke wins against them. And Puke-Puke has an attack that deals damage to more than one target. So we're going to come over here and hatch really quick and add Puke-Puke to our team so he can start getting the experience for when we go to the next area. Oh, I haven't hatched it yet. Duh. There we go. And then edit party and equip. Bagel, I don't have my splits up. Also, Bagel doesn't use the splits. Yeah, exactly. I'm not used to splitting in this game, right? 'Cause you don't run it often. It's mostly just practice. So I always forget about them. Plus, I'm doing commentary. There's a lot going on. All right, so now we're finally going to go and investigate that that Anjanath that was being so grumpy earlier. He's, not supposed to be. So we're going to go figure out why. So we're going to head into the Guardian Ratha Woods. So earlier I was talking about how we're the grandchild of a famous rider who had a monstie named Guardian Ratha. Well, these woods are more or less dedicated to them. This is where their sanctuary and their resting place is. And this is where they can be found. Like, this is where Guardian Ratha can be found. I believe in the game, Guardian Ratha is still alive. At least he is at the very beginning of it. But we're going to navigate our way towards the end of it. We're going to pick up a couple of, just one item, actually, on the way to the end. But that's going to be a Vital Essence. So Vital Essences are a really important resource throughout the run because they are, one, our backup to mistakes, and two, our backup to bad AI. But a Vital Essence is a way to replenish a heart in the middle of combat. I don't know if I talked about it yet, but you have 3 hearts per combat. And if you go below 3, you just lose and get returned to the last village that you were at. That's not good. That loses time, that loses resources. So we just don't want that to happen. So if we can save a fight by using a Vital Essence, we will. And in some cases, they're going to be required. So we need to make sure that we gather a bunch throughout the run, and we do. Oh boy, do we get a bunch of Vital Essence. In the next area up here, we'll be grabbing that Vital Essence, and we're going to be skipping a feline burrow. There was a burrow up here that I used to go into. I don't anymore. And now we're going to turn. Some of these turns are a little too hairpin for us to get around with Buldrome, so, you know, we have to stop and turn and go back around. Just squeeze by these guys, and we're still looking out on the edges, too, for any gold mining nodes, because if we see one, we'll stop and we'll grab it. That can just help us out in the long run. And just kind of making sure that we get clean lines here, heading all the way to here. You may notice that every now and then, if I rub up against a wall for a little too long, I stop. That's just a mechanic of dash. If you aren't moving with dash, it stops your dash. So you can, for a short time, like rub up against a wall, but like if you just run directly into it, like I did there, you just stop completely. The gold nodes also make a sparkling noise, a really loud sparkling noise. So I'm gonna be listening out for those. Yo, Riga, you want banana splits? I want a banana split. Riga, thank you for blessing that run, and by that run I mean, oh god. Okay. So Puke-Puke's field skill is a skill called Roar. When we roar a monster, that monster's hitbox goes away for a time. And what I just did there was I used the Roar tutorial to stop that Puke-Puke from engaging with me. Alright, the Anjanath fight. Anjanath is a speed monstie, so we want to have Yanguruga with its technical attacks. We're also going to switch to the bow to have an advantage on its head and body when they become available to attack. So for now, we just want to be winning head-to-heads because eventually he's going to be doing an attack called Burning Blast, and it hurts. Guys, an ad's about to start, and I really do appreciate you for watching those this month and supporting me. Reminder, ad block exists, and if you subscribe to the channel, you don't have to worry about that at all. So not getting head-to-heads here is a little unfortunate, but this fight we can more or less unga-munga all the way through. Really don't need to worry about it too much. It is now enraged, so it's doing power attacks, and since we don't have a ride and you're not doing a speed, we are switching. Ideally, I would have a kinship ride by then, so I can continue fighting with just Yanguruga, but unfortunately that didn't happen, so we're going to have to use Ranmar to continue. So the second time, nah, that just always happens right there. It takes a second for your monstie's attack to show up, so I kind of wait there for a second just to see what it is, to see if I need to change its skill that it's going to use. Luckily, I didn't have to. That stopped condense heat. Does it still do it? Melba, ooh, thank you so much for that follow. Come on in. Yeah, it looks like it's still going to do it. Burning Blast can't be stopped, if I remember correctly. And Melba, thank you so much for that Prime Gaming sub. It's still doing another power attack here, so let's just do this. And then I believe I'm going to tank the Burning Blast because I can't stop it. So this shouldn't knock me off. Famous last words. Melba, you get one of those Prime Gaming subs once a month, and you chose to use it right here, and I really do appreciate that. All right, and so then now we can just do this. So I was using the kinship ride strategically there. What's really nice about the kinship ride is that it has increased defense, increased HP, and if we are reduced to 0 hit points, we don't lose a heart. Instead, we just lose the kinship ride, which is a lot more beneficial than losing a heart, which I think Kana... No, Kana survives. Let's go. Yo, Melba, thank you. This is going to be a double ride here. Nice little lineup. I'm actually going to hold off on using mine. Let the Velocirush come out. Okay, good. The head was there. I wasn't sure if the head was going to be there yet or not. I should have taken the ride and checked, because I could have done a double with that and gotten additional damage and then gotten half my kinship back here. Just the decision-making that sometimes kind of messes you up, because all these fights operate a little bit differently, so it's really hard to keep track of them. But getting the head break right here is going to cause a knockdown. Now, not doing the double kinship attack does lose us about 50% additional damage. So if we were going to deal, if we dealt 50 and Kana did 50 with our kinship attacks, we would have done 150 damage with a double. Just an extra, 50%. And then gotten this knockdown and the critical attacks and stuff like that. It's just kind of unfortunate that I didn't do that at the same time. That happens, though. And... you just kind of got to move through it, but we really want to be lining up those double attacks when we can. Just double checking, making sure Cuckoo's doing a technical attack there. We do just want to make sure that we line those up the best we can throughout the entire run, because it keeps things moving and moving quickly. We're about to enter our third cycle for Enraged, and it looks like we're going to have Kinship coming into it, which is really good, and we're going to wait for Kana here, so she can also deal an attack with us. Once again, just lining those things up. It always does condense heat, a power attack, and then the breath. So we can just do this double attack, 602 damage, and the head is just away from breaking. Stops that burning blast, knocks it down, and we're gonna get 3 other crit attacks in. Not to mention another entire turn of critical hits. 150 and down, and that's Anjanath. The demo just ended. Just by the way, you can do all of that up to all of that in the demo. All of that. And there is so much more to explore. There's other places to go. There's other dens to go into. There's other Everdens to go into. And there's other like sub-quests and side quests to do. Yeah, no, this demo is awesome. So play the demo. But that was the demo. Whoops, I accidentally saved. I'm just going to leave that. Play the demo. The demo is awesome. All right, so we have now fled with this Wyverian girl who knew our grandfather. This is Enna, and Enna comes from a place called Ruto Village. She is also holding on to a Rathalos egg that came from Guardian Ratha that she is entrusting to us, being the grandchild of Red, Guardian Ratha's former rider. But she's entrusting it to us. She knows that it's going to be special, it's going to be unique, it's Ratha's, egg, it's Ratha's child, we need to protect it. So we are coming to Alcala, this absolutely gorgeous environment, I love this place, to go to the Wyverian village of Ruto Village. And while we're in Ruto, we're going to be learning a little bit more about what it means to be a rider, and how to be a more effective rider, of which is channeling, which we will only ever do once in this run, and we'll never do it again. But in the interim, we are traveling with this egg now, and we're waiting for it to hatch. Come on. Boy, howdy, am I doing a talk. While we have a little bit of a brief respite here, I hope everyone else is doing well, and I appreciate y'all for being here today. For this, the commentary speedrun. There is also a lot of time throughout this run that is really good for donations and other messages and stuff like that, so keep that in mind. There is a lot of downtime in this, and a lot of time that I don't need to be speaking, because a lot of what I talk about is, replicated on top of itself. So we show up here, and a Wyverian by the name of Alwyn is like, you are not a worthy rider. Red's definitely cooler and better than you. I'm taking your egg away from you on his behalf. So he just took our egg, the rude guy. So we have to come to Ruto Village to prove ourselves to the village chief, to Alwyn, and to kind of another one of the village elders, Zellard, that we're worthy of being, Red's successor. So this is Ruto. We're going to spend some time here. This is actually kind of a long section. And this is one of my favorite villages in the entire game. I just absolutely love its whole aesthetic and everything. Just all the monsters hanging around, like the Laranoth and the Paolumu, and just the general cozy vibe that this place has. So we're just kind of meeting everybody. They gave us back our Rathalos egg, so like, listen, we know that was mean. We're sorry. Here you go. Have it back. Yeah, Red is dead. Yeah, but it's not really like they really didn't tell us like how he died. But Guardian Ratha is still alive, and he's out there kicking and doing stuff. You know, doing his Guardian Ratha thing. All right, so they're just kind of introducing us to the other amenities that are here in Ruto, like the house that we can use and the stables. And now we are going to. Oh, whoops. Oh yeah, I gotta do quest stuff. A fast travel here would probably be just as fast as this, but I gotta set up some things on the quest board. We are going to complete quests that we can complete, and we're going to take breaking parts, Zenny exchange. This is forging equipment and head-to-heads. There we go. So he's supposed to be in Guardian Ratha Woods, but he was missing from there, you know, when we last went there. So, I mean, who really knows what he's up to now? And, like, no one really questions it or is really worried about it, so I guess. All right, so up next is the Tool Lofty Trees. This is, like, we're going to be coming back here so many times, but mostly because it's a fast travel point. Like I said, we're just going to take advantage of fast travel as much as we possibly can, because this game, it's absolutely free. And it's readily available. It's literally always readily available. The only time that you can't do a fast travel is when you're inside of a building, and the only buildings are one area in the Scrivener's Hall and your home. So like it's always readily available. All right, so we have another track gathering sequence here just for the sake of control. We're going to use Puke-Puke to navigate through here. And since he has his roar ability too, we can stop some of the monsters that are around here from attacking us. And while we're at it, we're going to be picking up some items as well. The item that I picked up there is called a life suit. That's the like lowest rarity, the lowest quality version of this resource, but is a party-wide heal. Draw and hounding. I have no idea what hounding is. The only problem about using Puke-Puke and its roar is that during the roar, we can't pick up items. So it makes it kind of awkward doing this gathering section. So if we ever want to use roar, we have to use it well before we want to start picking things up. Because you see, like, I have to stop there to pick that item up and start moving again. Unfortunate, that could be a gold. But we do want that, and we do want this. We just need a couple more items here. That item that I just picked up there too is called a heart churro. That is a out of combat only heart regen. So using that will regenerate one of our hearts that we used, or that we're missing while we're out of combat, but it can't be used in combat. So they're actually kind of nifty tools. And a nifty... You just ran right in front of me. You ran right in front of me. So annoying. You can also see all three of those battle lines were drawn to me. Yeah, if we didn't get out of there, that would have absolutely killed me. Well, wild, by the way. Just absolutely wild. I don't know what I was saying anymore. I really don't, until that great Jaggy just kind of got in the way. But yeah, the heart churros. They're going to be our out of combat source of healing or regenerating the hearts as we need. Right here is a flash bomb. We actually only use 2 flash bombs throughout the run, but I get 2 extra just in case. Like one of our last fights is a basil geese that can be a little difficult sometimes, but we can use flashes against it every other cycle to make it a little more manageable. But we're actually going to go a little out of the way here. This is one of the few times that we actually go really out of our way for an item. We're going to go get we're going to get 3 buying charms. Now, buying charms do not come up a lot throughout the run. This is actually the only place that I know of to get them that doesn't require another field resource like you know, another monster to climb vines or specifically use flying or anything like that. Buying charms are nice because they make items purchased 10% less. So it actually is a great way for us to conserve money and resources, because that was one of the really big problems that I was having when I first started routing out this game, was having enough money to do anything. But these buying charms help, you know, alleviate about 10% especially when we're spending, you know, 10,000, 20,000 in some places. That saves 1,000 to 2,000 zenny, which can be used for the next upgrades that we do. This is Paolumu. Paolumu starts tech and then switches to flying, so we're just going to be using power attacks against it until it starts flying. And when it does fly, its neck is inflated, which then becomes weak to piercing damage, which then we'll switch over to that. This is a pretty straightforward fight. This is also the first time that we get to fight with Alwyn. And Alwyn is... Anytime that you're matched with a bow user, it's actually really difficult to win head-to-heads with them, because every other turn they like to do that attack right there, which is called Charge. Charge is great. Charge is awesome. Charge makes the effect of your bow's skills stronger, and then also does a power shot at the end of them that does additional damage that's more than your normal attack would be. So Charge is awesome. You can even charge on one turn, heal on the next, and then you still get that shot off. So it's really nice if you want to have like an insurance policy for your next turn. However, you just can't win a head-to-head with it. So right now what we're trying to do is break the neck. While it's flying, it is speed, so we're going to switch to technical. That is the wrong technical Monsty. But that's okay, and we also just sabotaged Alwyn and changed him from speed to technical. When we change monsters, it'll actually change the partner's AI. I also just realized that I am not using the Kulu bow, and since you're using speed, we'll change again to the right Monsty, Yanguruga. I usually go through that menu really fast, and it's hard to see that sometimes. But we want to get this break here. Yo, Sky, this is a 7-hour estimate. The whole thing. Alright, cool. So that's actually a really well-timed knockdown, because with that knockdown, we get a critical Icicle Realm here, and then, you know, we get some crits off too. But our equipment isn't very strong, but our Monsties are. This is another quick time event called Aerial Showdown. These ones suck. You have to alternate clicking left and right bumper. And you can just see how long this takes in comparison to the grounded one, the Power Clash. It's just, it takes forever. The third quick time, which we saw, was the blast one. You're technical, so we need to be using power, so we're gonna switch back to Voltrum. But yes, Guy, 7 hours. Oh, I need to switch my weapon again. Actually, you know what? No, we're not gonna switch. We don't need to. Alright, so this is one of those cases where I'd want to change what my Monstie is doing, but I can't. Luckily, Shulk is using a power-type attack, so we can double with... Oh, nope, he's not even using the right one. Because he's using an AoE power attack, which cannot be used to do a double attack with. So, once again, they're throwing. But we want to try to have enough kinship with each of the Monsties that we're going to be using for that fight to be able to use a skill, if we ever needed to get a head-to-head matchup. Unfortunately for Voltrum, one of its skills is this lethal tackle, which it has a high crit chance but a low accuracy, so it almost always misses, which is just really unfortunate. And I'm actually gonna do myself. I'm gonna do charge. Because now we want to pop that neck. Oh wait, it's using speed. I thought it was power. It's my bad. So that's losing a heart, and you can see how devastating that can be because it was at full health. And that one's on me for not paying attention. So let's try that again. The nice thing is that when you lose a heart, you can see that like my gauge is glowing that kind of green hue to it. We get increased kinship gain when that happens. I'm actually going to ride this and just win the head-to-head, and I'm going to see if I can't line this attack up with Alwyn's. Alwyn has an AoE kinship attack, so his can't break parts, but if you can combine that with a single target kinship attack, which we're gonna have to go now, because he's about to do Air Blast, it can then target something. Oh, nice. And then count towards the damage for a part break. So we actively go out of our way to do that. So we are in a monster den, but we aren't going to be grabbing the egg here. Instead, we are just going to be fast traveling back to Ruto, which is 4 down. And back in Ruto, all we're going to do is just come up here, talk to them, and then fast travel to Atul Lofty Trees again, and go to Mount Harsguy, not Mount Harsguy, excuse me, Harsguy Rocky Hills, for the Basarios fight. Visarios is also really easy. But we're just going to come right here, and then we're going there. One day you'll get back and finish this game, you absolutely should. It is a fantastic game and a lot of fun, and I completely ruined it for myself with speedrunning. But I just enjoy speedrunning it, so I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be doing it. But casually, I just can't play this game anymore. Alright, so, Harsguy Rocky Hills. We have to drop down this cliff here, but there's always these jaggy that are hanging out right here, so we want to make sure we get to the right spot, drop down, and then we're going to run off, because if we used our dash here, we just end up stopping. It's a little bit slower. So we just want to walk off like that, and then dash away. There is a catavan behind us, but we never have to come back down here anyways, so we just don't grab that. However, the catavan that's inside of Harsguy Rocky Hills, we want to get. And then this sequence is pretty straightforward. We're just going to be chasing a Basarios around with a hammer, trying to make it submit to us. But pretty much we're doing tasks around Akala Valley for the residents of Ruto Village. They're having a problem with this Basarios, and they had a problem with that Paolumu. Then some kids go missing, so we're just running around doing some chores to them, trying to prove ourselves worthy of learning the secrets of channeling. Good choice of words. And so this is Basarios. Unfortunately, we're getting a head-to-head. And Boldrome isn't using power, but it is what it is. This won't kill us, and if it does, it'll reduce us to 1 health instead. But now we have enough kinship to make sure that he's going to use lethal tackle with us. So we can now start using our kinship to use monster skills to win head-to-heads with us, just like that. As long as that monster skill is a single target, it'll work for a double attack. So we have, whoops, I did not mean to do that. I literally pressed down and I still rode here. So I'm actually just going to use the attack, skip a turn. The kinship attack will always skip whatever the monster does that turn. So we'll use that strategically. Here, I just really don't need to do that. I just need to be winning head-to-heads. It's 5 turns if I can win 3 head-to-heads at least. And then it transitions. So it should run away right now. Right now? There it is. Or would the attack only bring you down to 1 HP at worst instead of killing you? If you win a head-to-head, you can't be knocked out because of it. You can't lose a heart when you win a head-to-head. But in a head-to-head, both participants of the head-to-head take damage from each other. But in that case, if you win it, you cannot be reduced below 1 HP. And that's only for head-to-heads. And it's a very unique mechanic of this game, and taking advantage of that is like the bread and butter of this speedrun, because then that means we can do we can more or less unga bunga our way through sections of the game with minimal resources, just because we're taking advantage of knowing the monster's AI and attack patterns. All right, same thing here. Just want to switch to hammer first. And start hitting it. So unfortunately, it's targeting Shulk, so we really don't worry about any other of the head-to-heads. So that anyone else can really just do whatever attack they want. Because we're trying to conserve kinship too, so we have enough to manipulate our double attacks and then also do kinship attacks later. But we have to do this encounter 3 times. The first 2 times it always runs away, and the third time's like the actual fight. We finally corner it. It's more or less just a mashing sequence. Big pierce shot. Now Alwyn has kinship, so he'll skip the next attack unless it flees. Yep, perfect. That's what we want. So our rank in our fights means something when we're getting rewards. In this case, we aren't getting rewards yet, so it really doesn't matter. But we want an A or an S because we get an additional material out of that, and the monster materials in this game will award us a certain, number of points towards an upgrade. So like a scale will give us 1 point, like a feather will give us 4 points, and then a plate or like a crest or like, the monster's head will give us 10 points. And so certain fights we're going to want to make sure that we absolutely get the max number of rewards off of, so we have all the chances for the items, for the monster materials. I still don't know what I want to start here, because they start targeting the wings, and the wings are piercing, so actually, you know what? We'll switch to that. Because the Alwyn and Shulk are also targeting the wings, or at least they're preferring the wings, I've always noticed here. And the wings seem to be the softest spot. He gave us some barrel bombs. I still haven't figured out exactly how to use them efficiently, because, you use them and then you still get hit, or it doesn't really deal that much damage. And we'd rather just win double attacks right now. Still trying to find a way to use those 3 big barrel bombs. But a lot of the early combat is like this, where it doesn't change too much. We're going to take this ride, actually, and build it up to a level 3, because this fight is now when it actually matters. Shulk's going to lose that head-to-head. That was a good crit on that wing. But you can see they both deal damage to each other, just the one that wins deals a lot more. Still hasn't enraged yet, but it should after this. And when it enrages, it uses power, so we'll use speed. Still hasn't enraged. And these guys cannot win a head-to-head to save their life. Alright, we're just going to drop it. Because winning 3 head-to-heads, or winning 3 double attacks will generally give me enough kinship to do another one, so I don't want to be wasting too many of my turns just doing that. Switch to slashing, and we'll break the tail. Oh, that's not quite enough. If I would have done that, that kinship attack a turn earlier, I could have lined this up together. Because Icicle Realm... Oh, no, it is a single target. It does hit a park. Nice. All right, cool. Do another ride here. Still doing technicals. We still want to be doing power and aiming at that tail. Oh, actually, I guess we can switch to the head since it did all that damage to the head. We'll use our kinship attack against the head. How about that? But getting 1 more part break is about average. So you can see now, too, that because I've been winning those head-to-heads, I'm at 1 HP and not 0. And just to show this off, if I attack again, as long as I win the head-to-head, I can't go below 1 HP. Oh, wow. We are not doing that much damage with the Kitchen attacks. And as long as I'm still winning double attacks too, I'm not taking that damage. So Basarios is now drooling. He's getting close to death, and I really want to get that tail break. Please hit the tail, please hit the tail, please hit the tail. Thank you. It is now enraged, and it's using power. I don't know what it's doing here, but I really... Oh, it's using Rock Shield. That's okay. It probably only has like 2 or 3 health anyways. 3, nice. 98 and 29. And then now it's using power attacks, so we'll switch over to speed. And I really don't care now. I just want to Unga Bunga my way through the end of this. There it is. Visarios does take some time to knock out, but you know, once he's done, he's done. And from here, we're going to return to Ruto Village, and we now get the channeling tutorial. Now that Alwyn thinks we are worthy. Alright, so we're gonna head right up here. Talk to Elder Maolo again. I think that's how you say that. And then now we can go and do our channeling tutorial. So channeling doesn't impact the run too much, but I do want to put this skill onto the Puke-Puke. Generally speaking, Puke isn't really used except for in oh wow, these are all different. Oh no, there we go. Okay. And then I don't want to, yeah, I want to give it the healing XL jewel. And so see here, we're getting a bingo out of that, which is going to give him a health increase, 10 health. Not to mention the skill that I gave him also increases his health. So it's all good stuff. So from here, we're going to go back to the Two Lofty Trees, and we are heading to the Alcala Cave for a fight with a Kezu. No, not a Kezu, a Yanguruga. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's a different cave. Not a Yanguruga, also a Yanguruga. A chicken, but purple and spicy. But before we do that, we're going to go to another Everden. So I've routed out the Everdens in a way that the rewards in them are both high and are a lot, and they're quick to get. We don't want to be spending too much time, you know, going off on a tangent and doing other things. So we want to make sure that we go into Everdens that are quick and easy, and also the number of rewards that we need. And so in here, there are 6 bottle caps that we're going to grab that are going to, you know, combine with our other ones, getting us closer and closer to the goal of, I believe, 22 or 23 for when we get to Kuan. But I routed those out, you know, forever ago, like literally over a year ago, and it's worked every single time. Ads starting in about 2 minutes. I appreciate you guys watching those. And as always, ad block exists, and if you are subscribed to the channel, you don't see ads at all, ever. Bingo lines increase Monsty's max HP, so any bingo line will do that, but then the specific color and symbol of a bingo line will also have an additional effect. So like a bingo line of 3 red skills will give your Monsty a fire bonus. A bingo line of 3 power skills will give your Monsty a power attack bonus. Fax Jungle? Fax Jung 76? There's not an L there. Jung, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. But now we are in Alcala Cave, and this place is a bit of a maze. Like I said, you're going to see these, and they're going to look really similar to places that we've already been. But in this part of the story, we are investigating this. You know, we've been requested to help this. This mysterious individual, we'll call him that, in a request, and lo and behold, the request is there's a Yanguruga at the end of this cave. The Yanguruga fight is a little scary. It has a high critical hit chance. It also deals poison and fire damage. It also deals does attacks that hit everyone. And we are under-geared for the part of the game that we are in, but we're going to brute force our way through this by playing safely and strategically. So one of the first things that we're going to do is cut the Yanguruga's tail. I want you. Roar to get past these guys. Every time that you roar when they're doing that, like, kind of shaking animation, oh my gosh, their hitbox to encounter them disappears, which is really nice. Just get right past monsters that way, especially ones that are blocking our entire path. All right, so Yanguruga's a tech monstie, so we want to be using power, which we have Bull Drum out already, which we are doing. And then we want to use slash against its head and tail, which we already have out. So we're just going to do this and aim for the tail and try to cut that ASAP. And hopefully we get lucky and get some double attacks with Shulk or an Alwyn. Unfortunately, that's not happening because Shulk is throwing. We aren't farming anything, ZD. We are using the materials that we gain from the game. So that's that noxious poison attack. And you can see that even with Alwyn's Monstie Shulk, it one-shot it. And we do not want to get hit by that. So we have ways of dodging that. Bo has a skill called Absolute Evasion, and eventually Hammer gets it as well. And we'll use that to evade. We'll also be using Sword and Shield later, which gets guard, but when in doubt, evade the attack entirely. So now that we have our ride, we can start building up a kinship attack to break this tail a little bit easier. Ooh, nice big hit. I'm actually just going to drop it because I want to stop that tail attack. You can lose a heart while guarding, yes, but you take like 25% of the damage that you would with a guard, so it's actually really nice. All right, so since we broke that tail, it's no longer doing its tail attack, so now we can just switch to the head and continue the onslaught. Never really tried to play these games, but now I feel like I was missing out. This is cool. Yeah, this game's awesome. Stories games are great. All right, while it's enraged, it's doing power attacks. We're going to switch to Ranmar now, so we can just keep up these head-to-heads and double attacks. Also, Shulk's preference is speed, but Monsties, like partner Monsties, I don't know what's wrong with them. It feels like they always have just kind of an open preference, and they'll just use whatever they want. But we'll see if we get lucky here and get some additional head-to-heads with them. But so far, we're looking good. But yeah, so while you're guarding, you can guard every attack that hits you, but Absolute Evasion only stops one attack. So here's one of those instances where I want to use Absolute Evasion. The next attack that's coming out is a Flame Blaster, and we can use Absolute Evasion so we don't get hit by it. Everyone else will, and it'll most likely KO Ranmar. But this is just to conserve, you know, hearts. So instead of losing 2 there, we only lose 1. And then we can continue our onslaught here, which now it's going to lose its enraged status. Ooh, nice. This is a great quick time because we're going to get additional kinship here so we can just ride. It's going to be moving back to technical now. You can see that its face is no longer red, so we know that it's not enraged anymore. So it's back to technical, so we can use power and keep hitting that head to try to break it. And then now, since we broke the tail, it's not going to be using potent tail swipes. Ooh, nice. We can do this. Double. And aim at the head. And then now, actually, we'll stick since you are doing a power attack too. Sometimes you get lucky and your Monstie is doing that, and since we're getting increased kinship gain, I might just stick with this. It saves a little time not switching your Monsties around always, so when you can take a little bit of an additional like this early, just taking an additional attack with them, it is really nice. All right, everyone's using... Oh, I need to switch my weapon. I'm dealing less damage than I could be right now. Nice. Big damage. Switch to that sword again. And all we're trying to do right now is just get ourselves to kinship for this next phase so we can tank the Fire Blaster. So it's back to power, which is Ranmar's specialty to counter. Perfect. Didn't matter anyways. We beat it in 1.5 cycles. Yanguruga parts are also super important for us because that's going to be the armor that we're trying to make next. But we're going to try to make 2 of its weapons and its armor piece because all of its stuff is relatively cheap to make. And I usually don't miss this this RNG. We're going to talk to this NPC here first. He's telling us about how there are some kids that went missing and they want us to help. But first, we're going to do some quest turn-ins and a little bit of other management. This is the prayer pot. The prayer pot is a cool little thing that we'll be using, not too much. The most important thing that it's useful for is this buying charm right here. It's going to make all of our buying, like I said earlier, 10% cheaper. Just a nice little discount everywhere. There was also a quest to use 2 of those, so that's why we use the gathering charm first. And then just double checking here, slaying, we want to get that large monsters and critical hits. Alright, next, we're going to sell all of our traded items first. 4,000's okay, but not great. And we're going to start with our armor. Actually, no, we're going to start with the weapons. And we want to make the Raven Torrent. It's going to go into the hammer slot, and we want to make the crowbow. And it looks like we have plenty. We have 3 points left. Oh, actually, we might have missed it by 1. How much did this take? I think it's 4. Yep, we missed it by 1. So this is why I waited to do this, because we're going to do our Basarios armor as our backup instead. It's unfortunate. I'd much rather have the Yanguruga armor. But, we can deal with that. Sometimes that happens, and we miss certain RNG, but we're going to focus our weapons first and then armor second. And it's not often that we use the same armor and weapon as a monster. That just won't come up too often. All right, so heading to Atul Lofty Trees again, and we are on our way to the Wenwood. A lot of gaming happening here. Akala is a really long section, but why is Yanguruga armor better? It has more defense, and it also has better fire defenses, and it has the critical skill, if I remember correctly. But I liked it more for its skills. The Basarios armor just doesn't have as many useful skills, and has a little bit less defense. Every point of defense in this game goes a really long way, and that's gonna really show later when we go from 101 to 108 defense. Actually, I think it's like 101 to 105 or 104 defense. But then we'll be able to tank and attack. Glavenus' strongest attack. So it's actually kind of wild, just like how much of a change it actually makes. All right, Wenwood. So this location is going to be the next one that we start fast traveling to all the time because it has a catavan. And while we're here, we got to rescue 3 children, and yeah, I mean that's just kind of our goal, right? Like we want to save these kids. I walked a little too far forward, and still just walking too far forward, and these things suck. They have the smallest hitbox to interact with. It is awful. This is also a section of the game that most people get hung up on forever because it takes so long to find these guys because all 3 kids aren't spawned at once. In fact, it spawns each of them, sequentially. 1,000 zenny there for us, just free money. So if you missed that first one, you started exploring back here to be like, where are the other kids? And then you would find it, and then you would start looking around. It's like, well, I didn't see any other kids anywhere. Am I doing the wrong thing? That's what I did for 2.5 hours. Does matching elemental defense matter as well? Yes, it does. So like later, we're going to have a lot more fire defense than we're normally used to having, which allows us to tank that Glavenus attack. But it's only for really certain fights. It's not going to be relevant for everywhere because we don't have that kind of money and resource to be changing our armor for every single fight to tank them all. But an armor's defense, elemental defense, has some effect also on non-elemental and other defenses as well, right? But every armor has a elemental defense and then a weak point. And as long as it's not the weak point that's being hit, it doesn't really take additional damage. All right, this is Duramboros. So first things first, we're going to switch to Torrent here, and it's going to be doing power attacks, we're going to switch over to Ranmar. We want to break the tail kind of quickly, so that's what we're going to be focusing on first. Right there. If I remember correctly, the tail has some control over his last attack in his enraged AI, where he would be doing 2 giant spins. Breaking his tail makes him only do 1. I'm like 80% certain that's how it works. A lot of this game isn't like, written down for us to really see and show. It's all a lot of trial and error, and there's a lot of like different interactions that happen, a lot of things that can happen that can change a monster's AI and how they choose to fight or skip over certain things. And so I've been trying to map all that stuff out to make this a lot more what's the word, safe. But so now after it enrages, it does 2 technical attacks and then 2 giant spins. We are going to kind of attack it here in these first 2. And if Olin gets enough kinship here, which it doesn't look like he's going to, so we're going to cancel the first giant spin. And then, does he get enough? No, he doesn't. We're going to heal everyone up and then tank the second giant spin. Alright, good, everyone lived. So now it's back to power attacks, so we'll want to be using speed, and look at that, Shulk's using speed with us. Get a nice 336 in there, nice big beefy hit. That's actually good for us. I can use Spinning Meteor here. That was actually a great hit. We'll finish out this hit on the body. So, yo, ZD, thank you for that follow. They broke the tail, which was great. And since they were being targeted and using that kinship attack, I knew it was going to cancel the attack. So, I can get off this kind of neutral skill that doesn't have a attack type associated with it. So I can't actually win a head-to-head with it. But instead, I have to, use it when I know there is an opening. So the body is broken. Now we're going to be aiming for the leg, and after we break the leg, there's a huge, there's a trip animation. So we'll see here if I was right about the tail attack, because after this, it's going to do a single, it's going to do a giant spin, but I'm going to use Velocicrush to cancel that. And then let's see if it does another. Once it gets tripped. Nope, it's gonna get tripped. So that works too. Body is still bonking, so we can just smack this thing. And since this was a part break trip, all of these are gonna be crits. Quick time event. It's gonna give us 50% kinship. And we're back to using speed attacks. Ranmar, you know this game. You've done it so many times before. Speed attack, buddy. Just want to keep up these double attacks as it conserves our HP, does more damage, and is a little bit faster in the combat. But it's obviously not the best damage that we can be doing now that I have 3 charges and full kinship. I'm actually just going to take this ride here and use it. Because we want to push this now. The nice thing too is like you just saw that Alwyn took all that damage, but he's going to do a ride this next turn and heal all of it back. He's going to heal all of that. I don't have 30 with anyone else. I'm just going to keep attacking here. Be really close to death. He's attacking Alwyn. Everyone's at full health, so we'll just tank this, other than Alwyn and Shulk. So I'm just going to tank this. We also have 3 hearts, so it doesn't really matter. Switching things is just going to take longer than just actually attacking it. And on the off chance that we actually damage it enough. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah, after the giant spin, if the tail is broken, he topples. That's right. And look at this. Whack! 437, nice. I love this game. All right, Duramboros is also one that we want to get all the part breaks on too, because we're gonna get a bunch of stuff. We're gonna get a a weapon from his materials, the Duramboros SNS, sword and shield. We can also make the Duramboros armor, but since I have the Basarios, I'm just gonna not do that. Forge weapons, and it is this one. Nice thing too is that buying charm is going to go on for the next hour, so we have a lot of time with it, and I'm not going to activate another charm, so the next time that we do an upgrade, we're actually going to still have the effects of the buying charm that we used going on, but if we use another charm, it overwrites it, right? So, you know, we need to pay attention to what we're using and when. Alright, so now we're going to go back to the Wenwood. Fast travel here. This is our new, fast travel location to get to places, because it's even closer than Atul Lofty Trees was. Right outside of this exit, there are a bunch of these Kurapeko, and they can be here in the most obnoxious ways. So I switched to Puke first, run past them, and then head this way. Is there a way to increase the strength or buff the power of charms? The more you use the offering system, the better they get, I believe, but we don't really do that. There's no purpose for us. Alright, so we're gonna head straight here. There's no gathering. We're just gonna go straight back and fight the monster here, which is a Nargacuga, another egg that we're gonna be getting. Make sure we go left. Dodge the Peko, around this corner, and then we go down. Not quite. Bad lines. Controlling Boldrome is really difficult sometimes. So sometimes it's just not beneficial to use them. Ooh. Oh, that's right. Everyone say hi to Blue Yanguruga, the strategy for Stories 1. Everyone say goodbye to Blue Yanguruga. Oh god! Everyone say hi to Blue Yanguruga. Obviously, getting encounters, we can always escape from them. There's really no threat to getting an encounter. It's just when we get a surprise attack, like when they attack us from behind, it counts as a surprise attack, which we never want that, because then we get dealt damage that we have to carry over into the next fight that we go to. But obviously, it takes time to, run from that fight, and that's just a time loss in itself. All right, Nargacuga is speed, and then when it's enraged, it uses tech. We want to use piercing to break the head, body, and tail. We just want to break the tail first to stop it from... and I said speed, so we want this. We want to break the tail so it stops it from doing a spike bomb attack with it. So, and the tail is super weak. We can do this very quickly. I think like 2 or 3 head-to-heads will actually get it. Yeah, and everyone else was attacking it too. Perfect. And we break it here. So now we don't have to worry about that spike bomb. That attacks and hits everybody. When he enrages, he uses sharpened blades, and then he goes into doing his attacks. The rest of this fight is pretty straightforward. It's not particularly difficult at all. Alright, so now it's enraged. We're going to ride because it's going to use tech attacks. I said tech attacks. There we go. And we can go ahead and start breaking its head. This is that Sharpened Blades attack. It makes all of his attacks deal more damage. He is doing double attacks now too, but I really do not care. we can more or less Unga Bunga through this fight. I could, for safety, use the kinship attack to stop that Sharpened Claws, but all it does is just stop this second attack right here. He also doesn't have that many attacks while he's enraged. So what we can do is just use the kinship attack after the first one, after we've taken damage, to just kind of interrupt him a little bit more, and then switch to a power monstie. And we're just going to get the head-to-head here. And then he just has one more attack, which can be on us, which we'll just have to take that damage, or it can be on Alwyn or Shulk. And they can tank it a lot better than I can, but it looks like I'm going to get hit. To deal half my health, that's okay. He should drop enraged here, so we're looking for his eyes to not be glowing anymore. And since we're getting this quick time event, I have a feeling that we got through that cycle, and it will be dropping. Yep, all right, cool. Do you have maximum? Yes, you do. But we are on, it's on speed, so you actually don't work. We want you on Puke. But you can see, like, it, even when it's using Sharpened Claws, and even with us winning head-to-heads, it can't really kill us. So I'm not worried about it at all. But this is the first instance of double attacks. There are certain phases of the fight where a monster can attack twice instead of just once. And if we can separate out our attacks, we can get 2 head-to-heads that we win. And if we get really lucky, both of those head-to-heads can be double attacks, and then no one loses any health. But as long as you're winning the head-to-heads, you aren't going to lose a heart. So we just have to pay attention to how much health we have, how many head-to-heads we're actually winning, and what is actually going to end that attack sequence. Which, in some cases, it is an attack that hits everyone and very hard. So if you're not at full health, it might result in an issue. We're going to do the exact same thing here again. We're going to use a power attack against it to stop this one technical attack. We'll tank the next attack, and then we'll use the kinship attack. Puts us at 85, puts us at 37, literally in no danger of dying. And then kinship attack. It's panting now too, so it's close to death. And then we can switch to Volcanic, which is at 98% and full health. And we can just get a head-to-head here and a double attack. And if it's still alive, then we can use the kinship attack to end this. But yeah, it's gonna die right there. Very easy fight. So next, Alwyn challenges us to prove our mettle. So this is the first instance of a rider fight. So we're gonna do our best here to beat him as quickly as possible. All right, so we're just gonna immediately start out. We can just go ahead and start using our power attacks against these guys. Wait a minute. We just need to spam power attack here. I don't understand. All right, so if we should get, wait, why is he using a life? How am I losing this? I don't understand. All right, well, certainly. Oh, that didn't miss, or that didn't hit. All right, and then now we just have to make sure we get through the quick time event. And oh my gosh, all right. I can't believe I didn't. I don't know what happened there, but we don't have to win that fight. We just don't have to win that at all. That's actually the fastest it can go is 2 turns, and we did it as fast as we possibly could. We don't have to win that fight. That's just introducing to us multiplayer and hunter fights and rider fights, and we just don't really need that. Instead, we're going to grab our egg here. Winning that fight also rewards us nothing. We get no experience, no money, no nothing out of it. It's just a fight to do a fight to teach us. So winning it is for glory, and doing it just takes... No, oh my gosh, what... Leave me alone. Leave me and my egg alone. I've never been accosted by a monster from outside of the den before. That's really funny. All right, so now we have our Nargacuga egg, so we're going to go and hatch this really quick. And then we will go off to the next area, which is the last area of Alcala. Yo, Libra. How are you? So Nargacuga is really cool. He's our speed monstie. He also does just a lot of damage. And has genes that'll give him a high crit rate, which is really nice. But the other nice thing about him is that he has a field skill that is called Stealth. It's nice. It's not as good as Puke's, but when you are stealth, the monsters don't enrage on you. So the only problem is that, you know, you can still run into their hitboxes and encounter them. Whereas with Puke, when you roar, their hitboxes go away. The other nice benefit to using Nargacuga is that he has one of the fastest run speeds in the game. So we'll use him in certain sections that we don't really need to worry about encounters too much, just to navigate through. But Boldrome is faster. So for straightaways and areas that have like gently curving paths, we'll use Boldrome. For areas that have a lot of serpentining and a lot of like switchback turns, we will use, or hairpin turns, I should say, we'll use Boldrome. But for an area like this, wide open spaces, Boldrome, baby. So we're heading to Mount Harzgai. Mount Harzgai is a small mountain over here that has a little forest at the base of it. We're going to be climbing up to the top of it because a hole in the ground has appeared. Why does that sound familiar? Oh, wait, hold on. Has that happened yet in the game? I don't think yet. But a hole in the ground has appeared, and a strange red light is coming out of it. And so they asked us to go and investigate it. So we're on our way to doing that. Please, Pecco, not be in the way. But we picked up that caravan stand there because we're going to have to come back to, that caravan stand and travel down Akala Valley eventually. So we can just pick up that caravan stand to kind of help our traveling a little bit later. Like I said, the movement in this game is so cool because you can just fast travel at any point and from really pretty much anywhere. So this area is all of these drawbridges. Some of the levers on the drawbridges are missing, so we'll have to go and find them. And so a lot of this navigating this area is kind of difficult because there's monsters hanging around and they want to get in your way and they want to run around and attack you and just do annoying things. But if we have clean lines, we can more or less get around them and get away from them. And we want to make sure that we skip all of these cutscenes before the drawbridge is opening, because they're kind of annoying. Coming around this corner, there's a Basarios, or no, it's an Arzuros that likes to hide back here. And then we get to use Yankuku's field skill, which is Rock Breaker. Rock Breaker is only used a handful of times, and it's mostly used for us to get behind walls so we can grab additional items. And that one's just super easy right there. It's 2 Vital Essence. By the end of this run, we'll have like 8 or 9, hopefully, if everything else goes really well, and we'll end the run with like 2 remaining. But we gather just a lot of extras in general because we want to make sure that we have the safety to finish out the run. That was one of our drawbridge levers. It's missing on this drawbridge, so we have to go and find them every now and then. And like I said, like the color of the chest will tell you usually what's in them, and that one was red, so we know it's a quest item. The nice thing too about these cutscenes is that it puts us like right in front of the drawbridge, so we can just dash immediately. Ad's about to start in about 3 minutes. I appreciate you guys taking the time to watch those. It supports me this month. Reminder, ad block is a thing that exists, and if you are subscribed, you never see ads on this channel. Thank you guys again for supporting. We want to go up here. This is also like where field skills really come in handy. If we didn't have Ranmar for the jump right there, we have to go all the way around this to get to right here. But since we have jump, we can just go right there. This is just one of those spots where everything's really tight, and reminder, like Boldrome's dash attack, or dash field skill, has that really long windup. So if we walk in front of a monster and try to dash, we're standing perfectly still for it to come and run up to us. And there's times where I get a little greedy, and I'm like, hey, we can just dash here, right? And then the monster just immediately runs into us. So we have 2 levers now. These will be the last 2 levers. Yeah, these are the last 2 levers. Just to get over these last 2 drawbridges. Nice quick line right here. And you can see like Boldrome's turning radius isn't that bad. It's just doing a lot of quick turns. It doesn't work well. This is one of the cases where Nargacuga is actually really good. The only problem about stealth is that it takes a bit for the field skill to become active. You can't activate it the moment you bring out the Monstie, like you can Puke's Roar. So it takes you a second to actually activate it, but once you do, you know, your stealth, the monsters don't enrage against you. You can just kind of get past them a little bit, and then we can use the dash. We want to be careful here. This Duramboros can be mean sometimes, and as long as we get a good angle, nice. All right, so here's a feline burrow. I think this is the first one that we actually use. Before a lot of difficult fights, you'll find these here. And what it is a place to heal, a place that gives you a little an item to help you, and also a place to save. We're going to save here. Just a nice little safety save. Because when you lose a fight, you lose all the resources that you used in that fight as well. You also get put back into the last town that you were in, so we'd have to come all the way back out here. We'd have to run through all of that sequence again. So instead, we do these safety saves, and if we ever lose, we return to title and then just relaunch the game. Oh, 1K monkey finally? GG's, Libra. Now you can rest. So we find this gigantic hole, light explodes from it, and this Rathian appears, and she is pissed off. She's using speed, so we want to combat that. We want to cut her tail pretty quickly too. I'm using the wrong monster. I need to switch. I don't really need part breaks on this, but we can switch right here. It feels nice. I bet it does. That happens a lot, unfortunately. We can't stop this toxic somersault that Rathian does, unfortunately. But she will target a monster in cycle 1 to do it, and then in cycles 2 and onward, she does it twice, and it really sucks. This is what we call a rage raid monster. The monster is being affected by this pit that this red light is emanating from, and it's making it a lot more hostile, a lot more aggressive, and a lot more powerful. That is aimed at me, so we're going to switch to the crowbow. Man, that looks like all-in. It's all-in. I'm taking the guess. Toxic Somersault hit all-in. It's a little hard to tell when they are targeting other members of the party. All right, good. That was all-in. And that was all of his health, but... Oh, and then me. Oh, and I didn't get poisoned. Okay, good. I live. Enraged is now power. Ooh, good. You are using speed. And we're going to switch back to the SNS. And hit that tail. I want to get to a ride ASAP now. Her last attack is a Flame Blaster, which we are going to want to ride through. Fire Breath is single target. Flame Blaster is multi-target. So she's going to use the Fire Breath here. That's going to hit Alwyn and almost kill him. But he's going to ride here, and that's going to save him. The unfortunate thing is that he's going to use his Kinship attack here. And it's going to stop her from doing a head-to-head, which was missing us anyways. And I don't have enough missing health. Because now she is going to use this Flame Breath. They should live, and we're going to evade. Or Flame Blaster, yeah. So Blaster hits everyone. Breath hits one. And we just want to evade this to make sure that we live. And then now she's going back to speed attacks, so we... Oh, no, we're good. Just switch back to this. And continue working at that tail. Oh, did you use Unstoppable? So that was one of the instances where Yanguruga can use its Unstoppable attack, which, since it's an AoE, it hits all of the enemies. It doesn't do double attacks with us. I'm actually going to stop this Toxic Somersault so Shulk doesn't die. That also gives us its topple here. I really need Alwyn to heal them, though, because I don't want to do it. I want to save my resources. Alwyn has AI to do it. He just doesn't do it often. This is actually a great air showdown because I have no kinship right now to do dodges from the somersaults, so... So you couldn't choose a green pet? We have a green pet! We have Puke-Puke. We just don't like using him. Alright, that's targeting me, that's good. Nice full kinship. And then I'm going to use this to actually cancel this next somersault. Yo, Sneaker! Because this will just stop 2 toxic somersaults instead of just 1 now. And then she's going to do 1 more attack and then enrage, or just enrage right here. She's doing another toxic somersault. I'm scared. I have enough hearts. Alwyn doesn't. If I lose to Alwyn right now, I'm going to be really upset. Please target me, target me, target me, target me, target me, target me, target me. Thank you. Okay, and then enraged is power, so we want speed. Nargacuga is still at level 1, so we can't use him yet. So we will do this. We will do this. What? Oh, it's Alwyn. That's gonna happen, where the NPCs just kind of throw. So this can happen, right? And it's really upsetting when it does, and that's kind of on me because it was a blue line, not an orange line. I thought it was targeting me, but it was targeting Alwyn. It's one of the really unfortunate things about this game, because it was also really close to death. Damn, dude, I can't believe I let that happen. I have 3 vital essence right now, so I could have done safety. Dang, just need to slow down a little bit. But that can happen. Rathian's definitely one of the harder fights. This is also the last fight to hatch percent, which is the shortest 80% category. Digital Chingana? Digital, thank you so much for that follow. Alright, let's try that again. Start off with the right one. These Rage Raid monsters are no joke, though. And this double toxic somersault that it does is really, really difficult to do anything with. I went to the wrong weapon. Oh my gosh. You do have absolute evasion now, and that is targeting me. Hammer's fine. It also has absolute evasion. Hammer and bow both do. I just wasn't sure if it had it now. But that's ideal for it to target me for one of those backflips. It's just on the second time that it does the backflip, I have to dodge no matter what, because I don't know where that second one is aimed at yet. Wow, I can't believe we spent that much time on this. And now we're going to have to do it again. So dodge the first somersault. And that hit Alwyn. Enrage, it is now power. So you need to be Ranmar. Yanguruga can tank that at full health, so we'll need to do that. It is targeting you for that fireball, so we'll switch to Yanguruga because it can tank that. If I left out Ranmar, it would have one-shot him, and we don't want that. And then you should have enough kinship. No, you don't. But we will take this double attack here. And that gives us a knockdown. Nice. It's actually good, because that stops that Flame Blaster from coming out, and then we can just keep up the assault. Because I was going to have to heal Yanguruga if it was going to use Flame Blaster next, but since we knocked it down, I don't have to. And now it's back to doing speed attacks, so we can just continue doing this. And we're going to get a ride here. I could probably tank it, hit it next, and then drop it. So we're going to do that. We're going to tank this first one. Win the head-to-head on the next one. 32? Yeah, nice. It didn't target us for this head-to-head. And then we're just going to attack it here, use the kinship attack here to stop the next somersault, which I think it forced it last time, actually, now that I think about it. So what we'll do instead, actually, is we'll just heal and let the somersault happen. Good, he lived. And we lived. Yo, Kuroneko, how you? You are now power. And we'll be able to see where he targets the, or where she targets this first fire breath at. This fireball, which is at Shulk. You can lose a heart. It's okay. Win this head-to-head. Now let's see if we can cancel this. There's Flame Blaster, and if Enrage drops, then it worked. Which the best way to tell is to see if there's a red glow on the ground, but it's kind of hard to always tell with Rage Raid, so we can try to use the animation that it's in to tell. Nice. Okay, cool. It's not targeting anyone. Yep, it's still doing Flame Blaster, so we take it safe. We would have been fine, because at most we can only lose 2 hearts. But it's still doing Flame Blaster there. I didn't see any battle lines, and that's about the only thing that it can do. Yeah, and then the red glow is off of the ground, so we know it's not enraged anymore. And this is a double, so we take this. And this should end the fight. Nice. Alright, cool. That, unfortunately, resulted in about a 5-minute time loss. But it happens. It does happen. The estimate is 7 hours for a reason, and that's why. And here in a second, this will be hatch percent. And that's hatch percent. All right, so now we're learning a little bit more about our little friend that just hatched. It's called hatch percent because that egg that we had hatched into a small dragon. That small dragon is named Ratha, and its wings are damaged. You know, it wasn't quite born right. He's got these little wings that he can't really use for flight, and that's kind of strange for Rathalos. And it makes all the people here in the village really suspicious about the origins of this Rathalos and what it really is. And so they think it is a oh, what am I doing? They think it is a omen of the telling of a tale about the Wings of Ruin. Now, the Wings of Ruin are foretold to bring, you know, destruction to the world and all this stuff. It's a scary, scary thing. And they think that it's our Ratha that just hatched. We are now on a journey to prove that that's not true, that it's not that. And the next closest place that we can go to find out is to an old channeler Wyverian by the name of Old Didi. He has answers, and he has ways that can help us understand Ratha better. So that's where we're headed. So this is Lalaska. Whoops. It's cold here now, which introduces environmental effects. This one is a cold area, so we just used a hot mist there to counteract that stuff. Look at that baby chicken, yeah. So this area is just going to be a lot of movement. Another really good time to talk about incentives, donations, and things coming up. But that was the first probably quarter of the game, right? Hour and 50. And now we are moving to the next larger section. Unfortunate about these last two turns is that they're a little too tight for us to get around with Volcanic. So we just kind of have to do that. So this is Zamtrios. Zamtrios is a pretty quick and easy fight. You will notice that throughout the majority of this, we won't use Ratha, except right now because Volcanic picked not a power attack. Because Ratha right now can't use kinship. His potential is locked, so he actually only gets up to 60% kinship. He can't get to 100. So we're still going to be using Volcanic for our power monster, just so we have that kinship attack and the ability to use that. Probably doesn't really matter too much here, and Ratha would actually be hitting for weakness in most parts, but actually getting the ability to do that, because we can't ride it, it's a little bit harder here. We have to instigate what attacks it uses, and we just don't want to deal with that. Zamtrios has 3 phases. Normal, ice armor, and swell. When it's wearing ice armor, it's using speed attacks. So we're just going to go through the motions here. We're actually just going to ride this until the end here. We aren't going to be using our kinship attack until after the first cycle, because we can't stop the first cycle. You ever go into rare dens? Not in this game, though. In Stories 1 we do, at least on 3DS, to get a blue Yanguruga at the very beginning of the game. You actually are, like, praying for a rare den spawn within the first 30 minutes of the game. And sometimes it doesn't show up, so you have to reset. So now it's doing power attacks. We're going to switch to speed. Fancy little leg break there. We'll now switch to the head. And we're just holding this kinship attack for one very specific reason. We have a friend on the way. Dun, 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 dun. If you ever played Stories 1, you know who this is. It's Avenia and Frostfang. And they're here to help. So they come in riding, so they're going to use kinship. So that's why we want to use kinship right here too, so we can get a big charged level 3 right there. Now, Avenia is an okay companion. She unfortunately does not like using actual attacks and will instead use songs and healing to make up for that instead. So it's really hard to get head-to-heads with Avenia on your team, but you just kind of have to push through it. And this section, it's probably about as long as Alcala. Actually, that's not true. Lobosco's really long. I take it all back. The section's long. We're going to do this exact same thing again. Ice Mantle is speed, so we'll want to be on tech. Could probably just drop it, honestly. And then switch to another Monstie. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Because then now we can switch, because what this was speed. Just want to make sure that we're meeting our type matchup too, only because we'll deal like 20% less damage if we don't hit with the right part, and if we don't hit with the right weapon, it makes it harder to break that part too. It is almost dead. Good crit. Now it's gonna swell. Swell puts it into power. So we want speed attacks next. If I can get some lucky head-to-heads here, I'll stick with Yanguruga so I can get the kinship attack to stop the skill seal at the end. We want speed. And look at that. And it's gonna do 2 speed attacks and then our the skill seal, so we can ride here. And we're just kind of playing it safe, right? Because we don't want to use too many resources. It really wouldn't matter here if I just use that kinship attack immediately, and then the exit would probably have killed it. All right. So we got some movement to do in here. We're gonna pick up more hot mist because we need them throughout this throughout the game. We use hot mist a lot in this game for some reason, and they only give you 3, but you need like 8. So we're gonna turn to the right here and just run straight down to pick up more hot mist. And then before we go into the village here, we are going to be getting the caravan stand that's way outside the village. It cuts out a huge amount of travel time, so we'll definitely want to make sure we get it. Kyle's monster bait. We'll talk about Kyle when we get to him, but yeah, Kyle's monster bait. Oh my gosh. Whoop. Don't worry about that camera. So this is Kuan Village. And it's a really nice place. Kuan's really neat. It's got these very pretty windmills that are like the pride of their city and the sign of their struggle in life. If you ever played the first game, you actually know Kuan already. Kuan Village is where Avinia is from, and it's the village that she talks about where the Black Blight hit the hardest. So which is why she went out on her mission to stop the Black Blight. Now with the Rage Raid, with the Rage Raid phenomenon happening again, they're all a little scared, but everyone here in Kuan knows about Ratha and what Ratha did to stop the Black Blight, you know, way back when. Which was like, you know, I don't even know how long ago they say it was, but, you know, it's got to have some distance because Ratha is old and huge now, and, yeah. This is Mailing Sync. This is what we've been gathering all of those bottle caps for, was this cool purple coat. Hopefully nothing bad are gonna happen to those. Yeah, hopefully nothing bad happens to those windmills. But yeah, those windmills, they had to rebuild them after the Black Blight struck their town, so it's a symbol of like, you know, their strength and stick-to-itness. That's why he's looking off at him right there. So, but they kind of know, you know, who Guardian Ratha is, and they recognize that our Monstie Ratha is a descendant of them. So now they're going to be asking us to do all of these chores. And this first one is helping repair the windmills. Like one of them stopped working or something, and so they want us to help. Yeah, of course, Melba. In this game, there's a lot of time to talk, so I actually wanted to give what the actual story was, because I know not a lot of people are going to play this game. And so I wanted to kind of give what the story was, because like in World, we never have enough time to talk about anything, and the same thing in Rise, so we just make fun of the story the entire time there. So after we talk to them, we are going to, fast travel to the base of Mount Lavina. And we're going to go down to Lavina Forest. Or, excuse me, Laloska Forest. The area is called Laloska, the mountain is called Lavina, and everything gets really confusing. We're heading straight down to that caravan first, because we'll have to come back down here, and it's much faster to caravan than it is to run everywhere. Also, we don't want to run into that gigantic mammoth here. That is a gammoth, and it is a scary, scary thing. Kurdeka, thank you for that follow. Also, Supa, thank you for the raid! It's probably coming. Everyone coming to the Super Raid, there it is. My name is JalBagel, I speedrun Monster Hunter games. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. We're doing a commentary speedrun of Stories 2 to submit to some marathons. No! Monkey. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Flying High Raid. Supa, how are you? Welcome on everybody. Guys, if you don't know who Supafly, Supa is a Monster Hunter streamer. Plays a bit of everything, actually. But he is also a Monster Hunter enjoyer like all of us. Definitely go and check him out. How is your stream, Supa? What were you up to today? What games were you playing? What things were you doing? Is Avalanche in Polish? We learn something new every day. More diamond dust, that feels good. And then we're gonna switch to Puke here. It's actually super cool, Kudo. I did not know that. Did a 12-hour stream, did a sub 11-hour sunbreak, start till endgame? Wait. Oh, wait. Do you mean getting to sunbreak? Hold on, I need to focus on this for a second. We just switched to Pierce here, and we're using technical attacks. So we want to switch to... Do you mean getting to sunbreak, or do you mean the end of sunbreak? So Narcilla is... Oh, no, from start of sunbreak to the end of sunbreak. Oh, okay. You almost scared the shit out of me, because the world record for a start of a new file to the end of sunbreak is like 11 hours or 10 hours or something. So yeah, Narcilla is a cool fight. We're just gonna want to keep it at bay and break this needle as fast as possible. That needle has a skill, this one right here, Sealing Needle, that when it hits a monster, it gives it Skill Seal, and Skill Seal is no fun. We've also got the worst head-to-heads, but fortunately, Avinia is going to take care of it. When it enrages, it immediately uses Tech Seal and then starts using speed attacks. We want to make sure that we don't get hit by that Tech Seal, so we use our Kinship to cancel it. And then we want to break that needle as fast as possible, so we just don't have to worry about it anymore. No, yeah, you did great, Supa. Yeah, it took me 16 hours to get from the beginning to the end. Head, I don't even remember what head is. I have needle and chest is oh, it's almost already broken, so I'll stick with it. And then we just need to pay attention here because its enrage cycle kind of ends unceremoniously. So once its head is no longer red, we're going to switch back to Boldrome. Sorry, there we go. So we switch back to Boldrome. I'm providing a commentary run, right, for some submissions. So if I'm not too particularly chatty, I apologize in advance. I'm going to switch to this. And we want to break that leg next. The leg break gives us a knockdown. Yeah, Supa, no, you did great. GG's on that. It is not easy to do that long of a session and go through the game with like minimal resources. No, please don't apologize. I'll talk when I can, right? Like I just did, you know? So like never apologize. If I couldn't, I wouldn't. Oh, good, they're gonna get that head to head. I do really appreciate it, though, Supa. And then let's go ahead and get the double to break that leg. Oh, I thought that gave us a knockdown. It doesn't. I think I need piercing for the chest here. Oh, it's on the stomach, and the stomach is, I guess, anything. Oh, and now it's enraged, but it's not aimed at us. So that's good. If it doesn't hit us with Tech Seal, I'm actually kind of okay with that. Since it hit Frostfang, I would rather have it aimed at like Boldrome or something, because now it's just going to target Frostfang, since Frostfang can't actually fight back, and since Yanguruga is close to a kinship attack, I'm going to try to get there so we can stop it from, you know, bothering it. Make it survive at least a turn. Nice part break, and it's dead. Good job. All right, cool. Guys, the ad's about starting in about 2 minutes. I appreciate you guys for taking the time to watch that and supporting me this month. Reminder, ad block exists, and subscribing to the channel makes it an ad-free experience. All right, back to Kuan. Really not much that we're going to be doing in between these things. We're just going to be running back and forth to the village chief and to different NPCs in here, progressing story. We found the windmill parts to fix the windmill, and so now they're going to repair that, and we're going to move on with our lives. But there's going to be a bunch of fights in here. I believe fast traveling back is faster. And now I'll have this in a recording, and I'll be able to check. Because the chief is right here. And then we're going to fast travel after this to the base of Mount Lavina. And now we are going to Lavina Mine Caves, which is this way. And we're gonna want to gather as much of these mining nodes, especially the gold ones, as we can when we get up there. Actually got really lucky where we have 2 golds right here, because I skipped that other one because I was already dashing. But we want that diamond dust. We're gonna switch to Puke-Puke in here, and we're gonna use another hot mist. So we're gonna switch to Puke-Puke and items, another hot mist. And we're just gonna be navigating through here and picking up a bunch of stuff and trying to avoid all the monsters. But grabbing all this stuff is gonna do 2 things for us. It's gonna give us a lot of extra stuff to sell, and it's also gonna give us some items that can later be used for quests if we're ever short on quest completion, which we shouldn't be. I've already like mapped and mathed all of that stuff out. Like that shouldn't be a problem. We gotta go this way. A lot of this is just gonna be a running sequence. We're gonna encounter these guys to clear them out of this room. It's a little bit faster just to get rid of them than it is to try to avoid them. Fortunately, no golds in here. Golds are definitely more valuable because they're going to give us a direct trade-in item. But, you know, that isn't always the case. This is why we use Puke. We can just roar and run right through things. We're going to want to go down here. But you can see how much slower Puke is in comparison to something like Buldrome. Nova Crystal isn't great. It's not a trade-in item. There's not one up there, so that's good. Not one down there, so that's good. We'll roar here. And like I was saying earlier, that if we're roaring, we can't like pick up items or interact with things. So we kind of have to be strategic and smart with how we do that. Showdown. Oh, that's actually good. I'm going to equip that. So Showdown's a great one. Showdown increases your head-to-head damage. And double attacks count for head-to-heads. And since we abuse those, we want that. All right, Barot starts out speed, and then he has a phase where he covers himself in mud, and he starts doing tech attacks. So we want to be using Yanguruga, and then use Yanguruga's kinship when it loses its mud. And we can stick with this because just the body's going to take slashing. So once again, we just want to line up all of these head-to-head attacks and get as much damage as we can in on him before he starts doing his mud. Oh, hey, come on, homie. I don't want to take that damage. I could have probably gone and just like not done that. Because I would have taken the damage, then immediately done a ride, so it wouldn't have really mattered. And if it's not targeting here, yeah, it's going to do the mud attack. So it's going to start using tech, so we want to use power. We're just going to spam power all the way through this. Tank the mud spray attack, and then use the kinship attack when it doesn't have any mud on him anymore. But during this phase 2, we can aim at his head and try to break the head to get a knockdown, and it also knocks the mud off of him. Ooh, Avinia got her kinship. We're just going to knock the mud off. This is better. This is still more damage. 819. It knocks it down. We get a big, long knockdown animation where everything is a crit. Quick time event? Nope. And that is not a technical attack. But this is the nice thing about having those specific preferences on your monsters, because they have attacks that you can switch them to by using kinship to make sure you still get the double attacks. And we're going to be using that. I mean, that's just going to be our bread and butter throughout this entire run. You're using Unstoppable. Please don't do that. Do that. Can Avinia choose to play a song while the monster is down and tradable? Yeah, she can. She can like choose to use a song. She can attack something. She can do a lot of different things. Like, the AI isn't perfect. They're more likely to attack while they're knocked down on the ground, but like I've had it before where like Alwyn will charge instead of attacking. All right, so cycle 2, we're gonna want to knock off the mud again, so we're gonna be aiming at the head. And once again, Avinia has a ride. Take that. We'll hit the head. We actually got in a really good cycle where we're lining these up. Switch to you really quick. I mean, yeah, pretty much ZD. That is the wrong companion, but it doesn't really matter. It should die here. I shouldn't have bothered with switching, to be honest. And that can't crit. Still up. Just want to make sure that we're on the right companion. Nice crit. That knocks it down. A lot of levels there, so that's real good. So next is Tobi. We're going to be catavanning back, talking to the chief, and then going to the woodlands. So we're going to go here. Next is Tobi-Kadachi, which is in Velasco Rocky Canyon. This is going to be one of the places that we come back to later to do an additional fight. Alright, so we head down to the woodlands, and we're going to navigate through this area now. Yo, QB. Ride Puke all through these things. Turn this corner. We can jump on Buldrome. We don't need to use a Cool Mist. Don't they like foxes anymore? What happened? And we're going to switch to Nargacuga in here. So this is another track gathering moment, but this one's a lot faster than the other ones. A fox hurt your friend's feelings? Sad. But all we want to be doing through here is just gathering some stuff. These are, you know, always in these spots. So we don't have to worry too much about like random RNG moving them, because it, you know, doesn't. About 2/3 done. Nice. Then we just want to get around this corner and Buldrome to the other end. Nice. All right. So next is Tobi-Kadachi. He starts out speed, and then he has a tech and power phase as well. Starts out speed, so we want Yanguruga. Man, Puke being that close to the top is really throwing me. And then I want slashing, and we're going to aim for the leg. When the tail becomes available, which is after the first time it uses shock, we'll start targeting that instead. Because the tail will give us a knockdown. Ooh, tragic frostfang. And I should get a ride from this. Oh, no, I didn't. Alright, so we have our ride. We can start it now. It's just enraged, so it's going to be using tech. So tech will want to use power. I like how Avinia was using power, then I chose to ride, and then she switched to tech. The AI in this game can be instigated by a lot of things with your companions, and that is one of them, and it is very unfortunate. So we have a level 3 that we can line up with Avinia now. Because this next attack that comes at the end of the electric charge cycle, which that's power, so we can switch to Nargacuga now. And we can use Nargacuga, which is one of my favorite monsties. It's a very cool monstie. So it'll be using power during shock. The tail isn't available to hit yet, so we have to tank through this first attack. Appreciate that lurk, Supa. You're very cool. Damn, ZD, you got me. It's Ice Cyclone. We just want to make sure that everyone's healed up for the Kadachi Windmill, which is coming out soon. Which is right here. I believe we can just kind of ignore it. Everyone's got a lot of health. Good. And then now we can switch back to Yanguruga. I don't know if they call them two separate universes, Kuro. Considering that there is rider armor and rider references in Rise, I don't think so. Alright, so now that we got that, we're going to focus on the tail. And then plus, you know, Frostfang Barioth in World has the same name as the Frostfang we're fighting alongside of right now, so... but they've never, like, canonically said, like, you know, in Monster Hunter World or any of the other main series Monster Hunter games, this is a rider. They've never done that. Enraged is tech, we ride, and I ride. And then tech, we use power. Still targeting that tail, and breaking that tail will knock it down, and that's what we want to do. This one. Ooh, nice. Oh, so close. If that would have broken, and then we got this double kinship attack, the double kinship would have been a crit, and it would have done 2400. That'd have been insane. Nice. Very good, Kadachi. And we got a lot of really good resources on that, which we should have no problem crafting his bow, which we're going to do right now. I love traveling to Kuan because it's literally open the map, press right once, and then hit X, and it's just right there. Which is why this is the default location that I always come back to. So our buying charm is still going on, which is insane. So we can forge the pulsar bow pretty easily. 7,400. I need to sell. That's 38, and then we can sell some weapons. And armor. That was very close. We'll sell some talismans. 79. Forge, weapons, pulsar. And we'll replace the crowbow. Nice. And then the next upgrade that we do, we're also going to be turning in a bunch of quests, so it will be fine. Next is Kezu. This fight is awful. This fight's actually really hard, and done incorrectly can lead to bad things. Oh yeah, that's right. Now, Kezu has an awful attack that it does, which is called Roar. Roar, it does 2 times in a row, and then it does an attack called Thunderfield. That Thunderfield attack and those roars hit everyone, so tanking through it is really difficult. We want to go to base of Mount Lavina. I'm gonna go to the Jagged Cave. It's on this side. Did you notice the bug with the buying charm? Yeah, I did. I mean, because it shows the one value, but that one value is not right, and do I have this marked wrong? No, I just went down the wrong way. Again. I hate this spot so much. It's this one. No gold. All right, Jagged Rock Cave. So we're gonna use a hot mist in here. Right here. And we'll start navigating through all of this. There's nothing else to gather in here too. Just gonna be switching monsties for the different turns. Well, get out of that. Its hitbox almost came back as we were running through it. Gonna run around it like that and hope we don't get hit by it from behind, and we didn't. Very good, because it was coming. It was on its way. Turn down here and then turn left. Then we're gonna go through there. And we're almost up to the fight. So Kezu is really difficult. I don't like this fight at all. Understanding your resources and how to use them here is probably the hardest thing. It starts out tech, so we're going to want Buldrome. But the problem about Buldrome is that it can't tank a Thunderfield. So we have to be very careful. And of course, it's targeting me, but you're using the wrong attack. Let's switch to Ratha just to get this head-to-head because I want the kinship. And then I need piercing on the head. I'm taking this one kind of slow because if I don't do this right and I don't get this head break ASAP, because the head break is more important than the kinship, we'll have a bad time. Alright, we can go ahead and switch back to Buldrome now. Not having that kinship on Buldrome kind of hurts, but, you know, such is life. We just need to break that head as fast as possible. And doing that is just really difficult, because now the 3 tech attacks are done. It's going to enrage and to do Roar, Roar, Thunderfield. And without the head broken, tanking through all of this is nigh impossible. So who has what? We'll switch to Ratha here. I have an idea. We'll switch to Ratha here. And for this, we'll just use strong Ratha skills. So we're going to tank this first roar. Ow. Big hit. Gonna do it again. Ow. And then now it's using Thunderfield. Which I don't think we will survive at all. But I'm using Ratha here because he does have a lot of health in comparison to the other monsties. Good, we all lived. It's a miracle. And then we'll switch back to Buldrome. It's doing technical attacks again, and once I break the head, it won't do the roars anymore. Instead, it'll do 2 power attacks. And then we can tank the Thunder Field with Kinship. There we go. Oh, actually, oh no, because that's spray. I don't know if that'll actually work. Oh, and then body is slashing, so we'll switch. Lavinia, please. So Avinia is going to use hers here. I'm not. This is going to heal her, which means she can, like, tank the Thunderfield when it comes out. Oh, God. Oh, is that so hard? There's the first one. And then, yeah, it's power. Here's the second one. Now I'm gonna ride here to tank this, because I can't cancel it. Because if I use the Kinship attack to skip this turn, next turn it's just gonna use Thunderfield again. I tank it, and then we use the Kinship attack. And then now it's back on tech. And that's not a tech attack, so we'll switch to Ratha. This is going well. We want Boldrome back. We don't want to heal Boldrome. Other strength monsters that you recommend using? Well, so I don't recommend using Boldrome. It's just the best one that I get for this run, outside of Ratha. Because like right now, Ratha I can't really use to its max efficiency. So I'm sticking with Boldrome for the time being. But as far as power monsters go, man, I do not remember what I used to use even. Ooh, that's unfortunate. She's gonna use that. It's okay, I still have 3 hearts. And this might kill it. This might kill it. This might kill it. Dang. It doesn't matter. It's gonna use Thunderfield here. Diablos? Yeah, Diablos is a good one. Alright, good. It's down. Yeah, so her using that Kinship attack during that head-to-head attack made it so I didn't have enough Kinship to ride to tank that, but it's okay. I mean, we had the hearts to get through all that. Hey, remember how I said that fight, the fight that we just did was hard? Hey, the next fight's harder. The next fight is Celtis Queen, and this thing is terrible. So I'm going to be kind of concentrating on it. Adamant, and then I believe... I don't know how I didn't have that. Kinship skills, combining, quests. I think I forgot to pick up the kinship skills earlier, but it's okay. So we're going to be switching this now to an Adamant Charm. It's going to give us more defense, 10% more. It's a marginal increase, but like when you have 100 defense, it gives you 10 more, and that's actually huge. Oh no, I had it here, accept kinship attacks. Okay, good, we're good. I accepted that at the right time. So now, we're going after the Celtis Queen. Another pit has opened up, and we're gonna be going to investigate that. How much defense do we have right now? 30, like 4 or something? Not much. Where am I going? Okay, I'm going to the top. Alright, so now we're going up to the top of Mount Lavina. We're going to the glacial peaks. Yeah, I don't remember exactly how much we have right now. When we do our next upgrade, it'll probably be a better time to see. Because it could be more, I just do not remember. Every little bit helps until we get crit, and then it doesn't matter. Because crits just do, like, 2 or 3 times the amount of damage. I don't really know exactly how they work in this game. Thread the needle, nice. Sleepy pupper. But we're heading up to the glacial peaks now. And we'll be coming to this section twice. There's, like, 2 paths up here. We're going to be doing them at 2 different times. No, this game is not separated into low and high rank. It kind of is, but it isn't really. I mean, like, the low rank would be everything up to credits, and then after credits is high rank, but, like, it's really not separated out that way. I don't even know if it uses that same terminology. I don't remember. I honestly, like, did not play this game much casually. I did 1 casual playthrough of it, and then, like, literally the next week I was like, all right, time to start speedrunning. It was wild. I'm not well, y'all. All right, 2 extra life powders there, and we head up to the geyser. The geysers here are what are used to travel around, and the little geyser attendants are very cute little felines. Look at his little hat. It's a very good hat. This is going to take us up to the next area. And my notes for Celtis Queen are, well, there's something. My notes for this entire area are something, actually, to be honest. We can't skip it the first time that we see that cutscene, but all these next ones it doesn't play. Oh, didn't get around it. Unfortunate. Usually I use Puke or Nargacuga to get around that Jade Baroth, but sometimes you can sneak by it, and I thought I could there. I'm gonna fall off this ledge really quick to grab this box. It's just another flash bomb. And we'll come up here to the geyser. And then this way to another box for another flash bomb. And we'll be on our way. So I haven't used a hot mist yet because I don't want to use it before my safety save. Like I mentioned before, if we lose all of the resources. Like if we lose a fight, we lose all of the resources that we used in that fight. Even moving up to this, let's say I have the effects of a hot mist going right now. When you close, like when you leave your game and go to the main menu, when you open your game back up, all of your effects that were on you are no longer there. And I don't know why they programmed the game that way, but they did. So if you had anything else that's affecting you, like let's say that hot mist, when we have to return to the title and then come back to the game, we just don't have that effect on us. So we have to use another one. So we will start to lose out on them, and that's not good for anyone. So what we do is we safety save first. And then when we come out here, we're going to use it. We're going to jump on that. We're going to switch our Monsi to the Nargacuga, and then we're going to use our item there. And then by the time that we do all of that menuing, we can use stealth on Nargacuga. And then just run past all these things. And he's got a little bit better running speed than Puke, so yeah, we can get through this pretty quickly. Plus he moves really cool. I like him a lot. Alright, Celtis Queen is another Rage Raid monster. It's another one of these pits, right? Like these pits are appearing everywhere, and this red light's coming out of it, and it's pissing off everything in the area. And it's pissed off this Celtis. So Celtis starts tech, so we're going to want Bull Drone back out. And now both of these monsters are going to be attacking us, and they even, like, combine. It just gets kind of nutty. I'm actually going to do this. Leg is hammer. I'll switch to hammer. And we're going to aim at the leg first. Celtis is a lot of very scary attacks, but I want to be building up kinship here, because once they, like, combine together, I want to knock them off as fast as possible. So this is formation right here. Please hit. Alright, good. And that's going to give me kinship. So this first attack that comes out is a double speed attack. Or excuse me, a double power attack. We're going to aim at the Celtis. Ooh, that's actually really good, because if it targets me right here... Oh, wait. Okay, it targets Avinia. Oh, nope, we're good. All right, cool. And we actually get this double. Sick. So the next attack that comes out is a double Celtis Spear, which we just want to stop outright. And then now we're going to knock it off. Please. All right, thank you. And now it can't do the next Celtis Spear attack. It's enraged. While it's enraged, it's using speed. It's going to do speed, 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 and then speed and a charged breath attack. We just have to keep this up. I can't even use absolute evasion. I have full health, so I can actually tank it. It's doing 2 speed attacks here, so I'm going to start thinking about separating out my attacks. Just have to, like, really pay attention to who it's attacking. So, like, in this case, it's attacking the Yanguruga. I'm always going to act before Yanguruga, no matter what. So I have to evade this next attack. It's going to win its head-to-head. It won't get knocked down. We'll get plenty of kinship back. But then, see, I have to evade that because I would have attacked first. Now that I'm attacking first, this is actually ideal because I get to use this attack. I'll go first. It won't be counted as a double attack. I'll get this hit in. Big hit. And then if it targets Cuckoo, which it looks like it did, they'll also do a head-to-head, and it'll win. It didn't do a head... Oh, because it's charge breath. Okay, this next attack sucks. I'm losing a heart no matter what, so we just absolute evade this. Cuckoo's going to get hit by it. There's really no hope that it lives. Usually having a kinship attack here is about the only way that it does. And then it does another attack after. It does... Oh, God. But now it's no longer enraged, so it's back to technical attacks. So we'll want to switch back to Buldrum. It's going to use a Pheromone first to call back the Celtis. And then they're going to start doing attacks like this again. Since it's enraged just ended, I don't know if it's going to do another enraged state. It usually does. Or it'll call this, and then it'll enrage after a single turn. But we'll see what happens. Where are things attacking? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't even know who they're attacking. So I can switch to the bow now to break the head. Oh, wow, they just doubled up on Avinia. But this is a fight that you really just have to read like what the situation is and know what the sequence of attacks are. We're going to switch to the Pulsar bow now. And I'm just going to get the head-to-head with Crossfang. Next is Formation. I'm hoping that this thing... that works too. Because it's gonna snag it right now, and then we can do this double kinship attack to knock it off. This is actually going really well, he says, not knowing. Oh, please, why didn't you aim at the bug? Oh, God, it's so close. All right, good. So that stops the Celtis Spear from coming out. Enraged again. It's using speed, but it's going to go immediately into Brim. Thank you for that lurk. It's going to immediately go and use... Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was going to use Pheromone. Target. Yes! Nice. It's kind of RNG what the next one's going to be. So, you know, I kind of got to pray that, like, either I get outsped by the Monsi that it did target, or that it targets Yanguruga. Looks like it's going to target me or Avinia. That hit me. And then we can separate these. It's also almost close to death. And we can tank the Charged Breath with the Kinship Ride here. It's just really unfortunate because that was the Charged Breath, right? And then now we're just gonna... Oh, I don't have it. You are healing me. I'll just do another... I should be good with another Absolute Evade. Yeah, because now I'm full health. We just can't lose 2 hearts here. Oh, oh, that was so scary. All right, I really need you dead. 540, is that enough? 120, is that enough? 89, is that enough? It's never enough. We're just gonna get kinship here. There it is. All right, that is a very difficult fight. And redoing it sucks. Because that's a 13-minute split. Like, that takes forever. The next couple of fights, super straightforward. It's going to be really easy for the next couple. So now we're going to go back and talk to the chief. Yeah, it's just all about paying attention to your resources and what's happening next, knowing the sequence of attacks. But it can be difficult. Yo, Hayes, how you? Yeah, I appreciate it, Hayes. Yeah, this is the recording, and we've only lost once. So we want to go back to Glacial Peaks, and this time we are going down. And this movement, whoops, is kind of annoying. Like on paper, it looks really annoying, but in practice, it's actually kind of smooth. Oh, yeah, there's a cutscene right here. So next is the Lagombi fight. Yo, Modus, thank you for blessing the run. And then, whoops, we're going to switch to Cephadrome, and we're going to use another Hot Mist. And from here until we finish Lalaska, which is 3 fights, we will not be returning to a village. Celtis Queen could be a Monstie? Unfortunately, no. There are some monsters... Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. I just realized. You need to go this way. Oh, I was just on autopilot there. We're going to cut through here and then go to the left. Now that we're right here, we're going to actually switch to Puke, because he's just straight up in the way. And then switch back to Cephadrome. So these are the hot springs. And we are about to meet a familiar face from Stories 1, Old Didi. Well, that's when you know you got a good mug there, ZD. This isn't Old Didi. This is a Lagombi, and he will not last very long. Lagombi's fight is incredibly straightforward and incredibly scripted, and we can stop everything that it does just over and over and over again, which is really funny. So this is a very quick and easy fight, one that requires literally 0 explanation, because we've been talking about everything that we're doing and like all the decision making, and it's really just, you know, win your head-to-heads, win the rock paper scissors, and then time your kinship attack that it lines up with the monster's, you know, cancelable AI. Take a second and stop talking here. Dude, I never touched my coffee, too. We can ride this. Oh no, Avinia! And it enrage his power. But now we're just building up a kinship attack to line up with Avinia, which it should be this next one since she just won this head-to-head. And then we'll do a double kinship attack on this leg and get a knockdown. can't believe I've been talking and doing as much commentary as I have for 3 hours straight now already. But a lot of these fights are going to become just, like, really self-explanatory or be more or less like rapid fire. So I won't be doing nearly as much talking. Like this fight, I mean, it's already almost halfway over. But I keep doing these as head-to-heads. Yeah, because 216 versus the 140 that we've been doing, but we're lining it up with the AI here. We're just gonna drop it because it should actually kill it. Nice. Don't show weakness. Oh god. I mean, I'll absolutely need someone's help with this one, but we'll figure it out later. Alright, so now that that's done, we have Legiana next. Legiana has 2 fights, the first encounter and then the second actual Rage Raiden fight. So, yeah, we'll get there. It's gonna take 2 encounters to do it. But the first one's super straightforward. We're gonna unlock the Catavan stand here. And then we'll start heading up the mountain. So this is Mount Lovina Glacial Peaks. This is the top of the mountain. It's covered in these really cool areas. We're gonna be using the geysers to navigate all of this area. And I mean, we're going to be going to like less than half of what this place actually has to offer. There is so much to this area that we barely explore, you know, half of it. Who's the beautiful white-haired, red eyes Ice Queen? Oh, the chick riding on the back of our of that. That's Enna. She's the Wyverian girl that brought us Ratha's egg. Leave me alone. And so now she's accompanying us on our adventure. Some mega potions here, and then we're just gonna turn around and use Boldrome. And then what's in here? 1 life powder. I don't think that's worth it, so we're actually not going to go into the feline den. Because this safety save, like, really isn't a safety save. So I'm just not going to do it. Instead, we're going to... Oh, I guess I could have just kept going straight right there. Because it's only going to give us 1 life powder going in there. So we'll just skip that. I don't think we need it. Famous last words. If only we had 1 life powder. But then here's another Rage Raid pit. And a Lagombi, a Legiana, is hanging out near it and is now pissed. So we want to be using technical attacks. We can just aim at the head for right now. But we have to go through an entire cycle with Legiana before this battle ends. So we're going to want to try to do that as fast as possible, and we're going to break its sequence, just making the fight a little bit easier on us, and conserving resources by using a kinship attack at the very end of it. But Legiana has 3 phases, normal, enraged, and then flying, and during its flying phase, its wings become targetable, and will attack its wing then to drop it. But right now it's using power attacks, so we'll want to start using speed. And right before it does go up into the air, it does an attack that hits everyone. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does hit everyone. And can be kind of annoying, especially with Avinia at the amount of health that she's at. And that's also not great. But this is that Frozen Tail Sweep, so it's going to delay us a turn. So then now we have to wait again for it to do the Frozen Tail Sweep. But luckily now they were all healed up. And a single level of the kinship attack targeted at the wings will always drop them. So now we just have 2 more turns to get through. and then we will move on. But this first encounter is super straightforward. Unfortunate quick time event. Especially it's the longest one. This is why I also like Volcanic, because Volcanic can only do one of the quick time events, and it's the fastest one. Whereas like most of the other monsties that we use can just do all of them. You can get a Gammoth as a monstie. Alright, and then that's the fight. It is now Rage Raid. The influence of the light pillar behind it was just too much, man. And it got taken over by the rays. Oh, I realized I didn't put lines on this one, but that's okay. I actually know the movement here. So when that thing got Rage Raid, so did our Ratha for a moment, and he destroyed the windmills. Now everyone's really upset with us. And remember that thing that we said that wouldn't happen to the windmills? Well, it happened. And now everyone's mad. So yeah, Ratha destroyed the windmills, and so now we're beseeching old Didi to help us. Like, hey, Ratha ain't well, and he's like, okay, well, we can do something about that. I'm pretty sure there's a Gammoth monstie that you can have. I thought all of like those elite monsties had it. All right, so now Ratha has been awakened. So he can actually gain 100% kinship, and we can start using his kinship attack. We're gonna do a safety save here, and start heading up back to the top of the glacial peaks again. This time we're gonna go a little bit of a different way. Hello, Gypsaros. Goodbye, Gypsaros. Because see, now this path is blocked off, so we're gonna turn and go this way. I don't really know why they did this. I think it was to help people kind of like navigate through this area. But I felt like they could have just done without it, personally. When we get into this area, there is a vital essence that we're going to pick up. In this box right over here. And then we're just going to head to the fight. We've already done our safety save. We still have the effects of the previous hot mist that we used going on. So we don't have to up one of those again. Yeah, it's at the end of the next zone. Yep. Because at the end of the next zone is the end of flight percent. And flying is useful, just not nearly as useful as you would think, unfortunately, because you can't fly everywhere. Alright, so Legiana's going to enrage immediately, so we're actually going to switch to Nargacuga to start building kinship on this first. But he's going to use an attack called Icy Roar, which is going to make his ice attacks stronger, and then he's going to use Enrage. He's going to go Enrage and then start using power attacks. This fight is really straightforward as long as you have the kinship to knock him out of the air. And that's about the only thing that we have to watch out for. Besides that, we'll want to try to get as many part breaks as we can on Legiana too. We'll want to get its head and its chest, so we can get the additional parts from it. Man, you are not doing me any... Oh, actually, you know what? No. We'll do it with Frostfang. We just need one more of those attacks, and then we'll have kinship for the flight. Which, yeah. I think a life suit will actually put me out of range. Because doing the frozen tail sweep here. Oh, it's so close. And then I'll just need to win one head-to-head here, and we'll be good. You aren't going to win a head-to-head, but we should just be able to, like, hit it a couple times. We'll be fine. Please. Please. All right, good. That actually lines up with Avinia, too. Does it do 2 attacks here? Yeah, and that's because if they ever lose an attack, Legiana just does 2 attacks against them while it's flying, which is why we want to get him out of flight as fast as possible. Alright, and then after this, it's going to go unenraged, so we're going to switch to Yanguruga, start building up some kinship. This is also going to deal additional damage because it's weak to fire. Oh, it's not weak to fire. What the hell is this thing weak to? Nice. Getting close to that head break. But elemental matchup we really don't worry about too much with in this game because head-to-head matchups just deal more damage. Elemental adds a little bit more, but we can't worry about it too much just because of, you know, it takes a lot of effort and resources to do that stuff. I'm actually going to ride here because I think this is going to be a Frozen Tail Sweep again. Yep, it is. Man, look at me knowing this fight. It's just that time it didn't have the Icy Roar to make it stronger. And then once again, drop it. And then we'll switch back to Nargacuga, because it's going to do the exact same thing here again, where it's going to stand up, use Icy Roar, and then enrage. It's weak to electricity? It might be. So there's the enrage. It's using power attacks now. Nice. And then if it's I kind of want to hold this. What are you doing? We'll ride. And I ride. And we'll just keep doing this. Because I can heal right before the Frozen Tail Sweep. Or I can use the kinship attack to stop the Icy Roar, but I just don't think that's the better thing. Oh no, it's just not even going to Icy Roar. Yeah, it's not going to have the stronger attack. Alright, cool. Ow. Did it actually do it? I just missed it? Because that hurt a lot. Dark Thrash again. And then we're just going to keep this out. So I think it'll die here. Very close. Oh, dang. Alright, we didn't get the body break. We were really close to it. I don't know if that was enough Legiana parts for the bow, but we'll see. But yeah, so now we have defeated the Rage Raid Legiana, but we have attracted the attention of another group of monster enthusiasts, we'll call them. They're called the Scrivener's Guild. And the Scrivener's Guild job is to maintain the balance of the ecosystem around the world with the help of hunters. They study the ecosystems and give roles to the hunters, jobs to the hunters, to make sure that, you know, everything stays in check, everything stays in balance, people aren't, like, doing bad things. That's gonna be a problem here later, especially because, one, they took Ratha to study him because they don't trust us with him. Rude. Yeah, I mean, we'll just leave it right there for right now. But yeah, they took Ratha from us, and that's just kind of messed up. So we're doing some quests here to get a little bit of additional money. I'm just double checking here to see what else we have left. Quests is the only one, and Zenny Exchange, which we need to sell more items. So I'll actually do that here. I'm gonna have to reroute a little bit. But this quest that we just did with this NPC who has the best outfit in the entire game is to show her a Puke-Puke, because she's a big Puke-Puke fan. And we have one of those. Switch to the buying charm here. And I have to sell more materials. I'm 6 items short of the Zenny Exchange quest. Because we've been doing really well with money. So right here, we're going to sell all trade-in items. We have none. We're going to sell some weapons. We have the bow. We're going to sell some armor. We have none. Sell an extra talisman. We have none. Okay, good. This is all great. How much money do I have? I have enough. So the first thing that we're going to make here is the Kezu Greatsword. And then the Celtis Hammer, and then the Legiana Bow. damn. Oh no, we have it. We're just short on money. There we go. And then that'll go into the pulsar bow spot. And then let's just sell a couple of other items here really quick. We can sell like that, and we should be good on that quest now. We're gonna buy one other thing here, and I'm gonna go back up there and complete that quest because it should have been done by now. But we're gonna buy 6 sonic bombs. And then normally what I would do here is fast travel back, but since I want to get this quest finished, because it's going to finish another quest too, and just help me with a little bit more money and just a little bit of experience. It doesn't look like a lot, but trust me, it actually helps out a bunch. And we'll fast travel back to the front of the town. Fast traveling to the town puts you at the town's gate. And you can just turn around and walk out. So when you need to go out of the gate, you can just fast travel to it, and I think that's really funny. All right. So, in the meantime, to test our merit as a rider, the Scrivener's Guild have given us a member to follow us around. His name is Roberto. So if you ever played the first one, you know Roberto. He's just kind of like laid back, you know, chill, just dude bro, that all he wants to do is like eat mushrooms and, you know, just relax or whatever. He's kind of a slacker archetype, right? But he was put us into... he was put into kind of like service with us by the head of the Scrivener's Guild, Lilia, another character from the original game. We get tested in the Wyverian Village. Yeah, everyone wants to see if we're even like worth it to have this monster with us, and everyone's just like questioning our ability to do it. That's what this entire game is about, right? Because like even you yourself question your ability to do it, and everyone else around you does, and for all different various reasons, right? But the Scrivener's Guild, they're mostly interested to see what is like Ratha's connection with the Rage Raid phenomenon that's happening, because that's what they're worried about. That they obviously see this kind of you know, unbalance in nature with these Rage Raid pits kind of appearing everywhere. Quick little reroute for money, 5,000 Zenny, just kind of helps us out later, and we fall down here. So Plesioth's a really easy fight, and this is also going to demonstrate why hunters are the better companions than riders, because there's only 3 targets instead of 4, so we can get many more head-to-heads. Plesioth is a tech monsty, so we are going to use power moves, and we're just going to aim at his back first, get that back break, and then we'll start aiming at his tail. Getting the breaks against him, not too relevant. This is why they're really good. You can double attack with the hunter, and the hunters deal a bunch of damage. Roberto especially does a bunch of damage. Ad about to start in 3 minutes. I appreciate you guys taking the time and watching those. Reminder, ad block is a thing, and it's now doing power attacks, so we do speed. And if you sub to the channel, you have an ad-free viewing experience. Appreciate you guys. So the other thing too about hunters is that they do have a kinship attack, and it gradually builds up always to a level 3 level of it. It's gonna do the aqua charge attack, the aqua jet. So I just want to make sure I'm full health for this, because I want to do this attack with Roberto, and I survived. Nice. So we can just break that back immediately, and you saw that it did over 1,000 damage. Doing 2 level 3 kinship attacks with the hunter is insane. It's amazing, and we want to do that all the time. So we'll always try to line up level 3s with them. We can do this right here. You are doing the right thing. Continue to be using speed, please. You are no longer using speed. Roberto, what the hell? Don't listen to me. Just do your own thing. Use speed. Roberto, please! Oh, you're targeting him. I'll let you target him, because he has his own hearts. And he'll probably live. He'll probably evade it like an absolute Chad! Alright, that's it. You're just getting dropped. You can do your own attack on your own. This fight's also almost over. Yep, there it is. Yo, drone. That's Puzioth. So this is one of the few times that we don't get to return to a village after a fight. We're going straight to Cephadrome. And it's going to demonstrate kind of a mechanic that's going to happen with the next couple of monsters, which is ground diving. There are a lot of monsters in the desert, which is this region. This is Lemur Desert. A lot of places that start with L. I don't know why they did that. This is Lemur Desert, and Lemur Desert well, has a lot of monsters like to swim in the sand. And this is, you know, going to demonstrate how we deal with that, right? Because it's going to happen all throughout the desert area. This section's also, like, surprisingly short. It's really straightforward, right? You know, it's more or less just a rush to the end. And I've always appreciated about that. Because, like, we don't go back to Lelucion often. Like, we're going to do one return here, and then that's it. And then we're going to chase down some dudes that we saw in the back alley that we don't like. Ah, Cephadrome. Lovely. Yeah, you don't like Cephadrome? It's Skoy's favorite monster. I'm just going to run here. Getting this turn is, like, super difficult. And then this next turn is also super difficult because of all these Cephalos here. So cutscene. And we just turn a little bit. I said a little bit, not literally 90 degrees. Yeah, unfortunate. But we are almost to the back of this, to this cave. That's probably one of the hardest movement sections in the game. Getting that right, and then can we get past this? Perfect. Probably one of the harder moving sections, because, like, getting clean lines with Buldrome is really difficult because of just the way that he moves. So this is Cephadrome. We're running here and encounter him, but wait, where is he? Dun dun dun! He appeared behind us! Run! So he's gonna always get a surprise attack on us, which just, like, isn't fun, and I don't have his AI written down here. Huh. This slide is not finished. I think he is a technical monstie? Let's find out, shall we? I don't have it written down here. Nope, he's a speed monstie. That's unfortunate. Well, that's not great. Hey, my notes have failed me. Alright, so we need to switch to Yanguruga. And then we just need to pay attention here. So you speed into what? This is ground dive. And then immediately after ground dive, we're going to use our secret little thing that we bought a little while ago, the Sonic Bomb, which we picked up some on the way too. So the Sonic Bomb doesn't knock them down in the same way as breaking apart would. These don't do crits, but it does take an entire turn from them. Alwyn, Kalina. We're still doing technical attacks. Enrage this tech. Let's go, baby. I found it right in time. Yeah, I just completely forgot to put Cephadrome in there. Isn't this the PETA monster from MH1? Yeah, it is. Yeah, this thing is awful. The nice thing is, though, is that after this fight, I will return to the Lelucion, and it does heal us. So, you know, no big worries. We can still use items while we're on the back of a monstie, too. And I'd rather line up my attack with Revertos as well. Like I said, they always do, like, 1.5 damage. So if we were to be doing 100 damage, Roberta does 100 damage and do 150. In this case, it does 1,507, and we don't want to miss out on that kind of damage. Still enraged, so it's still doing tech, so we can still do power here. Does nothing for the replication of Piscine Wyverns. No, it does not. Still doing tech, so we still want power. And then I need to switch to that. Yeah, I completely forgot that one in there. Noted. Need to add that in. We've broken everything on it now, too, which is kind of funny. And there it is. Alright, so the next fight isn't your traditional kind of fight. It is, in fact, another rider fight. But now they come in waves of 2. Oh no. Yo, Froob! Everybody coming on the Froob raid. My name is JalBagel. I speedrun Monster Hunter games. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. We're doing a speedrun of Monster Hunter Stories 2. If you like the games that Froob runs, you'll like this one. Trust me. Dude, thank you so much for the good luck. Yeah, we're doing a commentary run today to do some submissions for a couple of marathons. So, yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, and I will do my best to not throw live on television. But welcome on in, everybody. Froob, how did your stream go today? I hope it went well. All right, we're going to immediately caravan back to the Sedona Barrens. Get to see a run that finishes, too. Yeah. Today was diabolically bad. Oh, no. Oh, well, I'll try to... Whoops, I hit the wrong button there. I also haven't been having, like, the cleanest of runs, but it's also... I literally started a fight with, this should go perfectly fine, immediately into, okay, so I lost this fight at the very end of it and had to restart it. So these are rider fights. We have to reduce one of these teams to... oh my god, my brain is dying. We have to reduce one of these teams to 0 hearts. To do that, we're going to use Puke's attack that hits everyone, and we're going to use Greatsword's attack that hits everyone. But I need to pay really close attention to the amount of health that all of the teammates have, and who's being attacked by what. Riders can only attack monsties. Monsties can attack hunters or riders, and I'm going to do my best to line up as many of these attacks without losing as many hearts as possible. Because if we lose a heart before our attack goes off, the attack fizzles. And, you know, you saw how much that dealt. They only have about 200 health, if I remember correctly. So we'll want to try to line up as much of these as possible that that deal enough damage. I'm mostly aiming for the Nargacuga team. And I'm going to play safe here and heal everyone. That's not enough. DR2 OTR soft locks me on me twice, and Lad just doesn't start. Oh, cool. As in, doesn't start a run, it didn't start. Oh, okay, I was about to say. I was like, wait a minute. Yo, Poke. Oh, Poke. And then how's Nargacuga looking? Alright, so we have a ride, but they don't. So if I take this, Puke's going to get a little bit of a heal. And we're going to aim at that Nargacuga and see if we can't snipe it before it can do anything. Nice, fight 1's done. Alright, fight 2, we're doing the same thing. This is a speed monstie, so we're going to be using Puke-Puke again. And we're more or less going to be doing the exact same thing that we were doing before. We're going to build up charge tackles with the Greatsword. And we're going to be winning head-to-heads to try to build up as much kinship as possible. Roberto and I are going to be bullying this Tigrex, and Puke-Puke is going to be bullying this Hunter. Ideally, we're going to get 2 KOs on the Tigrex and 1 KO on the Hunter. So there's our first KO on the Tigrex. And we just always want to be making sure that Puke-Puke is attacking this. And then what we can do with the rider is this big true wide slash. 88 and 85, that knocks out the hunter. Ooh, but not the Monstie again. But this actually might kill it. All right, so he has kinship and we have kinship. I don't know whose goes off first, so let's just find out. But either way, when you ride, you heal, and that's really unfortunate because that thing was super close to death. So we're just gonna keep hitting it. It doesn't. Losing that heart does not matter. There it is. Nice. Getting past that is not easy. All right, so this next section is Lemur Desert. It's kind of a neat section. I'm trying to get back in my notes to where I was. It's kind of a neat section. There's a lot of back and forth here. But this is when we kind of find out that the people that kidnapped our companion Ratha are associated with the Scriveners. And that's messed up. So we're going to try to save them. But in the same time, Enna gets captured by them too. So none of that's good. That's all bad stuff, and we're gonna go and save them. Whoops. Espion Commander, thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. Also fantastic name. Double checking. I'm only down 1 heart right now. We're gonna be picking up more heart churros. I have 1 right now, but we'll be picking up 3 more in this area. The heart churros are what we're going to use to replenish hearts out of combat, but I won't need to do that until right before I go to the tower. But first, we're going to make a little detour into this Everden. Gosh, I'm still not there. There we go. To pick up more, what's it called? More bottle caps. We're going to be getting more bottle caps out of here and some more Vital Essence. So we're going to take a right here, swerve around these kids, and go to this chest over here. Yeah, Froob, I'm sorry that your runs didn't go that well today. Guys, if you don't know Froob is a Yakuza and RPG speedrunner. I know nothing about any of these games, like Deadly Premonition or like any of the Yakuza games or really anything. But I really enjoy watching his runs because you know how like I'll do commentary once in a blue moon for Marathon. He just does commentary all the time, and I'm super jealous of that because I can't keep up with that. I'm so tired right now, and we aren't even halfway through the run. Happens sadly, yeah, we all have those nights, right? All right, so I'm gonna try something different that I've never done before. Whoops. I am going to just leave. Just gonna leave. I'm gonna go right out the front. Oh god. Woo! Swerve, kid. And to leave these things too, we have to we have to like stop running. It's really annoying. We have to stop running and then run into the... So I used to fast travel back. This is one of those instances where I think fast traveling is a little bit slower, and now I'll have something to compare against. Because we needed to come back up this way anyways, and I feel like, yeah, I just feel like that's a lot faster. All right, so we're going to be grabbing this catavan stand right here, and while I'm doing that, I'm also going to use the heart churro that I have. Oh my gosh. And then we're just going to go right here and just use that really quick. We don't really necessarily need it for the next fight. But, ooh, 2 gold fragments. That was super worth. We don't necessarily need it for the next fight. What I do need it for, oh my gosh, is the fight after that. Partner M. I don't even know what that does. But this fight's super straightforward. This is Diablos. Rage Raid Diablos, actually, but... not necessarily, because there's a fight back there, Kuroneko. Alright, so we need to be using... this is a power monster, so we need to be using Nargacuga. Diablos is a very scripted fight, and we're going to make it look easy. Because we have all the resources that we need here. I need piercing for the leg. There we go. But not necessarily Kuroneko, because there is a fight at the end of that, and if we can't avoid it, then we're stuck in it, and you can't run from it. Nice, good speed attack. 3 double attacks in a row. This is why hunters are superior. Ooh, tragic Ruto. We'll just stick with this. But now it's using ground dive, and we're going to stop that once again with our handy dandy Sonic Bomb. Like I said, a lot of the monsters are going to have the same motif where they use ground dive. This one has another attack that's called heavyweight. After when it's enraged, it's going to use it. It's going to use focus power, and immediately after that, it's going to use the attack heavyweight. And we just need to be ready to cancel it with our kinship attack. So this is one of the few places that we won't be using kinship when we have it. We're going to be waiting to use it when this thing enrages. And then we'll actually go in and use it. Because I want to keep my attacks separate for right now. There's the enrage. Now I can ride. It's doing speed, so we want to use tech. Keep targeting at that leg. It's going to do 2 speed attacks, and then it's going to use focus power, and the next attack will be heavyweight. So we just need to keep an eye on this. Another power swing. Oh, no, one more. Okay. There's that focus power, and then we can cancel this next attack. Oh, and it lined it up perfectly with Ruto for 1,829 damage and a knockdown. Oh, but it doesn't matter because it's Diablos. That's right. This thing doesn't knock down. All right, nice. We are back to doing speed spam, and then I need the bonk to break the horn. Is it okay to ask what time Froob is usually on? Absolutely, it's okay to ask that. Hey, Froob, what time do you usually stream? Which I know is an absolute trick question for you right now, but... Sleep schedules be damned. Yeah, I knew the answer. Sleep schedules be damned. We stream when we can. The best thing that I could recommend, ZD, is to follow Froob and leave notifications on, and when he goes live, you'll see him. That's the best thing that you can do, because that's whenever he goes live, you know? Don't accidentally ride there. I've accidentally, like, rode multiple times, and it's real unfortunate. So it depends on what I'm eating that night. True, true, true. Sleep and schedule in the same paragraph? Yeah, absolutely illegal. Alright, so that kinship ride's gonna heal up Nargacuga. It's sitting at 1 HP is, like, surprisingly safe throughout all of that. And once again, like, we could probably go a lot more aggressive and try to knock it out sooner, because it is close to death, right? Like, it's drooling a bunch right now, but I just don't want to push my luck. We want to make sure that we have the kinship attack for when it does heavyweight, which is going to be right after this. Well, you know what? We got lucky. It died a little bit early. It's just really hard to plan those things out. The next attack, or the next fight sucks. We're going to be doing a safety save before it and hoping that I don't absolutely throw, but I have a really good strategy of beating it now without losing any resources, so fingers crossed. But the next fight is another hunter fight, but it's a hunter and a Ruby Basarios. The only problem about this fight is that their kinship attack is called Ambush Laser. It's really cool. He sounds super anime when he says it. It will 100% kill me every single time. It has a 75% chance to one-shot Boldrum. So we want to avoid that. But every single time you get hit by it, you are poisoned. However, if you're riding in kinship, if you're doing a kinship ride, you can't get poisoned. You just take the damage, and you have increased health and defense while you're riding. So you don't have to worry about it as much. Whereas usually it would put me down to about like 14 health, and then the poison would deal 14 damage, and I would die. With the kinship ride, it's going to put us at about probably like 24 health, and we don't get poisoned. So then we can let it use its kinship attack, and then we jump. Then we use ours the next turn. So whoops, I almost just didn't do that. I almost didn't do the thing that I wanted to do. Get that save in. Nice, level 21. And on to Ruby Visarios. Yeah, no, we'll need the fight music for Basarios for sure. But this is the last leg of flight percent. So this is Lemur Tower, and Lemur Tower is a really cool section. It takes about 20 minutes to do. It's a lot of up and down. Like it's a tower, right? It's really reminiscent of the tower from Stories 1. Just do that quick heal right there. It doesn't use any of our resources. It actually uses another resource called Donuts to do out of combat healing with quick healing. But it's just going to be using technical attacks the entire time, and we want to focus it. We want to focus the Ruby Visarios. If we can, we do. And so we'll just be focusing on that. The only problem about this is keeping health up on the Bullfango, or our Bulldrome, but we just always need to make sure that we're winning head-to-head attacks to avoid that sleep gas that I just tried to use. But then I also need to be winning head-to-heads and getting additional attacks so I can get to kinship when it does. Here we're going to split this up a little bit. And lethal tackle hit! Nope, it didn't. But now we're going to hold on to that. Yeah, okay, so he's using a life powder, and you're using rock shield again. They're pretty scriptable, right? If they aren't attacking, they're using rock shield or life powder, so we can just kind of like just get additional damage in. Now that they have their ride, we're gonna ride. I'm gonna use an herb here actually, to make sure that I'm at max health. Yo, Astral, because now ambush laser does so much damage. But now we aren't poisoned, which feels good, and we can just smack Basarios. Roberto's AI usually heals us afterwards. Hit that thing for 92, and we just keep on plugging. That's a good power attack. And reminder, riders and hunters can only target monsties. Monsties can target either the hunter, the rider, or another monstie. So we will always just kind of like let Bulldrome attack the rider, but he's always going to use like lethal tackle and stuff. Getting through the Basarios is just really difficult. We kind of depend on Roberto to do it. Hi, Johnny. Thank you for that bless. I'll let you do this then, because that's going to be a life suit, and then we can do a double attack here. Oh, Roberto, why? That's actually really funny though, because that'll just put him at full health and increase kinship gain. I was just about to heal everyone though too, which is really unfortunate. That'll put us at max. Oh, the commentary friend, believe in you. Thank you. I hope Pokemon went well today. And now we get this double, and this is going to hit both of them, and it's going to go right through that shield, and it should give us both hearts this turn. 257, 295, 1. And 2. It's more or less a scripted fight now. As long as we can line those things up, like our kinship rides with theirs, it's a perfectly scripted fight, and it's so much easier and so much safer to do. And I love it now. That fight used to be like the bane of my existence. We're going to turn around here really quick and go over here. We're just going out of our way to pick up 2 life essences. I lost Moltres starter and a tentacle. Aw, Sag. Rip the starter. And then you can see that Roberto is down a heart right now. We'll probably leave him there, to be honest, because I don't think he's going to need full hearts. And we will need to heal up Bulldrome at some point, but we might be able to get away with letting Roberto do it. It's time to face down Raising Ratha and soon Oltura. Soon, Astral, you got this. Oh, wait, or you mean me. You got Nergi, Tigrix, Tobi, God, Mizu, and Puke-Puke. Good, good. So yeah, this entire sequence is going up and down elevators. There's a lot of gathering, a lot of movement through here, and it's actually like really, really neat. A lot of it is pretty inconsequential, but there's 2 more fights that we have to do in here. A Monoblos, and then the Black Diablos, which is our Rage Raid victim at the top of the tower. Tobi might be your best option against Raisewing Ratha. Yeah, probably. You would actually, surprisingly enough, damage is less of a problem on Razewing Ratha, and it's more surviving its Savage Fireballs. So I don't even know if damage actually helps you go faster. I do think I noticed that dealing more damage helps you skip a phase, but that's about it. And I'm able to do that with just electric weapons. Yeah, it just has to do with mostly how that fight actually operates Astral, because I don't think it actually has HP. I think it's just getting through all of its scripted attacks. Namiel is not in this game. 2 more Sonic Bombs there. They're just extras just in case, because we should end with like 4 or 5 if everything goes right. Yeah, you'll be fine for Razewing. Pack and bolts. So we picked up 13,000 Zenny in there too. It's just more stuff to help us with our upgrade later. And then now we're gonna go and run up and bother a Monoblos. And there it is. Oh wait, my frames dropped at the same time this happened. Tragic. The ground fell out. So the first time that I did this, I thought that was random and that could happen like anywhere. It just happens there. Thank goodness. The floor just randomly falling out from underneath you. Alright, so we approach it from this side now. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to switch to Puke. And go through here safely. So there is a Catavan stand right there for backup just in case. But we don't need it. We're not going to take the time to do that. Monoblos, very straightforward fight. No heavyweight. It just has the ground dive stuff. Start speed, enrages power, and we're going to want to use the bow the entire time. Starts speeds, we want Yanguruga. Enraged is power. And we'll want to use the Glacial Arrow. And aim for the leg. The leg gives us a knockdown. A lot of these fights are really straightforward. And this is probably the most straightforward in the tower. Because we'd have to pay attention to literally nothing. Because it can't it doesn't do anything in one turn. It always takes 2 turns to do, like, other things. But it just doesn't do those things. So after the ground dive here, we're going to use our Kinship Ride. That stops the deadly dive from happening. We'll ride now. And it's still going to do more speed attacks before it goes enraged. Bo is curled up in the most perfect little circle in his cat bed, and it is so cute, and I don't know if I can finish the speedrun now. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. He's so precious. I love him with everything. Get back down, you idiot. You can't see him. He's not there. I don't remember what this thing does at the end of its enraged cycle, so I'm just gonna wait for it to get to the end and then cancel. Oh no, it's just ground dive. Yeah, okay. Never mind. It's just gonna get tripped. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't have like a heavyweight or anything like that, so we should have done that lineup with Roberto. That's my fault. Oh, he's so good. I looked over at him again. If I could, Yami, I would grab that camera. I would point it down so fast to show you, but I just can't do it right now. I'm so sorry. Oh, he is the preciousest little boy. I'm just gonna ride this now. There's literally no reason not to. This fight's weird. I want to like figure out a way to make it faster, but Mega Sag, I know, I'm sorry. And I want to like figure out a way to fight it more aggressively, because like I think we can. We don't need our kinship attack for anything in particular, and when it does its ground dives, we just have plenty. We have plenty of sonic bombs for it. Even this stops it. It's gonna do ground dive again. Ket needs to be in GDQ submission. Well, if he gets back up there, he might be. He likes it up there sometimes. Ad's gonna start in about a minute. I appreciate you guys watching those. Reminder, ad block exists. And of course, if you sub, you do get an ad-free viewing experience. I appreciate the support this month as we run those. Thank you. Look at me closing my eyes and doing this fight. Enraged. Oh wait, so we actually have to switch now because I can't instigate Ranmar to do a speed attack. So we're just gonna switch here. Or not Ranmar, Yanguruga. You should know better, Nargacuga. You should know better! Alright, cool. Very straightforward fight. As long as we just don't make any mistakes, it goes down quick. Alright, the next couple of rooms are real fast too. We'll also have to navigate them and get up to the top of the tower. Yeah, I didn't do my line quite right there. But getting around the edge here, it can be a little difficult sometimes. Like this thing just kind of noticing us is really unfortunate. And then this Tigrex could be in a weird spot sometimes too. He might be a little further up, which means we'll have to use Puke again. We should be fine here. Because with the Tigrex, we kite him into this barrier, and then he can't get to us. Like you see the red dot on the map, it just stops. So we can just dash into here. We just have to kite him into that. The nice thing is that the monsters always take a beeline approach whenever they try to catch you. Damage thresholds when he reacts? Probably. I think that might be right. I don't know 100% Astral because I haven't like really tested out like trying anything differently there. So yeah, I guess that's really fair. But I do know that he always has to do those attacks to finish. So like using kinship to, well, it's mostly you can like use your kinship to stop the Savage Fireball because you can't stop his Sky High Dive. 15,000 Zenny there for more future upgrades. Just all of this money is going to really help us out with finishing the run because we still have 2 more sets of upgrades that we want to do. And then I used to use Boldrome here, and I'm just not worried about that now. And then go this way. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if that was a health gate, though, or if that was just a certain number of attacks. Though it makes more sense if it's a health gate to get him to do the specific things. Sky High Ho! Yeah, no, we'll get the Sky High Ho. We'll for sure get the Sky High Ho. So this one's got to go back down to 5. And we're going to cut across this entire area. And if we get really good line here and really lucky spawn locations, which we didn't... Ooh, can we still go around you? Ooh! Oh, turn! Oh, crap! I pressed the wrong button. Hi, Bram. How are you? There's that triple fireball phase. Let's go. He should only do triple fireball once and then do Sky High Dive. All right, Black Diablos. Very easy fight. Again, it's actually really funny that this is the fight that ends flight percent. So we want speed, and we want slashing the legs, so we'll stick with this. When he enrages is when he does the heavyweight attack. He'll enrage, use 2 speed attacks, and then the third attack in his enrage is heavyweight. We just have to make sure that we win all of these head-to-heads here so we don't lose any hearts after that focus power, and then he's going to do a ground dive. He's bragging with his skills. This is also the last monster that we need Sonic Bombs on, so, you know, we have like literally no worry of running out. We're also gonna wait to do our kinship ride until it enrages, right? She's full of Angie, she really is. Yeah, Black Diablos canonically always female. Yep, good. There's our enrage. So we're gonna do 2 speed attacks and then heavyweight, so we just have to pay attention. There's speed attack 1. Speed attack 2. And cancel this with a double level 3. 1998, good year. Raise your hand if you were born that year. Horn is piercing. What a good damage number. That's really funny. Millennials. Ooh, whoops, wrong attack. There we go. Almost made a big mistake. Horn. Horn is bonk. Tail is pierce. I have these marked wrong. Edgy assault is over. Pug. Oh, this is ground dive. That's right. Oh, I need to switch to hammer after this. Unfortunate sharpened blades out of Nargacuga, but we're gonna let it do that. Man, Nargacuga does not want to use the right attack here. It just wants to use Spike Bomb. I tried to use Spike Bomb 3 times in a row. Enrage. We're gonna ride. 2 power attacks. Or 2 speed attacks. Right? We're gonna use Technical. Technical. And then drop it. Oh, that was the Vengeful Tackle. Oh, no. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's actually scripted sequence. And then it should die now. It's out of Enrage. Yep, scripted sequence. That's right. Because that's it. It does the Vengeful Tackle and then tries to attack again. But because something is broken, it doesn't do heavyweight anymore. I don't know what it is, but it just stops doing heavyweight. I think it's because the leg is broken, but I haven't done enough testing to figure out why. All right, there we go. But yeah, I don't have that written down. I do that to myself every single time. That's Black Diablos, a 346 flight percent. Feels good. Well, actually, flight percent doesn't end until we get to this cutscene. This is also a really good cutscene. If you ever play this game casually, watch all of these. They're amazing. Each and every single one of them, especially this one. It's my favorite in the entire game. All right, so now... we have rescued Ratha and Enna from these, like, poachers, and Ratha learns how to fly. His little, stubby wings, they grew and sprawled out, and now he can fly. And so, because he can fly now, we're gonna be, we're actually traveling to a feline village that Enna mentions that might be a good place, to find leads, on something. I don't remember what. So we're heading to an area called the Pit of Remembrance. This pit is actually where Red died. And so we're kind of like returning to, you know, an ancestral place. And then right outside of this area, that the giant pit is right behind us, by the way. I know it doesn't look like a big pit right here, but it's right there. That's why it's called the Pit of Remembrance. Not because of this other one that we're about to see. But there is supposed to be a feline town up here. And, well, something happened to it. Because now it's just a big hole in the ground. And we also see that, can we see it from here? Yeah, you can see the Rage Raid light coming out of it too. And there's a giant hole in the ground. This is Crimson Kurapeko and Plum Daimyo Hermitar. This fight is awful. This fight is hard. KO on the head. It starts tech. We need to focus this idiot as much and as fast as possible. Big dumb bird is right. So right now it's doing 2 attacks while it's doing these tech attacks. We're more or less going to ignore that, more or less, because we can actually separate it out here. Its head is weak to bonk, and we can actually separate it out now. And now we have a ride, which we can use to cancel this next attack that it's going to use. But it has this attack called Voice Mimicry, where it brings out a Plum Daimyo Hermitar, and makes our life a living hell. But we want to be targeting this thing as much as possible, and we want to get rid of it as fast as possible. Alright, we can switch now to Ratha, and I'm going to pray and hope that Ratha targets... Okay, good. He did. Yo, Wisneo, welcome back. But we're going to be targeting Crimson Kurapeko and ignoring Daimyo Hermitar. I'm just going to be watching our health and making sure that we stay healthy with that Hermitar doing things over there, because eventually he'll start getting 2 attacks, and it's really obnoxious. That's not the attack that I want you doing. Good air showdown. Yeah, he'll start using speed when he enrages. I am gonna ride this. Just replenish health. And to stop one of these attacks. Can we catch a normal Rathalos? I think you can. Alright, I'm gonna do this only to win the head-to-head and build up some kinship. Alright, that's enraged your speed now. God, I hate this. I don't know what decision to make. Let's do this. Careful. Alright, you're enraged. You're also now speed. You're going to use a song here first. Just going to do this. Your speed. Let's switch to Yanguruga. Please target the bird. Bird, bird, bird. Nice. Focus power. We have 3 hearts still. Head to bed, go run. ZD, thank you so much. So that focus power always leads up with a bubble breath. I knew that KO was coming. It's no longer in rage, so we're gonna switch back to Ratha. So it's going to use Fatigue Song here. And we just want to get through this bird as fast as possible now. Because then we'll deal with the Hermitar after this thing is done. Nice big heal. That was tech attack on the crab. Alright, good. This is down. You just used a tech attack. I can switch to my hammer and do a attack here. When it enrages, it does 2 speed attack. Yeah, it's going to enrage after this. This is hard body, and it's going to do speed, focus charge, and focus power, and then the bubble breath. But it's doing speed now, so we can go back to Yanguruga, and its kinship is already almost fully charged, so we could use that to stop the actual bubble attack. Speed now. And I ride. And then we skip a beat, because it's going to use focus power first. It's a bait, focus power. Though if we use focus power to stop that, it does make this next attack a lot weaker. Or we can just stop the attack. And then not have to worry about healing. Alright, then now we're going to bring Ratha back out. And is there a pet the dog incentive? Because pet. So pet is actually useful here. It is healing that costs no kinship. It actually gains a little bit of kinship. And it's just to kind of keep up with the damage that this Scissor Guard is going to do. Because every time you hit Plum Daimyo here, it's going to attack back. And I don't like attacking into that as the rider. So I just use pet to kind of like skip those turns. And I always just thought that was funny. We'll ride on the next one. Yo, Cheeky! How you doing? We'll ride here. Because then after this one is going to enrage. This. Hard body. Yo, Melly! How are you? And then speed attacks, which we want tech. Speed. Speed. Once Pet goes out of the way, this fight's a lot easier. Skip a beat. And then kinship. And that gives us our level 3 kinship on this. Stops the bubble breath. And then... Whoops, wrong one. Still the wrong one. Pet. We're now in a sequence of attacks that are 100% scripted. Oh, ouch. Did you not? Maybe? You're using the wrong attack. So we'll do this, and then I'm going to use Spinning Meteor right there. Doesn't do a ton of damage, but it allows me to use that up, separate this out, deal about 100 more than I normally would, right? Because that was about 500 and we did 400 here. So we can ride here, he'll back that up on Ratha. It's going to use Hard Body, and then it's going to use 2 speed attacks. We're getting close to this thing being down. These just kind of take so long because we had 2 monsters to go through, and they both have so much health. And both do, frankly, really annoying things. Oh, did I mention that that was flight percent? Did I mention that that ended flight percent? Immediately after the Black Diablos? I don't know if I mentioned that. That's flight percent. Alright. Pomor Garden is a very quick, very fast, very easy section. There are 3 fights here, and it's more or less a sprint to Turga, which is a good thing because I have to pee, and there's no way of taking a break. But we still got some time here. And now we have flying, so when we get to the like central area, right, we can fly there. But then like all the little offshoots, like the caves and stuff, we can't fly in those. And flying is great. As long as we get a running start, we get this like forward momentum flight. And we can use it to cut over areas that, you know, you can't run in. So we can kind of just use that to go a little bit faster, a little bit further. Green, I appreciate that lurk. Have a good cook. So that gigantic hole that was in the ground, there was a village there, a feline village. I really wish we could have seen what that was, and it really upsets me that we never will, because, oh my gosh, could you imagine how cute that would be? Just a city full of cats. So they're hiding out in this cave instead. And while they're here, they're being threatened by some monsters that are around, and so we decided that, yeah, I mean, we can help you guys out. So that's what we're doing now. Also, while this is happening, we're still being pursued by a hunter who we don't really know yet, but he is being kind of, you know, he's been following us for a bit. Bunch of displaced cats. Actually, you know what? We're gonna run on Ratha because he's got a pretty decent run speed, and we can't really get around this with Boldrome, and then we'll switch here. This is Bloomburst Grove. We're more or less just running to the very end of this as fast as possible. There's no gathering in here, and the fight that we have to do in here is actually not even a real fight. We just fight a Misazune for the first time, and then we'll have to re-encounter it again later. But this will instigate a certain someone hiding from us to come and help us. Thinks we're helpless or something. I'm just saying, like, if you could live in this world, you'd live in the city full of cats. I'm just saying. Alright, so this is Misazune. Misazune is a tech user, so we'll just use Ratha, because now we can. We're actually like in the part of the game where they let us use Ratha. We want to use slashing on the leg, and more or less ignore everything else that it's doing. We don't really want to kinship attack through this. We just want to kind of attack as much and as fast as possible through this sequence of attacks. That is not what I wanted to do, but it is what I did, so we're just going to do this. I'm going to get off the dog. That should be Bewitching Bubbles. Okay, that actually works. There would be so many puns. So now that he used Bewitching Bubble, this guy feels the need to come in and help us. He's like, hey, you don't look capable of doing anything for yourself, so we'll do it for you. But worse, this is Kyle. And we'll have Kyle, we'll have Kyle as a partner for the rest of the game, and it's really unfortunate because Kyle is awful. Sure, he is a hunter, which is really cool, because it makes the monster AI a lot more favorable to win head-to-heads, but he's also using bow, which makes him awful, because of that charge skill that they love to use. Yeah, give me Kana back. Actually, no, just let me keep Reverto forever, please. Alright, so we're gonna go back to the shelter. Oh, personality-wise, I really don't care about him. It's his... he is just awful at this video game. Like, he is just really bad at this game. Because he likes to use charge a lot. Like, he prioritizes charge over practically everything. And as a person who's trying to get head-to-heads, that is just not helpful. I think your rider goes flying when they hit by a big attack, yeah. Alright, so this is the next fight, Lagiacruz, or Lagiacruz, or Laggy Krusty. Just depends on who you ask. I need to switch to Bonk, because we're going to aim for that tail. And he starts out power, so we're going to switch to speed, that's Nargacuga. And we're going to unleash. Yeah, we hit the big crocodile. the flattest friend around. Just making sure that we're winning head-to-heads here, so we do not, or winning with double attacks, so we don't take additional damage and deal more damage. Game froze up? Oh, yours did? Oh no. During this phase 2, Lagombi will electrify its back. In Rage, it's now doing speed. Tragic. Want to switch to Yanguruga? But he's going to electrify his back towards the, like, at the end of his cycle. And it will want to get that back break, because that back break will result in a topple, and stopping him from doing a really big attack. We're generally going to save our kinship for that, but we could get it without. It's just getting through that electrifies phase is important for keeping up pace with this fight. That is unstoppable. I need to switch that. But now we have our ride, and Kyle is almost up to full. We just need it to enrage. The back is weak to bonk. Yeah. I have it all in my notes. He's unfortunately going to use Electrify now, and Kyle's going to stop at a turn from using Electrify, so I'm just going to ride now to kind of cut out some of that time. Kyle's attack also is a multi-hit attack, a multi-target attack, so if we don't combine it with our kinship attack, it doesn't deal any part break damage, which is going to be very important later in the game. This is now technical, so let's use power. Just get a little damage on that, and then we'll drop it. Ooh, very close. Oh, Kyle, please. Kyle, you cannot be that stupid. Get on the ground! We can switch back to Nargacuga now. Oh, man. And I get to do something very fun. I get to use Spitting Crater, or Spitting Meteor, while it's toppled. Ugh, 653 damage feels good. I do not care if it resisted it. That feels good. I need to switch to, the Greatsword, though. And then Monsties. And now it's back to power. We just go through the motions again. Do you always use Nargacuga, Rathalos, and Yanguruga, or do you use other Monsties too? It depends, but those are the primary ones that we're going to be using, because all of their kinship attacks are going to hit a single part, so we can use it for part break. And also, those Monsties just have more health than the other ones, except for Yanguruga's case. In that case, Puke actually has more health, but his kinship attack only hits everything, so you can't use it to break parts. And then Boldrome's case, yeah, we pretty much just won't use Boldrome anymore if we have Ratha, but there's a bunch of times when we just don't have Ratha, so we just can't. Please switch to technical, Kyle. Thank you, Kyle. Kyle will follow you all the way up to Oltura. Yeah, it is unfortunate that he is with us that long, but you know, we deal. I have a much better understanding of how he works, and I lose a lot less runs to him now, which is nice. So it's gonna go enraged here soon, which actually I'm gonna ride this now so I can start building this up. Or it's gonna go electrify soon, I should say. This is Electrify. Ooh, Kyle might actually have level 3 here. He does. Nice. That's perfect timing. 1,476 and weakness, and then we're going to switch back to Nargacuga. We've gone a long way from dealing like 4 damage a hit to now dealing over 100 a hit. But we're more or less just in the motions of this fight now. And what's really funny is that the next fight is the end of Pomor Garden. And it's a Rage Raid monster. It's that Mizuzune that we just saw. And that fight's hard. It's really difficult. I'm going to more or less kind of trip all the way through it. But we're going to do our best. Sag Sky. Go put him in the bath or something. That's what I would do. I'm a problem solver, Sky. Bring me your issues. I'll solve them for you. Cold toes? Go take a shower. Oh, it's dead. Sick. I was wondering how much longer that would go. Laggy parts too are really good because they will be used for a backup hammer, but not the primary hammer that I want to use. So we're gonna head back to the shelter. They're actually just kind of drag us there because Orgo, the big brown cat that we just saw there lying on the ground, was accosted by that Mizuzu or that Lagaya Back to the garden and on our way to Mizuzune now. We're gonna head to Haze Petal Grove or Haze Petal Garden. These are some of my favorite named areas too, and it's very reminiscent of the Blossom Path in Stories 1. Alrighty. Stop running here, it's just a lot easier to line this up. A bath under your table? Absolutely not. Go, like, to the bathroom where the shower is. You absolute insane human being. Oh, dude, I actually went the right way this time. No! What? He swung his head back into us? Rude! How dare! The sponge is a bully. We want to get on this side of this guy. Alright, we're good. So we're making a little detour to another feline burrow. We will be using a safety save in here because everything in the world is scary and wants to murder me. Especially this Mizuzune. There you go. Why did the lights in my house get a little darker there for a second? That was super scary. I thought my power was going out. Oh my god. How beautiful. 2 ads in a row. I am running ads on the channel, Kuroneko, and I believe an ad session just ended. I just forgot to announce it. But pre-rolls should be off. For those that join in. And I'm gonna switch to Nargacuga here because there's like a big serpentine. Alright. Mizuzune. This fight is hard. And there's no way to stop anything that it does, and it's really upsetting. But it's going to start out with tech attacks. We're going to switch into Ratha. It's going to do 1 tech attack and then 2 bubble attacks. Excuse me. And then it's going to enrage, and it's really obnoxious. We're going to target that leg first. And then now, it's just using bubble attacks, which is really obnoxious. I'm going to try something here. I'm not using this kinship on Ratha anyways. Because we can tank both of these. Now, does this hit? Oh, that missed. Hey, that hit. Alright, cool. And it's going to use Bewitching Bubble again. So now it's going to do speed attacks. We want to switch to Yanguruga. And we're going to heal everyone up. So now it's doing 2 attacks during this. So this is attack 1. We need to count to 4. Ow! This is attack 2. This is attack 3. Keep everyone full health. After the next attack, it's going to use a speed attack and then an attack called Blue Moon. And as long as it doesn't target me, we should be okay. Oh, wait, no, I can ride through it now. Nice. All right, that actually works out really well. Because I can ride through the Blue Moon attack now. It's still using speed attack, so I want to do this. So it doesn't knock me off, but I don't lose the heart. And that's the big important thing here, is not losing the heart. So now it is out of enraged, and it's back to using tech attacks. So we're going to switch back to this, use a power attack, and hit that leg. And then we just have to go through the motions like that. Kyle's going to stop one of these bewitching bubbles, which is nice. And then I'm going to heal up Ratha for the next one. Oh god, it's so close. I might be able to get a ride with him for the next one. Where is this targeting? Me? Nah, we'll switch. Well, Yanguruga has no kinship. Oh, shoot. Alright, I kind of have to do this. He went first, dang. Alright, we'll see where this targets. Live? Nope, he didn't. That's unfortunate, but oh well. Now I need to switch to you and heal you, but I'm going to use Ratha to survive the Blue Moon attack at the end. That was my thinking, since this thing didn't have enough health to do that. This is a very resource-heavy fight, and that's why I'm like really paying attention to it, not really explaining what I'm doing, because I'm literally just trying to survive. That was 1, that was 2. This is going to be 3. Who's it targeting? And that's a knockdown. Nice. I got that leg break. That's perfect. I'm going to save Cuckoo's kinship. Switch back into Ratha. And then, skills, we're going to do this. Actually, no, we're just going to switch to this and start breaking the tail. That's a better idea. Yeah, so that leg break is what got me that topple there, which stops the Blue Moon. One talkative bagel, please. Coming right up. Break that tail. So close. I'm going to ride here, which will fully heal me. And then we need to align this with Kyle. We need to, like, absolutely. I hope you guys are doing well tonight, Kitty Bit. This run's been actually going pretty well. Level 3, nice. And he's turning blue, which means he is almost dead. 1,373. This is another bewitching bubble, and the body is weak to bonk. Off work, time for game? Hell yeah. Alright, Enrage. So we're going to switch to Yanguruga now. We're just going to keep doing this thing, the thing that we've been doing. This has been working really, really well. This is why we have all these life powders, right? Because we're surviving the speed attack when it uses it against us. Just like that. And then when it uses the speed attack against us, we can switch weapon here. And we can win our head-to-head. There we go. Nice. That's super clean. Losing 1 heart on that feels really good. All right, cool. That doesn't feel like a lot of materials from Misazune, and I'm trying to make its armor and its bow. We might miss its bow, which means we'll have to find a backup. I'm not really sure what that would be, but that still feels really good. So we just have to go back to the feline shelter here, and then we're going to head to the Turga Volcano Trail, which is a cool section. And now I have a safe strat for the fight there. I'm ecstatic. Let's go. This all feels really good. Back to Pomor Garden, and we're heading northeast into Turga Trail. Want to make sure that we're running a little bit before we start flying, so we get that forward momentum. And into the Turga Volcano Trail. It is exactly what it sounds like. It didn't give it to me yet. I think it did, actually. Yeah, there they are. It is a trail that goes into a volcano. This place is really cool and leads to some other really cool places. But while we're traveling through here, we have this little problem where these gigantic rock deposits are in the path, and we have to break them. Son of a gun lance is one of the best lines that Navidu ever says. Also, we have Navidu is here. He never really comes up when we do the speedrun because, you know, we skip over everything that he says, and that's probably a blessing. So in each of these areas, we have to gather a Turga Nitro Shroom to be able to blow up those gigantic rocks. So we will be kind of pathing around things. Yeah, I was heading right for that. I should just switch to Puke. Go right up. This is what the Turga Nitro Shroom looks like. We grab that one right there and head right on up. And here we're going to switch to Puke and Roar. By the time that Roar ends, we'll be able to grab this. And Roar again. Nice try, kid. And right on through. But we need one Turga Nitro Shroom for each of these locations. Well, right off here. Like for each of the explosions, we're gonna need one. And I believe that was it's almost the last one that we'll need. That's the last one before our fight that we'll need. Wow, you are really just like right there, aren't you? You're like right in the way, aren't you? So we actually, I'm not going to do the safety save up here. I'm actually going to skip the safety save because I am very confident about my ability to do this fight now. Like we'll lose 1 heart on it, but it's a scripted 1 heart loss. The next fight has a mechanic, called rock bombs. The Urigan is going to place a bomb on the ground and then he's going to try to blow it up with his chin. He'll put 2 on the ground, and one of them will always go off because we just don't have enough time to break both of them or enough kinship. So I'm going to want to use the hammer and Nargacuga here, and we're going to break his tail as fast as possible so he can't use it anymore. We're going to stop him from putting rock bombs on the ground. After that, we're just going to use Ratha and kinship to kind of Unga Bunga our way through the rest of the fight. It's actually pretty neat. I really like this fight. Now, there was a time where I hated this fight. But all we're going to do here is just target that tail. I feel like I should use that and just do the killer strike on it. I will do this right here, though. the killer tail on that, and then I will attack your tail. So we need to get rid of this one bomb, because it is a threat. And then he's going to try to put down another one. So I'm just going to do this meteor hammer right there. Because he's going to put down this other one. That'll blow it up. But this next one that he puts down, he's going to immediately try to detonate. So we can't really avoid this. So my hope is here is that he is targeting me with it, which it doesn't really look like. So actually, you know what? It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to target the tail and get a little extra damage in on it and see who he targeted here. So I think it was Nargacuga, but it really doesn't matter because I'm only going to take that one heart and then none else for the rest of the fight. Because now he's going to do this one last power attack. He's going to enrage. I broke that tail, and we got the ride, which is perfect because he's going to do the tail bomb spin here, which we just want to avoid by riding, and we're going to start aiming at the head. So that's okay. We're now just going to build this up. There's one. There's two. And then we kinship. Scripted. 100% every time. And then now we just finish the fight. He's not going to place bombs anymore. So all we have to do is just keep attacking him here. And we just need to make sure that we had kinship before he enrages. We got lucky with the quick time event, because that'll give us kinship. We're going to ride during that. And we have enough life to survive that. So we'll just go ahead and use a speed attack on the head. And we're going to switch to power. Just like that. There's one. I'm actually going to drop him here, because he should unenrage right now. And then now we're back to speed attacks. And that's not a speed attack, so let's switch to Ranmar. We should be able to do the same thing with Ranmar. But he'll probably also die before we actually get to the enrage again. But that's okay, we'll just ride here. Very good. And kinship. Nice. And, I mean, we have two monsties at 1 HP. Doesn't really matter. Because we're going to be able to get back to town before anything bad can happen to them. We also still have 2 hearts. So it's actually perfectly fine. There was a time where that fight was very scary and very difficult, and I'm really happy that I have it down that well now. Whoops. We want to switch to that, grab that, and stealth. So to the right there is a backup 10 coolness. I don't need them to do the run, but they are good backup in case you aren't confident in your ability to do these fights in one try. Or planning out your coolness appropriately, because you need exactly 3 coolness to do what's required. This is the Showdown Large Talisman. We've had a Showdown Small. This is a guaranteed Showdown Large, which is a huge DPS gain. Every head-to-head attack, including double attacks, are going to get a DPS bonus now. The Small was like a little itty-bitty bonus. The Large is gigantic in comparison. So we're walking through this kind of field, and it's just a bunch of these, you know, rage ray holes everywhere. And in the middle of the field, tentacles spring up out of it that are larger than life. But then someone from, you know, Stories 1, someone from our past, Shevel appears to save us. And Shevel's a troubled soul. He has a partner monstie called Rathy. It's a Rathian. Who would have guessed? And now he's going to be accompanying us throughout our adventure in Turga. Shevel is alright. He is like 50-50, you know, a good partner. We're going to go into here first, and we're going to get the last little bit of bottle caps that we need to finish out the run. We're going to get our last, one of our last weapons here in a second, Sword and Shield called Eternal Strife. It's a very edgy name. It has Dragon Element, and SNS just does a lot better at separating attacks for double attacks because it doesn't need another resource to do it, and it does a lot of damage. Like, Hammer needs charges, Bow can do it, but it doesn't do a lot, and Greatsword can do it, but once again, it doesn't do a lot. So, like, we would rather use, whoops, an SNS here. Still whoops. There we go. Got it in 3. SNS just seems to be a lot easier to use. You could use other weapons if you're a lot more confident in them, but I personally find the SNS easier. Open the chest! So a really cool thing about some of the monster AI is that at the very beginning of their run animation, you can't interact with things. So you have to stand perfectly still if you're at the very beginning of the animation, but if you're in the middle of the animation, you can open things, and it makes opening anything very aggravating. Welcome to Nuate. This place is cool. It is a mood and a half. It's an aesthetic. We're gonna come up here and check the last bit of our subquests. Oh, after this. This is Yumlana. She's the kind of like the village chief. She's gonna be giving us like little objectives to do because we have questions and she doesn't want to answer them. So she's gonna have us do things for her in order to, you know, get her to answer. Nuate's really cool movement and stuff. I really like it. We're gonna come up here first and check this. Yeah, nothing. How do I say activate the adamant charm now? I don't have enough money to do that, so I'm not doing that. We're gonna come back here first and upgrade, or not upgrade, whoops, what am I doing? Forge armor, and we want the Mizuzune armor. How many pieces do I have left? Oh, plenty. All right, cool. So we're gonna make the Mizuzune armor, and we have 50,000 health. Mizuzune also has a skill called Synchronize that makes double attacks stronger. And then we're going to make a bow here. And next, after this, we're going to make a hammer. But that'll be good for now. And we head to Volcano Base. Yeah, I need to change this slide because I don't want to activate the Adamant Charm here yet. So next is next we're going to the Volcanic Gates to go fight an Astalos. Cheval is adamant that we don't do any of this stuff. He's like, dude, this is not a good idea. If you want to go and get yourself killed, have at it. I'm not in it. I'm not doing it. I'm not being a part of it. And we're like, okay. And he still follows us around. Why Frontier is cool and hard at the same time? Because Monsty Hunt. Whoops. But this is the Volcanic Gate. And this entire section is really difficult to navigate. Actually, the next 3 maps are really difficult to navigate because they're all these volcanic regions that look identical to each other, and it's really difficult to know which one is which and how to move on each of them because they literally all have the exact same element to them, and that's this room. And it's really hard to tell which is the right room. Astalos, yeah. We're gonna switch now to Nargacuga. We cut back here. Boldrome, yeah, we use Boldrome the entire run for these big long running sequences. I'm going the right way? Yeah, I am. Okay. But we use Nargacuga here because all of these like switchback turns. It just makes it really hard turning through them. You can, but then the moment you mess it up, you have monsters running at you, and we just don't like that. Yeah, this shovel guy just doesn't want to have any fun. The nice thing, too, is that there's really no more gathering that we have to do other than at Feline Burrows. So more or less, we're done with gathering. Once again, there's just some really sharp turns here that we don't want to deal with. So we're going to deal with them like this. And then we'll switch back. You can make that turn if that Emerald Kongalala is just, like, not there. But I don't always get that lucky. All right. Astalos. This is a very easy fight. It is a very scripted fight. The only thing that we need to make sure that we do is break its wings during its flying state. It starts out tech attack, though, so we're going to switch immediately to Ratha. And we're going to start beating up its head. You guys are hopeless! Yeah, we are, Shovel. Doesn't he look like someone? Doesn't he remind you of somebody? Yo, Pig Boy. So he's going to use Bolt now, but Shovel's going to give us an extra turn, do that Scorching Blade, and since we've been paying attention, we're going to actually have full kinship here. During Bolt, he gains the wing hitbox, and we're going to want to break that as soon as possible. And during Bolt, he is Power. That's pretty inconsequential because all we're going to do is just this. And then we're going to try to line up our next attacks to hit it right. Just going to try and break that on our own. All right, there we go. And that knocks him down. And that knocks him down every single time. And then we can just use power attacks the next turn to continue. I always forget, too, that I'm supposed to start cutting with the tail. And then I do the head afterwards. She's already not doing the right attack. But we do need to, like, really hope that we get good AI coming out of each Bolt phase, that we get the head-to-head so we can gain the kinship. But with Rathy literally throwing here, it's actually going to make this next phase really difficult. Because he only does 2 head-to-head attacks here, and so then next is Bolt, and in Bolt he is Power. So we're going to switch to Nargacuga right now so we can have the ability to control his next attack. Yeah, that's just, like, really unfortunate that we just got 0 of those head-to-heads. This may have given us enough kinship. May have. I don't want to chance it. I'm going to take this double attack. Because that will give us the kinship we need. Do not care. I'm going to ride and ride with Shovel. We're going to break that wing and do a bunch of damage. Ads about to start. I appreciate you guys watching those this month. Reminder, ad block is a thing. And if you subscribe to the channel, you get ad-free viewing. All right, so that's broken. Another Bolt phase down. And we're skipping another half to this phase where he flies because that flying phase sucks. We just don't want to deal with it. You know, I feel like none of these guys actually want to beat him. How's the run? It's going. I don't know how well it is. I won't know until the end. But it is going. Nice big kinship there, which we will be able to gain the last that we need during, well, right here, actually. I am not going to line this up with Shovel, because he's going to take a ride right here, and I'm just not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to switch to Hammer and start beating up that head, even though, well, actually, just this turn, we're going to have to switch it back. Probably wasn't the best idea. Oh, he is drooling. That might have actually killed him. But like I said, we don't like taking those... oh, whoops, that's the kinship attack. We don't want to do that yet. We don't want to take those, like, risky, aggressive decisions because it may lead into us missing out on a cycle and making this fight really easy for ourselves. There it is. Nice. Ooh, a lot of good parts. Nice. How useful is Astalos? I remember having it in my first playthrough, but never really used. I mean, I don't really know. I'm gonna be using its weapons though. I cannot speak to the ability of any of these monsties outside of the 7 that I use in this run, and of those 7, only 6 of them I'm actually using, and of those 6, I'm only using like a handful of them. I wasn't making the bonk yet. Yeah, I don't need Astalos hammer yet. So we're just gonna go talk to Umlana, and then we're heading to Lake of Flames next. If when they make Stories 3, I kind of want the main story monster to not be Rathalos. Agreed. Wait, these are out of order. All I know is that Brachydios is next, but my notes are out of order. Forgot to include this part where I have to come to my house. Whoopsies. But next is Brachydios. No, Stories 3 is not confirmed. Alright, on to the Lake of Flames. Just like most other times, we're going to switch to Bull Drone. And we're going to use our Cool Mist in here. Actually, I'm not going to switch to Bull Drone. I'm going to switch to Nargacuga. All of these S-curves and stuff, Narga's just going to be a little bit cleaner. Though this one, Bull Drone would actually be really good for. This one's really easy to navigate. Just like that. We go through this room, go around this, and then we'll have to cut our dash short up at the peak of this. I was struggling with that. Stop there, aim down, and go. And hopefully we can get around this green Plesioth, no problem. Nice. Line of sight it into the wall. Nice. And then we go down. And then here we're going to want to stay left. And then we turn right. Woo! Swerve, kid. Turn right up here. Made it! Get around this Agnactor. And start turning here. Oh, I ran into that wall a little too much. We're almost to Brachydios. Brachydios also has a pretty scriptable phase 2. Or phase as well. Whenever he enrages, he uses a Tech Seal attack, and we're just going to cancel that by using Kinship, because he gives us plenty of opportunities while he's unenraged to build up Kinship. So we're going to start with Nargacuga. And we're going to use speed against it. We're going to go for its head first. And then when it uses its... when it goes enraged after Tech Seal, it uses Slime Charge, and then its fists become covered in slime, and once we break those, it drops. You know what attack you should be using, and yet you choose not to use it. This has been kind of unfortunate AI. Because it targeted Ratha twice, and Ratha just kind of threw. But we should have plenty of time to still get this. Oh, it's so close. I think it's going to do it here. Yeah. So that's the Enrage, unfortunately. And it's aiming for a Tech Seal, and it looks like it's aiming at me. So I am going to switch to this. And juke it. It still hit me. It's hit Shovel too. I thought I juked it though. Alright, so that's not great because now I can't use tech attacks. Really hoping that worked the way I thought it would. Yeah, we can't even do that. It's going to be using speed, so we don't want to do this. And now it's... Man, this actually did not really go well. Ratha losing 2 of those head-to-heads kind of threw for us. Because now we need to break those arms, and I literally can't do it. Yeah, I actually don't have it. That's super unfortunate. Alright, well, I just have to survive this then. Man, and sure, all these things are not targeting his hands. Oh, I'm also Blast Bladed? Sick, dude. Great Smasher? Great. That's like this is just really unfortunate. Oh my gosh, we all lived. Alright, it's still enraged. I can't really tell. Yes, it's still enraged. It just doesn't have its hands anymore. Ow. Still enraged. Oh, wait, no, it's not! I'm not paying attention. I need to switch to Nargacuga. I wonder if I can brute force my way through with Yanguruga now. I can. Sick. It's a long speed run, and staying on top of it the entire time is not easy. We're gonna ride here. I also didn't lose a heart, and I'm very impressed by that. Nice. GG's, Astral. Alright, we're gonna stop this Tech Seal now, because Tech Seal sucks. And head results in the KO. And then we're gonna switch this to Nargacuga and build that out. Going to be doing speed attacks after it enrages. I don't know what attacks it's doing. It shows... Oh yeah, it never did... It's still doing power, okay. We'll carry this all the way through. That's actually a perfect enrage cycle. Because now we can kinship on that tail. We get 2. Massive damage and almost break that tail. And then now it's going to be doing speed, so we can switch to Yanguruga. And then Slime Charge. Ooh, I don't think that's enough kinship to get him to switch. Ooh, it is. Alright, Pog. Oh yeah, he is the best shape right now, Drone. Holy. Oh my god, I love him so much. Actually, this will break it. That's to be expected for speedrunning, yeah. I mean, I'm at like the right level for me, which is really funny. Actually, I need to switch to... Nope, that's not the right one, but that'll work, I guess. I need to switch to the bow here. So I'm still trying to cut this tail. Yeah, once you understand the fights and know how to take advantage of them and survive the certain mechanics that seem hopeless, it becomes a lot easier. We're going for it. There we go, nice. And that gave me the part break too. That's perfect. Because we want the Brachy armor, and I have no idea if those slimes can go into the armor Monka W. Alright. We're going to be forging some armor here, and then activating an adamant charm. Forge. Start with the armor. Brachydios armor. Missed it! I knew we were gonna miss it! That is super unfortunate. Alright, so we're gonna have to stick with... I wonder if the Uragan armor has enough fire defense to get me through on Glavenus. Part break, Bombardier, we'll have to find out. Oh no, we missed that too? Alright, well then I guess we just aren't getting an upgrade. And we're doing this with Mizu armor, which we can do. It is just not easy. And we need to do the Emerald Beater. Wow, I can't believe I got literally 4 unusable materials from that. Thank you, Oni. Sleep well, have a good night. Alright, so that's actually really unfortunate. So we're gonna have to check for a armor upgrade after the return fights. But for now, we're just gonna activate this adamant charm. No, I absolutely got robbed there. It's really unfortunate, because I don't even know what those materials can be used for. But next is Nergigante. This fight is very difficult, if not the hardest one in the run. Doing it right is not easy. But Yumlana is telling us that we need to go take care of that. So we say, of course, yes, ma'am. We say, yes, mommy, and we go and do that. Ratha. No, because we can't make Nergi armor. We want the Nergigante bow. Making the armor is just not optimal. Maybe pick up stories 2 again. It's been great fun. Hell yeah, Crank. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I also love these games. All right, so Crystal Depths. Yeah, we're just gonna keep running here. There's a couple of pickups in here, or there's one pickup that we're mainly gonna want to get in here, and that's these Mega Potions. There's also a Breaker Large Jewel that we could get. Please pick this up. But we're just not gonna. I'm gonna be switching to Nargacuga here because going around this corner is kind of sus. There is a Desert Celtis Queen just hanging out right here, and getting past her is really difficult. So you know what? We just switched to now Puke. What's that? There was a rider there this whole time? Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna start using Puke there. She literally takes up the entire corridor. And then we switch back to Buldrome. What happens in a month from now? Yeah, what does happen in a month from now? Pokemon? Yeah, 2 months. Yeah. No, that's November. "99 days." Yeah, navigating around this is always really awkward. I have a hard time finding myself on my maps, even. Then coming out of here, we want to turn left. No. So the game accepted an input for two things there. For clearing the text box that Cheval was saying, and for entering this den. That was really obnoxious. Because we do not want to go in there, like, at all. There's literally no reason. And navigating these maps is just quite awful sometimes. But we are out of the hot. We are now into the cool. And we're going to do a safety save here because this fight we kind of expect to lose to. So we'll see what happens. This fight is difficult. We get 2 max potions from in here. And we are going to save at this catavan just to make sure. Level 23 to what? 26. Nice. 3 levels since we last saved. Let's go. Oh, whoops. Alright, so Nergigante has a very unique mechanic. He likes to grow spikes. Depending on the spike growth, will change its resistances to different weapons. But we're more or less going to ignore that because what we want to focus on is just making sure that we get part breaks and we get the like right AI. We're thinking about the right AI. So it's going to do a big, gigantic attack at the end of all this stuff, and we can't really stop it. So what we're going to try to do is just build up a kinship and use it to tank the last attack here. So all we're going to be doing right now is winning head-to-heads. So far, we're off to a really good start. But the mechanic is really, he's going to grow spikes on his body parts, and we need to break the spikes on all 3 of his body parts before they grow into black spikes, and he uses Calamity Slam. So we're going to ride here. And when he has spikes, he's going to be using power attacks. And now he is doing 2 attacks. I think I rode too early, actually, now that I think about it. This might knock me off. Thank goodness that hit Shovel. This is the attack. So we're gonna heal ourselves here. This is Calamity Slash. At full health and riding, we tank this. And then we want to hold this kinship attack all the way until he grows spikes again. So now they're gonna use Scorching Slice. It's gonna skip it a turn. We're just gonna deal some damage. And we're just gonna keep winning these head-to-heads. Correct, Astral. I just have no idea how it works specifically, so I just kind of like pray. Alright, so there's spikes. We're gonna go ahead and use this in the head immediately. And in this phase, he is using power attacks, so we're going to switch to speed, which is going to be Nargacuga. And we want to separate out our attacks now. He's doing 2 attacks, so we're going to do our same strategy as before. If he targets us, we're going to use a weapon skill. If he targets the monster, we'll either, if we have full health, do a double attack, or we'll just evade. Astral, I know. There's no reason to write all that out, please. That might result in a death for me. Alright, it's enraged now, so it's in speed. I can actually do this once. Let's try to get those wing breaks. Nice. So close. It's so far away. It's targeting me again, but it's not targeting Narga. I can save myself, and if it doesn't hit Narga, we're good. But if it does, then... well, that's kind of unfortunate. But I can get a kinship here. Hit Rathy. Rathy had a bunch of health. Nope, it's gonna hit Shovel. Nice. Let's go. Shovel, have enough. He didn't. Alright, and then Nargacuga only got like 1 health off of that. We're just gonna do this kinship attack now. There we go, and that's our knockdown. We switch back to Ratha. And we continue. But getting that knockdown just takes a lot of luck sometimes. A lot of luck in lining up. But now we're just gonna keep it moving. Nice big crit for 864 damage. That feels good. And hopefully we can beat it before he does another one. Definitely possible to under 2 cycle this. But we gotta treat it like we can't, so... gonna ride here. Because we can get a level 3 on the head again and break the head immediately. Rathy will almost always lose these. I don't know how she manages, but she does. Ooh, almost broke. Nice. And then we're going to switch to Nargacuga again for speed stuff. And I believe it is targeting me again. But what we're just going to do is this and pray it works out. If it takes out Nargacuga, that's fine. We have 3 hearts still. I think we'll be A-okay. Oh my gosh, we're getting so lucky with this. We can actually double up on this. Because if it hits me, I'll survive. That's okay, Shovel. That is A-okay, bud. You're doing great. Enraged is now speed. Can we cheese this? No, we can't. So we have to switch to Yanguruga. And since I'm at full health still, we can target this together. And then now we go for the arms. And that's probably going to hit me, it seems. Down to 28. I'm next. That's okay. He's going to get a ride. And once again, as long as we win head-to-heads, we can maintain that 1 health. Just like this. Good, 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 and knockdown. Yanguruga, it's your time to shine. Get him. Come on. Dead? Not yet. Back to Ratha, and we do it all over again. This should end really soon. But that was an amazing Nergigante fight. So they can double attack still. Nice. That'll work. There it is. Great Nergigante fight. Fantastic. That was super clean. Good stuff. And we got a lot of good parts from that. All right, now the return fights. We had 3 fights that have a lot of movement in between them, and they kind of take a while too. And then we have 2 hunter fights, 2 rider fights, Raised Wing Ratha, and then Oltura. There are not many things left to do, but we are in the end game, absolutely. All right, so now we need our Nergigante bow. We got lucky with that. That feels good. And then, yeah, I also don't want that armor. I can't believe I can't make that because it has all out, and all out makes your kinship attacks cost more. We can do this with Mizuzune armor. It just means that I cannot tank the attacks from Glavenus now. So it's incredibly unsafe not having the Brachydios armor, because now Glavenus can one-shot me pretty much on any of its attacks. So I have to play super patiently, super carefully, which is probably the better way to play anyways. But just having that extra backup of I'm wearing an armor set that prevents me from dying feels good. So Yumlana now reveals the secret of the Wings of Ruin and of, you know, what the disasters it brings. And now Kyle's kind of telling us like, hey, some of the pits are being funky again. Can we go and check them out? And we're like, sure. So the first one that we're gonna go to is the Jalma Highlands pit, and we're gonna go and fight a Basil Geese. Why didn't I put that here? Oh, I did. It's all the way over there. And every single time that we come to one of these, we are going to safety save, because doing any of these fights over again is a pain in the rear. Whoops. I want this one. Oh, whoops. There we go. Turns out to be Kyle all along. All right, so Basil Geese is a very easy fight. We're just going to pretty much run all the way to the very end as fast as we can. It's a very easy fight, very straightforward fight. This one doesn't really have too much that can go wrong in it. As long as we get kinships when we need them, it's pretty much safe. Kyle can also be annoying and break his wings way too early. And then that kind of leaves us in a little bit of a scary situation where we have to figure out what to do about his landing explosion. Because while he's not enraged, we can flash him out of the air to negate that landing explosion, but when he is enraged, that no longer works. We're gonna switch to Puke. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Monoblo's jump scare, holy! Did you see him just sprint for us? Wow, insane. Spooky! Too spooky! Alright, so we're just gonna kind of navigate through here. That's really funny, actually. I've never had that happen before, where Monoblos is just like, boo. Bagel fighting Bagel? Yeah. May the better Bagel win. Oh, keep turning. Now turn back. Oh, nice. Nice, 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 nice. Man, I cannot wait to be done with this so I can eat. I'm so hungry. HR Anja down? Let's go. All right, so Basil Geese. This fight starts out with a Chris Pratt holding off Velociraptors moment, where we have to fight a Gendrome first. It is a speed monster, so we're going to use Yanguruga to build up a kinship, but we're not going to use that kinship until a little bit later. For right now, we're just going to use Yanguruga and the Emerald Beater to build up 3 hammer charges and kinship. You mean Mario. True, I do mean Mario, actually, my bad. His poor, silly Gendrum. He has no idea. He has no idea what's coming. Please use the right attack, Kyle? This should get me kinship. Hey, we got it. Monsty. He's getting out of here. Now, target Kyle so I can use this impact crater. Nice. Very sick. Spinning meteor on the head. All right, so all of that was to get that scripted spinning meteor right there, because we don't need kinship quite this early. And he also did the really lucky thing, which is targeting Kyle for the ignition breath. Now we just hit him in the head a couple of times and get ready for an attack called Bombing Raid. Kyle's actually going to drop that right now. Do I want to combine with it? I kind of do. And then this is Bombing Raid. So he's not enraged yet. So that means I can throw a flash bomb now, and it's going to knock him out of the air. That's a sonic bomb. Oh my god, thank you. So the flash bomb's going to knock him out of the air. It's going to give us a trapped topple, and we can deal some additional damage here. Oh no, that's a normal topple. Woo, that's big damage. We can just keep doing this. I need to switch to slashing for the tail. Start attacking the tail. The nice thing is that the wing doesn't have a lot of damage on it. And I'm trying to save the wing break for the second time that it flies, and Kyle is throwing! All right, so we probably aren't going to have that, so we're going to have a landing explosion backup, which is going to be kinship riding. Oh my gosh, he's so precious. I love him so much. Yeah, no, Kyle, this is about par for the course for Kyle. Enraged is now tech, so we need to switch to Ratha. And I believe there's 2 rising headbutts coming out of this now, but we're just gonna ignore that. Ow! This I need to dodge. Switch to the Emerald Beater. Oh wait, that's a bombing raid. Oh, I would have been fine healing. Oh, he did it! Kyle did it! He timed it perfectly! Oh my gosh, Kyle, you absolute goat! I should have trusted him from the very beginning. That's just luck. I didn't do anything for that. That just kind of happened. I wasn't ready for any of that, and that just kind of happened, and Kyle carried. And that was sick, Kyle. Good job, Kyle. Let's frickin' go. Alright, it looks like this next attack is going to be an ignition breath, so I'm just going to do this. But I believe it's targeting Ratha. Should be okay. If it hits me, it'll be sad. Yeah, Ratha. Perfect. Now, you are no longer enraged, so we're going to switch back to Yanguruga. No, Kyle is gaming right now. Like, absolutely is gaming right now. And now we are waiting for the next bombing raid, which is right here. Nice. Because then now we can flash it out of the air. And then Kyle's Meteor Shower here will crit. Then all my hits will crit. Nice. Or it'll just die. That works too. Alright, good Basil Geese. Up next is Glavenus. I'm scared. This fight's really difficult. Glavenus does a lot of things, and he can start doing them out of order after the first cycle. So it's really up to me to like pay attention to understand what is actually going on. Hard Sky Rocky Hill. So I will be more or less paying attention to this rather than explaining it. Switch to Ratha here. Yeah, and everyone's 29 again. So we missed level 30 on this, so we'll have to play it the incredibly safe way, which is overhealing and dodging everything, because I don't have the right armor, and we aren't level 30. At level 30, Ratha gets a skill called Critical Eye, and on my last, like, 3 runs, on my last 3 practice runs, I didn't get level 30 here, so. Taco, thank you for blessing the run! I hope you're doing well. Alright. That's Jungle Pit. We want this one. I'll call up Pit, which is this way. Thank you, Taco. We're gonna go this way along the edge. We're just gonna keep going down. There is one box that we're gonna pick up in here. It's gonna have 5 Mega Potions in it. That's super handy because we are Mega Potion deficient right now. We're gonna have to switch to Puke here. Nice try, kid. Man, these things are angry. They do not want me here. They are coming for me. They are mad. Nothing is happy, man. When's the next SGDQ? So, AGDQ, which is Awesome Games Done Quick, same organization, just different time of year, is in January. Submissions are open until Wednesday of next week, and so that's what I plan on submitting this to, as well as some other marathons. And then SGDQ comes around in July. And then they have a couple pop-up events and stuff like that throughout the year, too. All right, Glavenus. So Glavenus is really difficult. He has a lot of attacks that do a lot of damage, and we have to really pay attention to where he's aiming those and what damage it's going to be. But his most scary attack is the Scorching Blade, which comes out after he does Flame Chakram. We're just going to do this, and you're going to see. I'm going to try to explain my decision-making, but I really just have to kind of, like, concentrate and fight this thing and break this tail first. So we're going to try to get our kinship attack here first. This is a Fireball Charge, which is now going to change his AI into doing speed. So if I get lucky here, I'll try to keep Nargacuga out and get my kinship built up. I did not get lucky. It is targeting Nargacuga, so I'm going to switch to Yanguruga to continue attacking that tail. When I get the tail break, it will fall over. I'm being a little aggressive here too, since I have full health and full resources right now, because he is in double attack mode. But if I get targeted for an attack, we are going to try to separate out our attacks. Pile, please. No throwing. Alright, good. That breaks it. That drops him. We get a turn of downed. Kyle should be fine. The runs for AGDQ, Awesome Games Done Quick, which is the one in January, are due on Tuesday. That's when submissions close. Alright, so you're still doing that, and I'm actually going to heal us. This is... actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna ride. Yep, because that does full heal. So Kyle, I'm not gonna do this with him because Kyle's gonna interrupt. That was the 2 head-to-heads. Next is Scorching Blade, and I'm gonna tank it by riding. Yeah, the Scorching Blade is coming up, so I'm just gonna tank it by riding. There's Flame Chakram. And it's gonna do 2 head-to-heads. So I need to use power here. There's 1. Here's 2. Oh, Kyle's using a Mega Potion on me. I'll use a potion on you. How about that? I feed you, you feed me. And then we're going to try to tank this with a Life Powder. Scorching Blade. So the real kind of thought process here is how to avoid this Scorching Blade while also dealing damage the entire time and then surviving. And I cannot believe I actually survived that, and we get to do this Meteor Shower with Kyle. That's big. All right, so now it's back to power. It doesn't have any enhancements or any other things, but it's probably going to do a Flame Chakram after a couple of these power attacks. So we're going to switch back to Nargacuga and start working on this. Heartbroken. So all that's left is the chest, which is weak to hammer. And I believe this is going to be Flame Chakram. It is. So Flame Chakram is what enters it into the AI to do Scorching Blade. So pretty much throughout this, it's going to be using tech attacks, which I can combine with Ratha. I can do a double attack here, and I can tank 1 attack. I can still tank 1 attack, so I can do a double attack with Kyle. Good. Actually, that actually got fully charged. Kyle isn't going to heal himself, but I am going to ride here to avoid getting killed by this. Actually, we can lose the 1 heart. I really don't mind. All right. And then now we can combine on this. That's really where the majority of our damage is going to come from. You are doing a speed attack, so we'll keep it up. It's targeting me for that Flame Chakram, so I'm going to do an Absolute Evasion. Nice. And now it is in Flame Chakram, which we could use Nargacuga's Ride to evade if we need to. But right now it is doing tech attacks, and I have no charges, so we'll switch to Emerald Strife. Because this weapon just does separating head-to-heads a lot easier, because we can do this. It's just I'm not going to be hitting the weakness on the chest. But that's 1. This is 2. We'll survive 1 hit. Famous last words. Nice. Full. Nice. And then we can ride here. Kyle is using a potion on us. We'll use 1 on him. Oh, no. No, he's not. We'll do this and survive. And then a 3. Oh, goodness. I cannot ask for a better Glavenus. I got into a really good rhythm there with Kyle, and that worked out beautifully. All right, next is Glacial Agnactor, and this fight is also very difficult and also really hard to keep track of. So I will most likely just once again, just be quiet doing it. So we're gonna go to Lalaska, Rocky Canyon. We're gonna safety save here, and we're gonna go to the Agnactor fight. This is where our last Hot Mist comes into play. And we are now level 30, which means Ratha has Absolute Evasion, which is very important for our strategy through here. Whoops, that's not the right one. There we go. Glacial Agnactor has multiple attacks that will hit multiple targets, so it'll be really difficult to actually, you know, focus it down and break its parts while it's wearing ice armor, because it's being so aggressive all the time, and it is very difficult for us to tank any of the attacks that it's doing. It's just that strong. Yeah, Kyle's showing off for this run. All right, so we're gonna squeeze by right here. So everyone say hi to Toby. Hi, Toby. Bye, Toby. It's my favorite monster in the game. Hands down. I really wish I used them in the run, but we don't. Ooh, nice try! And we are out of here. Cha-ching! 789. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome on in. Out of here! That's really funny. Can we run again? Thanks. And this goes down, and then to the... I was not fast enough hitting the menu button. Immediately brought back down a peg, dude. It's so funny. Oh, wait. This is the wrong way. We need to go this way. That way is a dead end. Alright, cool. So Glacial Agnactor starts out with ice armor on, so he's doing 2 attacks. So we'll just have to pay really close attention to what he is doing and when. We can tank some of these and try to Unga Bunga our way through to get a head break. Just depending on the AI, we will make that decision. But it's starting with tech attacks. And we're going to use the hammer, and we're going to try to break its head quickly. The hammer also has Absolute Evasion on it, so having this out is going to help just kind of... Oh, whoops, it's doing power attacks. It's in ice armor. I looked at the wrong thing. I need to be on speed. This is Nargacuga. I knew that felt wrong. I knew that felt wrong. Alright, so we threw a little bit there, because this would have been really good AI, and now we just don't get to benefit from any of that. Because the next attack that comes out is a Freezing Burst, which we survive at full HP. So anytime a Freezing Burst is going to come out, I'm probably going to Life Powder right before it. We use Life Powders a lot throughout this run. They are probably the most, you know, available item. I actually evaded it. So Mizuzune has Evasion Large on it, and it gives us a good chance to evade attacks like that, and that's huge. We're going to keep this up since it's Nargacuga that's being targeted. Sean, 280, thank you so much for that follow. And now we get a ride, which, shoot, I don't remember which one it's doing right now. It is doing Freezing Burst, sick. And that's going to break the head, and it's going to get us our knockdown. Getting that head break is very difficult, and we got really lucky with AI. That's awesome. So we're going to switch to Ratha now, because it is now out of ice armor. And we're just going to start hitting it with power attacks. And when it enrages, it uses speed. But as long as it targets us, we will be A-okay, and I might actually even be able to build up enough kinship to do this with Kyle, but I might hold off on that. It's enraged. Yes, I want to use this. When it uses, so it has an attack called Diamond Cross. That's what it uses to put its ice armor back on. And we would like to avoid that attack entirely. Kyle's going to use Meteor Shower here. It's just going to be damage, and that's all we really need right now, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Because next, I believe, is the Diamond Cross. I'm going to ride and tank it, and then use Ratha to break its head after this. So there's Diamond Cross. It's going to put ice armor back on it, so it's going to be doing power again. And this is Freezing Burst. It's actually a really good sequence right there to stop that Freezing Burst attack and to let us keep pressure. Because taking a turn to heal never feels good. So now we need to go back to Nargacuga. Hope it's using a power attack, or excuse me, a speed attack when it's coming out here. It should be. Nice. And then we're going to target the head. Since I'm at full health and it's targeting Narga, if I get hit or if Kyle gets hit, we're fine. We don't lose any hearts. Good. Now, next is, it looks like it's going to be a Freezing Burst, so we're going to heal up. I only have 4 of these left. Oh my goodness. I have been using way too many life powder. We're gonna grab the... Oh my god, I've evaded that twice! You need to use Killer Tail. And I need to use SNS now. And use... I am Skill Sealed. Okay, so we are double attacking this idiot then. Yeah, because he's at full health, we'll be fine. This is fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. Yep, Freezing Burst again. That is A-okay. Kyle's going to be full health. Killer Tail on the head. Nice. Can I hit this before Freezing Burst? Nice. Drop. Good stuff. Kyle's going to do that. We're going to switch back to Ratha. Because we want to be building up kinship on Ratha. Another Meteor Shower is just going to deal damage. We got one more cycle to go. So now that he's making that, like, clicky attack, that's his exhaust animation. He's close to death. Next is a diamond uppercut, which is a single target. Same thing to put the ice armor back on. It is targeting Kyle. Let's frickin' go. So we don't have to worry about it. We can just keep attacking. Die. Right here. Right through the eyes. Kyle, get him? Nope. Diamond uppercut. And we'll ride. I can do one of these. This is in power, so we can do speed, so I'll hit it once. Okay. And then now we drop it, because now... oh, it's still doing it, but no, we're just going to drop it. This should break it. Oh no, it's so close. Kyle, aim for the head. Or Kyle, kill it. Something, anything, any of those. All of the above. Ooh, Kyle, kill it. In case this doesn't kill it. Nice, alright, cool. That was insurance. Alright, we are now in the end game. 3 splits to go. 3 technically fights to go. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to go back to Kuan Village, because we're going to check an upgrade for armor. I would very much like an armor upgrade going into this. So we're just going to double check that really quick. And I'm going to do a safety save while we're here. So we're going to go to the left really quick and check armor, because I would like an upgrade. And I don't know if any of those can give one to me. Whoops, not that. Forge. Armor. Divine Blessing medium. Critical and weak point. If we don't want all out. We can make that, okay. So we're gonna finish out with Glavinus armor. Somebody tell Greenspeed he'll be in love. This also has weak point, which is going to make it easier to break, or it's going to deal more damage when we hit a part that is weak to that weapon. Now that we have both Nergi Bow and Eternal Strife, we might actually be able to do that on, what's her name? On Oltura. So now we just fast travel back to Nuate, and we are on to the rider fights. So we have 2 fights here, a Monoblos and a Stygian Zinogre. That's going to be speed and power, and we're going to bring out Nargacuga to use here. What we want to be doing is beating up this Monoblos in every inch of its life, while also paying attention to our own monsters and making sure that they live. Oh my gosh, leave my Nargacuga alone. Now, if we take... No! I didn't want him to take that heart yet. It's okay. I was gonna say, if we take a heart, oh well, but... That's unfortunate for my kinship, because I don't get those head-to-heads anymore. But we want to bully this Monoblos. That's really who my target is going to be. This entire time is like this Monoblos team. We're going to do that, and then you're using speed. So we can do that. But we just want to be making sure that we win these head-to-heads. But we have to kind of like change our strategy a little bit. Because like I might just take hits instead to build up kinship, or to heal immediately after. Oh my gosh, leave my Nargacuga alone. But we're gonna heal here, or we're gonna, ooh, we are absolutely gonna ride here. I'm getting double targeted, and I'm gonna heal. I'm getting targeted by 3 things, so hopefully we survive. Demolition dash, hit Kyle, good. Ow. Ow. Thank you, Kyle. This is actually great. This might actually kill it. But there's 2 fights here. Just like the last rider fight, there were 2 fights. This one's also 2 fights. We can do that. Oh my gosh. Pick the right one. There we go. Kyle's using an arc shot here. No. All right, we have to be really careful. Okay. Kyle's using an arc shot again. I'm being targeted by that. No, I just want to heal. I have dust for the end. We can just heal here. My only kind of hope here is that this knocks out something on the Monoblos team. There we go. Nice. All right, cool. Next is Stygian Zinogre and a Brute Tigrex. We're going to use Ratha for this one because he can just tank hits a little bit better. And also, he's good for bullying the Stygian. Ads about to start. I appreciate you guys for watching those and supporting me this month. Illy. This is a power attack. I'm going to be really greedy here. Oh my god, it did so much damage to him. And this arc shot should knock out that Stygian. I knocked out the Brute. Not the Stygian, though. No! Leave Ratha out of this, dude! It's rude. Rude AF. Ow. Ow. Can you guys stop critting on me? This fight's not going nearly as well. Okay. 2 crits in 1 turn. I'll have to use a Vital Essence here. I haven't had to use one all run, so that's not terrible. Ride? Oh my gosh, we're just short of a ride, too. They are being very mean and very aggressive, and I need Kyle to use more arc shots. Oh no, stop! Leave him alone! Alright, Kyle's carrying, knocking out this Brute Tigrex. Can they also target, like, Kyle more, please? That'd be nice. Hey, look, they targeted Kyle. Who goes off first? God, I'm super scared. Arc shot. This thing has to die here. Thank you. Oh my gosh. I was so worried we were going to lose that. These are not easy. Like, the decision making behind them is just not easy. All right, 2 fights left. So it's been uncovered to us that these guys are mean, and they are trying to end the world so much that they found the pit in Guardian Ratha Wood and are trying to awaken a very evil Elder Dragon. And we don't like that, so we're gonna stop it. Kyle literally carried that. I'm never gonna say a bad thing about Kyle ever again. What they also did is they stole Ratha from us too. Wait, did they do that yet? They're about to steal Ratha from us. That's in the future. For now, we're getting through to this. So there's a backup Dust of Life that I'm gonna go and grab here. I've been grabbing it like every run because I've been using so many resources. Because I only have 2 life powder left and 3 Dust of Life, and I'm gonna need more than that to finish this out. Because the end of this run is it gets very intense. We take damage from everything. Everything damages us all at once, so we have to really pay attention on how we use our resources and how much of our resources we use. And I have definitely overextended on... Can we please get out of my way? Thank you. I have definitely overextended on life powders. Are there any others in the world that we could have picked up? Absolutely, and I probably should have routed those in, but I don't have them in my notes. So we're gonna Unga-Bunga all the way through. And we should be fine. If our practice from yesterday was anything to tell, we should be fine. Something else to point out, I said my estimate was 7 hours. We'll see what that is after this. There was a theoretical, like, 6:30, like, the world record is 6:20. All of my runs have been close to 7 hours, though, so that's the number that I was sticking with. If things go wildly wrong, too, the run takes that long. So we'll see how this feels at the end and how much time feels right at the end of this. But that's also part of the reason why I'm also submitting flight percent, because flight percent is very comfortably 4 hours long, even quickly. The difference on the leaderboard between flight percent, first and second place, is 2 minutes. It's highly recommended to have Nergigante in the Monsees for Oltura. I mean, I don't use it. You don't need it. It definitely makes that fight easier for sure, but you do not need it. Because we will not use it. Instead, we're going to use math. That's right. The power of mathematics and subtraction. We are almost there. The nice thing, too, about these last 2 fights is that there are caravans right outside of the fights for us to save at. We keep going this way. And if this looks familiar, it's because we've been here before, right? Oh yeah, I didn't get a good look at the swirling mass of death above us. Oh yeah, there it is. So that's what's coming out of one of the pits right now, and we need to stop that. It is also very easy to lose the last fight of this game. It is also very easy to lose to this next one. So that's also kind of the reason why the estimate is still that high. We'll see what happens when it comes down to the end of this. But hey, look, it's Guardian Ratha. Where have you been, friend? So it's revealed to us that Zellard, one of the Ruto Village like people that we trusted, is the one that's been pursuing us and Ratha this whole time to unlock an ancient evil named Oltura. They want to sacrifice Ratha and Guardian Ratha to Oltura to make it stronger. And we aren't going to let it do that. So Zellard here has tried to take over Ratha, and so he is now Raise Wing Ratha. We're going to be using speed attacks against it to kind of combat this, and a combination of hammer and SNS. I'm going to start off with this absolute evasion because that looks like that Savage Fireball is aimed directly at me. And then swerve. So now we are getting into the fight. All we need to be doing is just making sure that we're winning head-to-head attacks. He's to start doing multiple attacks as this progresses, but for now we can just keep winning head-to-head attacks and strategically using kinship rides to stop the Savage Fireballs, like I think right now. Yep, there it is. You just want to stop that. It looks like Kyle's getting targeted by an attack. He also does one more attack in here that we cannot stop, and they are scripted. Ooh, tragic. All right, I guess I'm doing this one on my own. And we'll see it when we get there. Rapid Shot P. All right, that's not targeting, so we will leave that. I believe, yeah, this is just going to be double Savage Fireball, which Nargacuga will survive. I will not if it hits me. I don't know if it's doing double or single, though, yet. One. It's doing double. Please say Kyle. Thank you. Kyle is going to use Meteor Shower here, and I'm going to heal us with a Life Powder. And this is that attack that I was talking about that can't be stopped, which is why I'm happy I healed. Oh, whoa, it got stopped. Never mind, I take it all back. I wonder if it's a speed tie then, but he's going to try to do it again. And this is a guaranteed just lost heart. Sky High Ho is what he says. So that's just what I call it. But it's Sky High Dive. He'll do 3 of them, and then the fight will end. All right, so now he's separating out his attacks. So we're gonna switch to Eternal Strife to make that a little bit easier. And you just need to be doing a attack like that. But the same kind of 2 attack rules. When it's targeting me, I can use an attack, a skill attack, because I will go first. And then if it's targeting a Monstie, if I have full health, I'll do a double attack with them. And if it's targeting Kyle, I'll do a double attack with him as well. Same thing here. That is okay. Kyle's going to use his attack. To stop the Savage Fireball. And then I'm going to use a ride to tank... Oh, no, I am not. We're getting really good AI through this. Never mind, Nargacuga went before me, so we'll probably take a heart there. Hey, Kyle. No! I don't remember which one this is, so I'm just gonna attack it. So this is Savage Fireball. It stops it. Yes, let's go. And then this will be Sky High Dive. Nope, it won't. Let's go. That's actually a amazing Raise Wing Ratha. We only got one Sky High Dive out of it. All right. Amazing cutscene that you should absolutely watch here. This is a speed run, so we skip it. We are going into the last fight. We might be on world record pace. Split, split. I'm not thinking about that right now. This is a really good pace. Sub 6 going into Oltura. Alright, Oltura is a fight and a half. There are 5 phases to this fight. I'll explain each of them as we do them. The first phase is its kind of like normal existing state. All we're going to try to do is build up a kinship and carry it to phase 2 to get a part break early. But we're immediately going to switch to Ratha, and we're going to use the Nergigante bow, the Nurgle Whisper right now. All we need to be doing is just lining up double attacks. Alright, Nurgle Whisper did that much. Let me check Eternal Strife. I'm going to be focusing on this, guys. Okay, so Nurgle Whisper actually did more. Kyle is throwing. I just need one more head-to-head, and I've got it. Nope, that'll get me it there. All right, cool. So he's going to enrage now, and he's going to be using power attacks next. We're just going to do this again to conserve HP. And what's going to happen next is just a couple of power attacks. And what we want to do is have a level 3 and be synced up with Kyle going into phase 2. At the very beginning of each of these phases, though, he does this, like, nuke attack that does no one any favors. And we, actually... Alright, that works. So he's going to do this big nuke attack at the very beginning. It's going to tell us what element it's using, so thunder and fire here. And then Kyle's going to try to heal us, so we're going to tank through this first one. This first is power, and we want to be breaking the wings. The nice thing is that we're going to win this head-to-head. It's going to give us a level 3, and it's going to attack Kyle, and Kyle's going to survive. Now, Kyle's going to want to use his kinship attack. Both of ours being at level 3 will instantly break one of these. Now we have charge. Charge is a really difficult mechanic. I need to switch to Nargacuga here because we need to start building up kinship. Charge is a very difficult mechanic. I targeted the wrong thing. It's okay. What's going to happen next is to do 2 very big AoE attacks. I need to dodge the first one, and Narga's unfortunately going to tank it and die. But I can't survive it, and none of the monsters can survive it. Kyle can, though. So we're going to let him. This next one, as long as we're all full health, we survive. So Kyle's going to get a max potion. Kyle gets a mega potion, and then we all survive the Thunder Tempest. Nice. That para is super unfortunate. We've broken one of the wings already, too. So we are now down to 1 attack instead of 2. I need to get to a ride on Narga ASAP to get rid of that paralysis. But its number of attacks are linked to the number of wings that it has present. And this one right now is... just 2 power attacks. But since we've broken one of them, both of those power attacks are gone. This is another charge. That's not great. Those 2 paras did not do us any favors. Kyle got very close to that. So what we're going to do is a tail slam there. And then I'm going to have to evade. We're going to lose another heart here, most likely. And then I'll have to make that up in the next phase. Very unfortunate paralysis that we had. Kyle's down a heart now, too. All of these things are just not great. Oh, this is actually going to stop that. All right, that's perfect. That's perfect. I can use a Vital Essence here, then. So Kyle's Meteor Shower does nothing other than skipping that turn. And then we can break this wing now. And so then now this is release. And it's going to go back to its normal tech and then power, which we can switch back to Ratha and just get double attacks on. But we are a little out of sync with our attacks now. So I really need to pay attention. So like you can see, Kyle's about to gain kinship, so he's going to end up using his other kinship attack here. Taking extra hearts just means that these things kind of fall out of sync with each other, and so we might not have the Kyle's kinship attack for the beginning of this next phase, but we will at least have ours, and that still works. We're going to ride for that Enrage. Enrage is now power. And we're going to be going into phase 3. Kyle's just going to use his kinship attack here. There's nothing that we can do to stop him from doing that, unfortunately, and I really wish there was a way to stop him. But he's just going to kind of use it, and we're going to go into phase 3. Phase 3 starts out in a very similar way. We're going to use Freezing Downpour. It's going to be ice and water now. It's going to be spamming speed instead, though, and just immediately out of the gate, we are going to attack this left wing and stop this first attack, because it's doing 2 aqua shots the moment we come in here, and we need to, you know, be very careful about dying to those. Switching to the Eternal Strife because I'm being targeted and there's still 2 attacks going on, so I have to use Dragon Seal. That hit Kyle. We have to really watch Kyle's HP here. This is a charge. He's healing himself. Good. So I can heal myself. Just got to dodge this again. Kyle can tank it. Unfortunately, Yanguruga can't. So we're just watching our hearts again. And then this next one we can tank as long as Kyle is full health. And hopefully I'm not wrong, because we're on a really good pace. 13, that's all we need, baby. Part break, nice. We're still going to treat this like it's going to be 2 attacks. It's targeting Kyle. I can use... Let's make sure it's getting some damage in onto these. I'm going to use a Dust of Life now, just get everyone up. And then when Kyle uses his Meteor Strike next turn, I'll use a Vital Essence. Yeah. We are now kind of in life support mode. This is going to be a charge. Just to help me get out of life support mode. We're going to lose a turn doing this, but I'm going to heal now. I'm going to do another Vital Essence to get up to 3 hearts. Kyle's at full health still, which is good. I have enough kinship to dodge here. Let's do another dodge. I expect to be at 2 hearts going into phase 5. so I'm not too worried about this. But just not getting good Kyle AI at the end of these. Like, this rapid shot has to hit the wing. Very good. And then we need good head-to-head AI here. It's only doing one, so I'm gonna have to do any of them. Kyle, you idiot. Oh, it was so close. It's still gonna do the next one, but what I'm gonna do... No, it's not gonna do it. Pog, let's go. I don't care about you, Kyle. You're doing like bullshit. Who cares? All right, good. Phase 4 is a lot easier and a lot better to get through, especially if I can go into it with a kinship attack, which I have one on. Oh shit, you little idiot. I have one on Yanguruga, so if I can switch, if I need to, I can switch to that, skip a turn of it, and break that. And then it's power right now, so Nargacuga. We're just a little out of sync on everything, man. That's so unfortunate, but we'll get through this. In the next phase, it's going to bring us down to 1 HP anyway, so it does not matter. Come on, Kyle, get there. Yes. Yes! All right, let's go. We can break a wing immediately when we enter here. Okay, so there's 4 wings now that we have to break. 2 ray wings and 2 regular wings. I need to break a ray wing and then a regular wing, and then it stops it from doing 3 attacks. It just goes all the way down to 1. This is going to put us at near death. Kyle's going to want to heal us first. It's using tech, so we're going to use speed here on this ray wing. It's then going to hit Kyle. I have fucked up. I know. I got myself confused. Man, I hate when I do that to myself. All right, we can still capitalize on this. I will absolutely need to. I do that sometimes if I just don't slow down, but that's okay, because we can do that, we can do this. We just need to make sure we keep an eye on Kyle and make sure he does not lose another heart. It's doing 2 attacks now. We can both tank an attack, and we need to get rid of this wing now. Man, I can't believe I did that to myself. Oh boy. Max potion? No, we don't need to use a max potion. We just use this one. Kyle, I need you to win a head-to-head. This works too. Don't kill Kyle. Okay, he's gonna use Meteor Shower here. Yo, Otter! We have had the most scuffed Oltura. Alright, that's one Dragon Bullet. And it's only doing one now. Oh my gosh. Alright, cool. Cool. It's only doing one Dragon Bullet now, so we can just Unga Bunga our way to the end of this. And then we have Luminosity, and we have all the resources to do Luminosity. Kyle's at 2 hearts. We're perfectly fine. We're great. We're golden. I've had 2 runs back to back Outer Side that did it the exact same way both times. I actually have a really good kind of like cadence for it. All right, this is phase 5, Luminosity. We need to break all of his wings, and if we don't, Kyle needs 2 hearts and I need at least 3. That's turn 1. At turn 5, he uses Luminosity. It's turn 1 of Swallow. 2. This is turn 3. I'm using the Vital Essence on me now because I'm not going to have a Wyvern ride. Or a Kinship ride. This is turn 4. One wing down. Luminosity. Turn 1. Turn 2. Time. You ever get a world record in a commentary speedrun that was arguably incredibly scuffed? But like, what's even funnier? What's even funnier is that I'm too scared to submit this with anything less than a 7-hour estimate. Oh my gosh. Dude, sub 6 is next. Alright, well that's that's Stories 2 Oltura percent that I just shaved literally 45 minutes off of my PB. Oh man, I was so upset about this run last week when I did it and I got a 654 and I was like, oh god, this run's gonna be awful. It's gonna be anywhere between a 6.5 to 7-hour estimate, and we're gonna get some more practice in on this. We'll see what that ends up being. I really do appreciate, you know, anyone that watches this commentary run considering it for a marathon, because oh my gosh. No, that takes the record. Astro record was a 621, and I had one feint. I had one fight failure really early in the run, and that's that 5 minutes right there for sub 6. Can't wait for you to get a sub 6 during practice. I can't wait to get a sub 6 during practice either. That was also with an incredibly scuffed Oltura. Oltura should only take 15 minutes, and that one took almost 20. This one's not going to get submitted, Pig Boy, because if I'm going to keep doing runs to improve them, I don't submit until I'm done trying to improve. Anime! Alright, so that's this run, man. So like I was talking about earlier, the incentives that I would like to submit for this are watching the kinship attacks, the 7 of them that we do. 6 guaranteed, 7 maybe. On top of that, there's also, I mean, all of the monsties that we get can be named. So we could do incentives for those too, but that might take a little while. But it would be 5 monsties four monsties total that we could name. Yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong, but I feel like I've mitigated a lot of the risk. So like, but Otter, that we do get a Kuliaku, and that's the one that we always get a guaranteed kinship ride on, because we use the Kuliaku that we get from the first den that we go to with Kana. We use that against the Velocidrome, and the script is literally just doing 3 double attacks and then immediately building up to the level 3 kinship attack. No, his kinship attack is great. I showed it off in this run, and so like that's I mean that one's definitely can happen. But we use the kinship attack of every monstie except for maybe Puke-Puke. So I just see only 3 people who speedrun this. You and 2 others, yeah. I mean, because this is not a well-known game and not a well-known franchise, which makes me even more excited potentially running it, like, you know, at marathons. Because the last time I ran this was a year and a month ago, on my birthday. But like, this is it. I don't know if I said the actual goodbye and the closing to the commentary video, but hey, thanks. That was Monster Hunter Stories 2. I appreciate the consideration. Like I said, flight percent would be submitted with a 4-hour estimate, and Oltura percent, we're probably looking at a 6.5-hour estimate. Yeah, I'm considering a 6.5-hour estimate for that because a lot of those fights felt a lot safer, and I used up a lot of the resources that we normally would gather and didn't lose fights because of it, and so I felt a lot better with that. So cool. That's it. Thank you. My name's JalBagel. I appreciate your consideration, and we'll see you next time. What? Oh, wait for it. Wait for it. Ah, such good music to this game. Cool. All right. That was the speed run. That's the only spoken line by the pro tag. Oh, super cool, dude. You ever just get world record in a commentary speedrun? That's what I was saying, because like people usually get like a record with a run and then they just don't keep pushing for it, and that's what happened with Stories 2. Because like one person submitted a run that was like 8 hours or 9 hours long, and then somebody else submitted a run, and then I submitted a run that was almost nearly 7 hours, and I only did it once. Yeah, I think I only did this run once. No, what's that like? And then you know, somebody else ran it and got that 620, which was really cool. And then now here we are. Dude, I'm so happy with this.